Chapter 101. Is this? Why does a place like Hogwarts exist? Why haven't I heard anyone say this before? Is this a lamp made from the tusks of a flying dragon? Is that the ivory of the trident? And that? Merlin's beard. I have never seen these things in my house. Hermione and Pansy looked around excitedly. Look at the luxurious decorations around you. A slight fluorescent light flashed in their beautiful eyes. Hermione just felt luxurious. I don't recognize these strange decorations. Pansy was different. She is from a pure-blood family. Naturally, I know a lot of luxurious decorations. But it's also because we know each other. That's why she was extremely surprised. She had only seen many of the decorations here in books. But it has long been out of reach in the wizarding world. For example, the ivory of the three-eyed colossus. The claws of a flying dragon or something like that. These magical animals have long been banned by the Ministry of Magic. All wizards are prohibited from being captured and killed. This also makes these things extremely rare. She didn't expect that she would see so much here this time. It blinded her. Did you buy all these things? I don't think you have so much money, it's not really you, right? Where did you get so many gold galleons? And why did you buy these useless things? Cassandra stared with beautiful eyes. He glared at Crow with hatred. Something Pansy could recognize. She must know him too. Something Pansy didn't recognize. She knows it too. Because, she has them all at home. After all, the Woolley family. It's not something that these down-and-out pure-blood families can compare to. Do you think I will buy these things? I still want to rely on you to support me. How can I get the money to buy these things? Crow chuckled. He shook his head and waved. He called the two women who were looking around to him. Then the three women looked at him with some doubts. Open your mouth and explain to them. Remember what I said before? I want to build a club, and Professor Dumbledore has approved it. This room was specially opened by Professor Dumbledore to serve as a club room for us. The three women nodded understandingly. Just when they wanted to ask what was going on with the luxurious decoration here, Crow seemed to know what they were thinking. He explained with a smile on his face. The decoration here looks luxurious, right? In fact, it was all done by Professor Dumbledore. He said this was a reward for me. I didn't expect these things to be so valuable, but it was his kindness after all. We just enjoy it. And these things are of no use if they are left in the warehouse. Good things are meant to be used, not stored away in dust. Hermione and Pansy nodded. Only Cassandra looked strange. She looked at Crow strangely. I won't tell you whether what you said is true or false. I'll just talk about your last sentence. It's very good. But, why do I feel that these things are not gathering dust here and there in the warehouse? The lamp made of the dragon's tusks contains a magic sorcerer. If it is kept in dust for too long, the magic will fail. And this ivory? Cassandra kept pointing at the decorations. Explain to the three of you. Just a few dozen minutes. Just let them know the difference these accessories make when used and sealed away in dust. It also made Crow's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Coach. Here is a contestant who is not in this position. Get her out quickly. Cassandra is still Cassandra. Knows far more than others. He was even given one. He is the villain. And Cassandra is the Dragon King coming down the mountain. At this time, I was holding something to pretend to be a saint in front of others. Then Cassandra, the Dragon King. It's like coming out to slap yourself in the face. The picture comes right away. It's a pity that the two women are not mothers-in-law who dislike poverty and love wealth. Nor is she a domineering female CEO. Crow, what the hell is going on? Where did all this stuff come from? Hermione frowned. His eyebrows were full of curiosity. She didn't suspect Crow of stealing. Just curious where Crow gets this stuff. After all, listen to Cassandra and Pansy. These things are not cheap. And the most important thing. These things are in use. Brought here. So where do these things come from? Pansy and Cassandra also looked at Crow curiously. Especially Cassandra. She doesn't feel these things can be bought in places like Diagon Alley. Even in the entire wizarding world, there are only a few places where you can buy these things. Not to mention, she really didn't think Crow was the kind of person who would buy these things. although he does have quite a few galleons. The origin of these things. It can only be. I think you should ask Professor Dumbledore about this. He decorated the room and put the things up. Crow spread his hands. Explained to the three girls. Really hammered. Cassandra is the Dragon King who comes down from the mountain. It's a pity that the villain was slapped in the face. Already from myself. Became Dumbledore. Why? Because he brought the things. He also decorated the room. The three women are not stupid. It didn't take long to figure this out. His expression suddenly became strange. Their eyes met. Everyone's guesses reached a consensus. The corners of several people's mouths stopped twitching. Professor Dumbledore. Didn't he move all the furniture from his old house here? If that's the case, that can be explained. Why are there no traces of dust on these things? Derek Valley. The house elf of the Dumbledore family. Looking at the empty room. His face was full of weirdness. The old master is moving? A strong speechless emotion detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, so these things all belong to the Dumbledore family? Do you have to give them back after that? Or are they just given to us, to Crow? Zhang Qiu, who came in a hurry, heard the explanations of several people. His face also became a little weird. She had seen and heard of gift givers. But tear down your own home and give it to someone else. This is the first time I've seen it. Professor Dumbledore is indeed the strongest white wizard. To get to this point today. There is definitely a reason. Crow was also speechless. Forget it, don't think about it. Since Professor Dumbledore gave it to him, there is no reason to take it back. These things belong to us now, and they will be passed in the future. Yes. Oh, by the way, I have prepared a surprise for you. Come on, put it on and let me take a look. As you know, I know your size very well. Well, I personally think it is very clear. So the one you buy should fit you well. Have a look. Crow threw out a storage bag. Then he looked at the four girls expectantly. Life is boring. Except opening boxes. Just teasing a few girls. Get some benefits for yourself. It can lift people's spirits a bit. Only now did he realize it. What a boring thing it is to have no enemies. Well, Malfoy and the others are not yet enemies. At least their current strength. It can't even catch his eye. Quirrell and Voldemort are the ones. Only those with murderous intentions are considered enemies. This principle is the same as not scolding someone. There is no lethality at all. At least until now. Someone who had murderous intentions towards him. There is only one Voldemort. The rest is hatred at best. Such as Malfoy and Ronald. Ah! Crow. What did you give us? How can you get this kind of clothes? It's just. It's so shameless. If you like these clothes, wear them yourself. Or go find Harry Potter, I think she will like them very much. What are you doing with these clothes? Is this a swimsuit? We're going swimming? Or is it just to show you? Several women screamed. Looking at the pieces of fabric in his hand. Their faces suddenly turned red. They all stared at Crow with extremely annoyed eyes. Crow was awakened by the roars of several women. Looking up, he saw the four women with angry looks on their faces. Since I asked you to wear it, I must have my reasons. After you put it on, I will tell you the answer. Of course, you don't have to wear it. Crow touched his nose. Speak without embarrassment. Joke. Can a thin-skinned person eat enough? Definitely not. Can you see some women's swimsuits? Of course not. So be thick-skinned. Sometimes it's useful. Like when you get slapped in the mouth. Being thick-skinned can make the opponent's hand hurt. But I was unscathed. It can be called self-contained anti-armor. That kind of anti-armor on the face. You're just saying this to trick us into wearing it, right? Your ultimate goal is not to see us wearing these, right? You're not so bored, are you? Don't forget, he's Crow, a 10-year-old on us. A pervert. A gangster. What you said does seem to make sense. The four girls discussed each other word by word. Gradually they looked at Crow's eyes. It all becomes complicated. If only they grew older. Crow did that to them. It's excusable. After all, they are confident that they will look good when they grow up. But they are still young. Crow is just that. It's more or less like a perversion. The kind of pervert who abducts little Lolita. Oh. Crow is about the same age as them. That's okay. He went to see other older people. That's called perversion. A strong feeling of shame and embarrassment is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. If you don't believe me, you don't have to wear any clothes. If you believe me, just put on clothes. Crow blinked. Pretending to be a little sad. We have been together for so long. I am surprised that we have become indistinguishable from each other. I didn't expect that I was overthinking and you were so guarded against me. Fine. Think about it, I haven't harmed you, right? You don't believe me, but I believe you. As I said, I think we have been inseparable for a long time. Since you all think that I will see you all, then I will let you take a look at me first. Crow finished his last words. He went to take off his clothes with a sad look on his face. All you have to do is take off your pants. This made the 4 girls who were feeling guilty suddenly come back to their senses. Ah! Waves of screams echoed in the room. It triggered waves of responses. If not in the room. Soundproofed by Dumbledore. Their screams. It must have resounded throughout Hogwarts. You, will just wear it. You hurry up and put on your clothes. Bah! Where did you hear that if we just see you, it's even? Then if we treat you, that way, does that mean we're equal for what you did to us that night? Don't. Never. If you say that, he will definitely nod in agreement or even laugh out loud. The 4 girls covered their eyes. Turn your back to Crow. The discussion started. Crow folded his arms. He looked at the backs of the 4 girls playfully. Did you nod? There was a slightly satisfied look on his face. Hermione's waist. Break your. Cassandra's waist and aren't bad either. Meaty. It's quite interesting even if you don't see it. Pansy was close. But the small waist is really stunning. It can be said to be beyond control. On the contrary, it was Zhangqiu. Maybe it's because she is 1 year older than the 3 girls. The figure is far greater than that of the 3 women. Whether it's a slim waist or a pretty fit. All very stunning. Way. Have you changed yet? Can we turn back? It has been changed a long time ago. I thought you were discussing something important with your back to me, but it turns out you don't want to see me. Crow pretended to be sad again. The 4 women who had just turned around were stunned for a moment. However, Crow's clothes remained unchanged. Only then did they feel relieved. You, wait here, I'll be out right away. Cassandra glared at Crow. He picked up the pieces of fabric with a stiff face. Just walk towards the distance. Hermione blushed when she saw this and picked up the pieces of fabric that belonged to her. Then hold your head high. Looking at Crow with a proud look on his face. If you dare to lie to us, then you are doomed. I am sure, I will never let you go. Nor will I forgive you. Humph. Hermione threatened Crow fiercely. After saying that, he quickly followed Cassandra's back. I think I can't compare to them, but since you want to see it, I'll wear it for you to see. Pansy blushed. She shyly picked up her clothes. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, Zhangqiu stood in a temple. At this time, she finally understood. By her own strength and intelligence alone. No match for Cassandra at all. She couldn't even play with Hermione. Not to mention that Hermione and Crow spent the longest time together. Cassandra had to be lined up behind her. And she is far smarter than herself. She probably couldn't play Hermione yet. Especially since Hermione and Crow have been together for so long. 5.2 has some of Crow's methods of doing things subconsciously. Then she wouldn't be able to play even more. This wasn't the most frustrating thing for her. The one thing that really made her feel the pressure. So Hermione actually has a good relationship with Cassandra? The 2 men came together. The result is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If they run against themselves. I'm afraid there will no longer be a place for me next to Crow. But she's not a fool either. Know how to find people to join forces with. I don't want to be able to get through Hermione and Cassandra. But seek to protect yourself. And this choice. She has no one. There is only one person named Zhangqiu. That's why she is waiting for Zhangqiu here. I want to spend more time with her. Winning her to his side. Actually, you don't have to do that. If you really want to see it, you can say it alone. I'm going to change clothes first. To be honest, I'm looking forward to the surprise you mentioned. Zhangqiu picked up the clothes. He turned around and looked at Pansy who was waiting for him. Thank you for waiting. Let's go and change your clothes and let Crow, the pervert, have his fill. Pansy smiled and nodded. Try to show your best side to Pansy. Only in this way can we gain Pansy's favor. Make an alliance with her. It's a pity, I'm still too young, otherwise I should be very interesting, right? Forget it, my original purpose was not to watch this is just incidental. We have been fighting for a long time, now we are safe, what else can we do to enjoy ourselves? Crow touched his nose. A slight smile appeared on his face. He shook his head regretfully. It's a pity. The treasure chests should be cleared out, otherwise maybe a good treasure chest will pop up later. However, it's just a few treasure chests. If you miss it, just miss it. A strong feeling of shyness is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Intense, detected. Chapter 102. Back Garden Club. Crow looked at the four girls in amazement. The tip of my nose feels slightly warm. It seemed as if something was about to flow out. Who said their figures are unreliable? Beauty in that time period. They are all beauties. Compared with my own time period. If you compare an 80-year-old woman with an 18-year-old girl. That is the immortal descending to earth. There is no need to compare. She must be so beautiful. No need to guess. It's beautiful, really beautiful. Hermione's outfit amazes me, Zhangqiu's outfit makes me unable to take my eyes away, Pansy's outfit is also very beautiful, and Cassandra is also very charming. It's a blessing that I acted quickly and abducted you as children, good friends. Otherwise, if you were around other men, I would be jealous to death. Crow wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth. He commented on the four girls with an approving look on his face. Are you kidding me? It's not a good time to give a few compliments. Are you waiting for others to praise you in the future? Again. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Then he started to suffer disaster. Start talking to the women in advance about your love. Let them be immune to those rotten peach branches. Just explain it in other ways. I will kill you. Okay, you've also seen it. We've also worn these clothes. Now it's time to talk about your so-called surprise, right? Let me guess, what you mean by surprise is that there is no surprise, right? If you dare to find something to fool us, I can guarantee that I will give you a magic spell to make you dance all night long. Actually, I'm good at dancing. If you want to dance, I can dance with you all night. You've seen my dancing before, so naturally I can dance. The three women looked at Pansy expressionlessly. Pansy swallowed. Shut your mouth wisely. If she talks too much at this time, that's what she has to face. I'm afraid it's not just Hermione and Cassandra's alliance. But also add Zhangqiu. Then there will really be no chance. If they exclude themselves. Forget about the location. I'm afraid that even wanting to see Crow is an extravagant hope. It's not that she has deep feelings for Crow. It wasn't love at first sight. Things like love. Just a simple feeling. Crow's talent is high. Not bad for being 19. It's just that his personality is a little bit worse. But his nature is not bad. He even received the first-class badge of Sir Merlin. If he really likes to do bad things, this badge will not fall into his hands. After all, the first-level badge is only given to those who have made outstanding contributions to the wizarding world. Of course. If you are rich enough, then you can donate immeasurable gold galleons to the Ministry of Magic. In exchange for a first-level badge. But that's not the point. The point is Crow. He is definitely a hot commodity in the future. Instead of waiting to fight with those women later, it's better to start early. Take Crow into your own hands. Well, it's just a little accident in the plan. Obviously Crow hasn't grown up yet. But there are many beauties around him. Everyone is just as good as her. It's not like she never thought about giving up. Especially when Zhangqiu appears. She was even more stressed. She couldn't play with Hermione or Cassandra. Here comes Zhangqiu again. Or a top student in Ravenclaw. Isn't that even more ruined? At that time she really wanted to give up. But she also found that Crow seemed to be quite nice to her. At least the three women have something. So does she. This is why she didn't give up. It can be summed up in one sentence. Win at the starting line. Roll them to death. Of course there is a surprise. Now that you have all changed your clothes, it's my turn. Crow didn't say what the surprise was. He just started to take off his clothes with a smile on his face. His sudden movements. The children who were staring at him were stunned for a while. I saw that he had already begun to take off his shirt. Only then did the children react. Ah! Abnormal. Rogue. Satyr. Great ABS. Pansy just finished shouting. The noisy environment suddenly became silent. Whether it's the three girls or Crow. His expressions became a little strange. What's wrong? Crow's ABS are really good. But I haven't seen many ABS. I just heard that those things look very charming. They are lumpy. Muggles call that kind of person a sportsman. But Crow text. Pansy said. The voice gets quieter and quieter. His little face became increasingly red with embarrassment. Even if her reaction is even slower. At this time, he also reacted. What are those abdominal muscles? Can a 10-year-old do abdominal exercises? Even if you have practiced it. But that person is definitely not Crow. Wizards don't like sports. In addition, Crow has been hiding in the dormitory. In this situation, how could he have ABS? Who else has only one abdominal muscle standing vertically? That's not obviously Crow's. Think of this. Pansy was suddenly ashamed, angry, and embarrassed. The little face is red and the head is red. I dare not look at a few people. Seeing this, the three women turned and glared at Crow with shameful and angry eyes. You are only 10 years old. What are you thinking about every day? Can you be more normal? Do you know? In our place, people like you are usually called Zyospi, and then they are beaten up, your filthy things are cut off, and you are sent to become a monk. No. It's not like that, right? He he didn't mean it, he didn't do it on purpose, right? It's wrong to hit someone, not to mention interrupting, it hurts, right? It's okay, we can knock him out in advance and then start giving him. The three girls started discussing each other word by word. The anger on his face did not fade at all. At the same time, he used a malicious look in his eyes. Look at Crow's, good brother. That kind of murderous look. And torture methods comparable to the top 10 torture methods. Crow was so frightened that his body trembled. The good brother sensed something was wrong. It even retracted and no longer showed its head. Crow is the only one left. Face the evil intentions of the three women alone. Actually, you can't blame me. It's really your appearance and these clothes. How can that man not react when he sees it? Does it mean that you don't think you are beautiful? Or do you think other people are not beautiful? Crow rolled his eyes. Try to direct the conversation elsewhere. But in the past, this method has always been tried and tested. At the moment it has no effect. All they got in exchange was sneers on the faces of the three women. Cassandra even had a cold face. He took out a handful of saw from behind his back and didn't know where it came from. At the same time, he glared at Crow fiercely and waved the scissors several times. It's like you're going to castrate Crow. Oh no. She just wanted to castrate Crow. That's okay. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. I felt three kind eyes behind me. And a somewhat worried look. I feel half happy and half sad. Good news. Children do not resist their own contact. He can even be tolerant of his good brothers. You will greet him cordially when you see him. Just a way of saying hello. It needs to be improved somewhat. They all scared away his good brothers. Well, rush out the door. Carrying the Hogwarts Express overnight. But that wasn't what made him most uncomfortable. What really made him uncomfortable was the changes in the three women. How good were they once? Hermione was a little arrogant. But treats people very well. And longing for her friends. He is extremely fond of himself. Also very clinging to himself. The perfect child-rearing friend. Cassandra is a big tsundere though. Even arrogant. A bit unpleasant. But she has a kind heart. Arrogance just looks down on those dirty things. I just saw too many nasty people. Countless people go to please her every day. The kind words spoken and the generous gifts given were countless. She was already numb. Naturally, he looks down on others. Furthermore, her talent is extremely high. Even if it is within the children. Her talents are of the highest quality. Even Hermione couldn't compare to her. Because of a muggle thing since elementary school. The other has been learning magic since childhood. The comparison will come out. Although Zhongqiu has not known him for a long time. But it has been more than a month. And it was also mentioned in the original work. She has a gentle personality. Looks extremely cute. Just like a fairy sister descending to earth. But now it can still be cute. Even when you are gentle, you are extremely gentle. But when not gentle, can come up with ideas to castrate himself. This is put together. It's absolutely impossible. As for her Pansy, well, she's the most enduring one. From the time he met Pansy until now, Pansy's character remains basically unchanged. Just some changes in behavior. And the mentality. Resentment scares oneself from the very beginning. Crazy worship to this day. I wish I could touch my nose and look ridiculously handsome. This change almost made him think that Pansy had been brainwashed. What? Does she worship herself? That's okay. Brainwashing is great. Wash more often. It's true that those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. We can't continue like this, otherwise sooner or later, we will be pinched and then chopped off with a hammer. Crow frowned in thought. He was extremely curious at this time. Why can other time travelers have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I only flirted with it a few times. Why are things going dark? This goes on. Hatchet is just a matter of time. But now it was hovering over his good brother. And he looked at his good brother who had been captured. But he could only watch helplessly. We can only look forward to it before Caillou asks for help. Think of a way to move this knife away. Otherwise, the girls will gradually grow up. The mind is also becoming more mature. The blackening will definitely become more and more serious. Don't say it, then it's time to eat meat. It's great luck if you don't get caught by them. But he couldn't think of it for a while. Is there any way to prevent these girls from turning dark? Let them return to their original appearance of little fairies. Hey! Crow sighed. The brows are full of sorrow. What are you whispering about? Let me guess, are you trying to trick us with something? It's unlikely. Don't forget that there are so many things here. You can't just use that thing to fool us. But don't forget that they asked me to wear a suit of clothes. It must have something to do with the clothes, right? Otherwise, what's the point of asking us to wear them? Why don't we just show them to him? Actually, I agree with everything you said. Pansy was about to open her mouth to defend Crow. I felt 3 lines of sight next to me. The words of defense were immediately blocked in his mouth. Tangled for a while. Pansy still lowered her head and timidly agreed with the 3 women's views. Crow. It's not that I don't want to defend you. Their power is really terrifying. She can't stand it. The 3 women nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this. A faint smile appeared on the pretty faces. They were very satisfied with Pansy's answer. According to your wisdom, you shouldn't be able to guess what my surprise is, right? Well, I think you should have already guessed it, but you just didn't say it. Crow stopped in front of a black curtain. He turned around and looked at the 4 girls with a smile on his face. Life must go on. No matter how hard or tired I am. Nothing can affect him. Look at the passion for swimsuits. It doesn't matter whether he is naked or not when he is close to Zhu. Since I could lead them bad before. After that, why don't we just take them slowly? Besides, it's just a hatchet. At worst, he has been researching regeneration potions in the past few years. How much do you want to cut at that time? Then chop as much as you want. Cut off a head. It grew 9 heads. It can be called a 9-headed turtle. Turtle brain. It's almost Harry Potter's version of Hydra. 9-headed turtle. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Being able to enjoy the moment. Why think about future disasters? I don't know which one will come first, tomorrow or 600. Maybe he will be dumped tonight. Instead of thinking about what will happen in the future. It's better to focus on the present. Crow thought about this. My heart suddenly became enlightened. The evil smile returned to his face. The whole person's temperament also became elegant and free. The four girls also felt this keenly. After looking at each other for a few times, they didn't understand what was going on. We are not fools, or do you really think we are fools? Even if you think we are fools, you can't think we are deaf, right? The sound of water is so loud, do you think we can't hear it? We don't say it just to make you happy and make you feel that your surprise is very surprising. In fact, we guessed it from the time we saw these clothes. Really? Why, I guessed it, but I'm curious, why don't you bring us here first and then let us change clothes? You should try it. This clothes is really cold to wear. Pansy's words made the smiles of the three girls become kind again. When Pansy saw this, she knew she had said the wrong thing. Immediately he gave Crow an apologetic look. Then he lowered his head and shrank to the side. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. They were so nice to Crow. I definitely won't really hit him. Even if this is a fight. You won't fight to death, right? Pansy couldn't bear to cover her eyes. Just through the wide open fingers. But he clearly saw the domestic violence process of the three women. He twisted his ears and waist. The scene was extremely bloody. Crow hasn't been idle either. But fight back. He has always followed the principle of a gentleman speaking but not using his hands. So he chose to speak directly. Although it was a bit unpleasant to be bullied by the three girls. But if you can make a bargain, then there's no need to feel bad. But it's so exciting. It's rare to have such a good opportunity. What's more, Zhongqiu is still number one. If this doesn't make some money, it will be cheaper. Isn't that just a few blows I received in vain? He may not be able to do things that make him lose money. What? A scumbag who likes the new and hates the old? Are you kidding me? He just likes new things. It's not too long. After all, he is a very fair person. Since Zhongqiu's. Of course Hermione and Cassandra are also indispensable. It doesn't take a while. The three girls all blushed. Sitting on the ground with a look of helplessness. Crow, on the other hand, had a look of enjoyment. At the same time, he looked at Pansy. Although it is not stated explicitly. But Pansy knew exactly what he meant. After a little confusion. Just blushing. He walked up to Crow timidly. How sweet. Gardenia perfume? Oh, you know, it's a great smell. I love it. Crow smiled evilly. Scared Pansy quickly closed her eyes. And Crow wasn't polite either. After a while, someone sat on the ground. It went from 3 to 4. Hey, let me take you into the swimming pool. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. Crow rubbed his hands in anticipation. The four girls closed their eyes feeling helpless. Chapter 103. Hogwarts. This is right before Halloween. There was heavy snow in the sky. This majestic castle is dyed snow white. I'm so happy to see you change back. Next time, don't try these potions randomly. You don't understand potions and don't know their effects. It's easy for problems to arise. Crow patted Harry Potter's dress. He spoke with a smile on his face. You're right, but I've been a girl for 2 months and suddenly changed back. I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Harry Potter finished. He looked around cautiously a few more times. After seeing no one paying attention here. Then he spoke softly with a complicated look on his face. I think I'm in trouble again. I don't know who to ask for help. My best friends are you and Ronald, but I can't go to Ronald to discuss it, so I can only come to you. Harry Potter looked worried. Snowflakes fell on him. It feels like seeing a fairy in the snow. It's a pity that Crow can't appreciate it. Even a little nauseous. This feels like déjà vu. It's meant for certain people. For example, Snape is looking at this from the second floor window. And a certain loser boy hiding behind the stone pillar. A red-haired boy. Crow looked a little strange. But he didn't point out the hiding person. Instead, listen carefully to Harry Potter's continued story. But the more I listened to him, the weirder his expression became. His eyes would look back at a certain red-haired boy from time to time. That's what happened. I really don't know what to do now. You know, he is a good friend of mine. I don't want to, but he is really. And Professor Snape, Harry Potter was about to cry. What is all this about? Out of nowhere, he puts on women's clothing. And inexplicably turned into a girl. Now my good brother. Actually want to. Think hard about yourself. Let's put a man on top of a man. This put him in a dilemma. On one side is Professor Snape. On the other side is Ronald. His whole head was enlarged. I wish this was all a dream. When I woke up from the dream, I was still living under the narrow stairs. But the heavy truth had to be made clear to him. None of this is a dream. But the tragic fact. There were literally two perverts who wanted him. So what are you struggling with now? Who to choose to be with? Really or fake? You won't really be. Crow subconsciously took 2 steps back. Looking at Harry Potter with some horror. Originally it was just to farm treasure chests. I didn't expect this would be the result. Harry Potter actually. What the hell kind of ending is this? Originally he thought the matter was over. Now it seems. Where is the end? It's just the beginning. Well, the beginning for Harry Potter. After all, there is such a thing as a love triangle, very stable. It is difficult for ordinary people to shake a stable person. No one can get in at all. Including women. I don't know, I just don't know how to solve it, I'm not. Do you have any solution to get the best of both worlds? Harry Potter stammered for a long time. But I couldn't explain why. He could only look up at Crow with expectant eyes. Hopefully he can figure this out. After all, it was the idea of women's clothing last time. It was Crow who helped him out. If only by himself. You may not be able to figure it out even if you break your brain. Although this method has little effect. But it's not Crow's fault. The blame lies with Snape's sexual orientation. That's why he wanted Crow to help him find a way. Not to mention returning to the ordinary life before. At least you don't have to be caught between two people. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee it. One day in my sleep I was. It's time to search for something. It's difficult for you to handle, but after all, it happened because of me, so I will naturally help you find a solution. Don't worry, first figure out what result you want. Crow's eyes wandered. From time to time he glanced at Snape by the window. Another sweep of red-haired Ronald. If it were yellow hair. Then Snape can be called the master of suffering. The kind of person who suffers twice in a row. Snape grimaced. Keenly aware of Crow's gaze. But he didn't hide. Instead, she looked at him openly. There was no change in the expression on his face. It can only be seen from the clenched fists. The real emotion in his heart. As for the red-haired Ronald. His back was to Crow. He didn't notice Crow's gaze at all. But that didn't stop him from hearing Crow's words. Also included are the words of Harry Potter. At this time, his heart was full of complexity. Q, your roommate and friend turned into a beautiful woman one day. What would you do? Especially after 2 months in a row. Harry Potter's defense against him was low. Not to mention often changing clothes in front of him. This is a common thing. The worst thing is that Harry Potter doesn't feel it himself. He is an ignorant boy after all, right? How can you resist such temptation? No one can survive this. 2 months' time. It made him very curious about Harry Potter's body. At the same time, I also had an indescribable feeling towards him. A very strange feeling. Like, possessive? He doesn't know what love is. But I am sure that I am in love with Harry Potter. Just a weird possessiveness. There used to be some, but very few. But that was what he was thinking at the time. Savior Harry Potter has only one good friend, himself. Only he is his best friend. This comes from his family. His belongings were often robbed by his brothers. Good things will come to my sister. Instead of it being his turn. It's rare to be friends with the famous wizard Harry Potter. He naturally didn't want Harry Potter to be friends with anyone else. As for the possessiveness now. He couldn't tell. That's why I say it's a strange possessiveness. A strong sense of tension is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected strong I just want to go back to the ordinary life before. Professor Snape treats me very well, and I respect him very much. I don't know how to refuse his kindness. Harry Potter looked troubled. What he said made Snape's face livid. Ronald looked excited. How awesome are you, Professor Snape? It's a little exciting to think about it. So you choose Ronald? Oh, poor Professor Snape. But if this is what you wish, I think you can tell him directly. After all, it is better to speak directly than to beat around the bush. Just say what's on your mind, it's better for everyone. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. Silently hold a few seconds of silence for Snape in your heart. Poor Professor Snape. It's okay if Lily didn't choose him in the first place. Now Harry Potter still didn't choose him. Thanks to him for creating so many conditions for Snape. Hey, it's really disappointing. If you have this condition. Cassandra and the others have long been obsessed with themselves. No, I didn't mean that, and I didn't choose Ronald. What I meant was, I don't know how to refuse. Harry Potter lowered his head. The tone was full of sentimentality. Professor Snape is very kind to me. I can't refuse him. Even if he was a pervert before, I can't deny that he is kind to me. Ronald is my best friend, just like you. I can't say no to him. I know it would be nice to just say it, but I just can't. What should I do? Harry Potter looked sad. The words that were spoken made Ronald's face change. Becoming as embarrassed as Snape. Instead it was Snape. The livid complexion softened slightly. In that case, then don't say anything and just let nature take its course. I think after today, your situation of being a man will change. Of course, the premise is that you believe what I say. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. Put yourself with Ronald. Isn't this a bit insulting? I finally found 4 children to support in 3 months. Every one of them is first-class beautiful. On the other hand, Ronald. Let's not talk about bending. Still can't take it off. It's so sad. And the most important thing. Harry Potter talks like that. It makes him seem like a crooked man. But he opened his mouth. Still haven't spoken out the words. Harry Potter's current situation is partly because of himself. If he hadn't plotted against them in the first place, he wouldn't be in the current situation. At this time, if you tell him again that I am not your good friend, then he is really not a human being. Harry Potter probably has to do it himself. And Harry Potter was indeed his friend. Just not good friends. Well, that's the kind. He didn't contact me for a month. You can't even remember who he is. Oh no. No contact for a year. The kind that I will never remember. Of course I believe you. Otherwise I wouldn't come to you. But what should I do? Will it hurt their hearts? I don't want to hurt them. Harry Potter looked at Crow expectantly. He knew Crow had an idea. After all, he is Crow. Throughout Hogwarts, I'm afraid there are few people smarter than Crow. You don't have to do anything. As for whether it will make them sad, I think it won't. After all, you didn't do anything, right? Go back and wait quietly, this matter will have its own results. Crow patted Harry Potter on the shoulder. His eyes met with Snape's upstairs. Snape grimaced. He turned around and left coldly. Crow smiled with satisfaction. Then he turned to look at where Ronald was hiding. I saw that he had already left. Suddenly the smile became even bigger. He did this. But he has no regrets. It looked like he was the only one profiting. But it's not. He is not the only one who really benefits. Harry Potter and others also benefited. This is a win-win situation. Harry Potter may now be in a love triangle. Even more so, both the left and right are men. Pill sooner or later. But compared to the original plot, at most, he is in sadistic love now. Rather than a life and death crisis. And Snape and Ronald. Snape should really thank himself. In a sense. I am his true savior. After all, Nagini became his own Horcrux. Voldemort's gaze also shifted to himself. How much I helped him. It even dug several holes for Harry Potter. As long as he can catch it, Harry Potter can be said to be at his fingertips. It's a pity. Snape is useless. Now a little red hair pops up directly. Ready to say hello to him. Now Snape was in a bad situation. As for Ronald, he took Hermione away from him. Why do you still care about his reaction? If he talks too much nonsense, then throw a fire shield to protect yourself. Then he will never dare to talk nonsense. Snort. What he looked down upon the most were these little yellow men poaching. Especially Ronald is not an orthodox yellow guy yet. Well, except myself. All other little yellow hairs. They all deserve to die. I know, thank you for helping me. Harry Potter was confused though. But I still thanked Crow gratefully. Since Crow said so. That certainly makes sense. All you have to do is follow suit. A strong feeling of gratitude is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, Crow said goodbye to Harry Potter. Did not choose to go to the auditorium restaurant. Instead, head straight to the back garden club. This took more than a month. He has been practicing magic with Professor Flitwick. With the blessing of super talented black and white wizards. The progress is amazing. Basically, it's a curse. He only needs to learn it once. It can be displayed. But just casting. It's not that he has mastered this curse. But with the blessing of talent. It's not difficult to master a spell. On average, it takes about 3 days to master a magic spell. It means being able to perform it skillfully. It's just a pity. The level of these magics is not high. In addition, he was not concentrating on training. So most of them are only level 3-4. But these low-level magics. It's not bad to have this level. At least it can be performed stably. Even if it's a real fight. These low-level magic spells are also out of the question. Is the fire shield not strong enough? Or is the water prison not cool enough? Or is Avada Kedavra not green enough? Release anyone. It can kill a group of people instantly. So a real fight. There is no need to use those low-level magic spells at all. Crow pondered. One side, Wang Ziahao, sat on the sofa with some excitement. After saving for more than 2 months, it's enough. The system will directly synthesize it for me. Look at the treasure chest in the system. Crow was extremely excited. 2 whole months. He has been saving the treasure chest until now. I was stunned that no one dared to open it. That heart-wrenching feeling. It made him want to jump up and punch Voldemort twice. Let's vent this anxious mood. Voldemort, what did I do to you? Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 gold treasure chests and successfully synthesizing a king's treasure chest. It has been detected that the host has 10 king treasure chests and has reached the system advancement conditions. Does the host advance to the system? Note, there is only one chance to advance the system. If you miss it, you will not be able to advance again. Note, new functions will be opened after the system is upgraded. Please check the details by the host after the system is upgraded. A series of system prompts. Leaving Crow stunned on the spot. The excitement faded from his face. My pants are all off. But you told me, the bed is gone? Did you do it on purpose? Are you threatening me? Why didn't you say before that you can still advance? Now I have finally saved 10 king treasure chests and are ready to open them. Just run away. Let's talk about this. Crow looked angry. Anyone can see it. This is obviously done intentionally by the system. The hint at the end is more obvious. Just threatening him. If you don't advance, then there will be no chance to advance. The system does not threaten the host, nor does it hide anything. The advanced instructions have already been passed into the host's mind. Please check it yourself. Note, the advanced instructions have already been transmitted and are not currently transmitted by the system. Crow's face stiffened with anger. Especially the last sentence. He didn't even know what words to use to describe his mood. This is obviously what he is saying. I know you want to wrong me. So I predict your prediction. So that you can't open your mouth and accuse me unjustly. This operation made Crow suspicious. This damn system, isn't it a spirit? Chapter 104. You're cruel. Upgrade me. If I'm not satisfied after the upgrade, we'll both be banned. After struggling for a while, Crow gritted his teeth. He spoke fiercely. Consumption of 10 king treasure chests, system upgrade officially begins, estimated upgrade completion time, unknown. Upgrade progress, 1%, 1.12%. Note, during the system upgrade period, all functions are unavailable, please pay attention to the host. Note, because the system takes too long to advance, the treasure box acquisition function can still be turned on. Please feel free to obtain the treasure chest. Look at this slow progress. Crow almost spat out blood. Dog system, you are cruel. Give it to me. Although the operation of the dog system made him angry. But there was nothing he could do. Although the threat of the system made him unhappy. But very useful. God knows if what it says is true. What if it's true? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Hey, I've been hunting geese all day long, but the geese pecked my eyes out. In the past, I was the one who threatened the system, but now it's better, this damn thing has become more sophisticated, and it actually threatens me. Crow sighed. Although the system did send him the instructions a long time ago. But a normal person. Who will read the manual? Plus that thing is smelly and long. It was useless for him to look at it. Shouldn't it be that you don't know what you shouldn't know? Crow sighed. Then he spoke fiercely. Don't let me catch the chance, otherwise I will definitely let you know what cruelty is. Finished. He stood up reluctantly. Tonight is the college party. It's a day off tomorrow. Well. Christmas off. So he must go tonight. Most importantly, he was hungry. Although I was very angry with the system. But people are like iron, rice and steel. I feel hungry if I don't eat a meal. Eat what you have to eat. Drink when you have to. I was so angry that I had no one to help me. Hey? Fairy Luna is 1 year below Harry Potter. Doesn't that mean, she is going to school? My harem, the treasure girl group is going to grow again. Crow paused. When I think of this. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise. Of course, the reason for being happy is not just because of Fairy Luna. There is another very important reason. I wonder if the thing I refined is useful. I think Vivian can run through the Hogwarts Express with it, right? After all, the raw material of that thing is the precious magic stone. Crow rubbed his chin. Think about the use of your masterpiece. During this time, he wasn't just practicing magic spells with Professor Flitwick. 323 also researched a lot of magic potions. And the most important thing. An item that allows Vivian to race the Hogwarts Express. The main material is the magic stone. Relying on the strong magic power of the magic stone. Provide a steady stream of motivation to Vivian. Let her run without restraint. Exhausted physical strength. It will also recover quickly under the influence of the magic stone. Plus the special utensils he made. It would make her speed soar. It won't consume your energy. It will not harm the body. Chasing the Hogwarts Express like that. Absolutely awesome. Of course. If Aurora grows up. Then he doesn't need to prepare these things. After all, flying dragons fly very fast. Plus they're huge. Just shake the wings. You can fly very far. Adult flying dragon. Not with the blessing of any props. The flight speed is comparable to the Hogwarts Express. If it is a flying dragon that is good at flying. It's not impossible to surpass the Hogwarts Express. I just don't know how many people can see my performance. Will I have to find 2 dragsters to make them notice me? After all, Vivian's size is too small. Crow pondered as he walked. I have long forgotten about the system. In fact, it doesn't matter to him whether the system is upgraded or not. After all, what was prescribed before? It was enough for him to walk sideways in the wizarding world. I was lying down and being carried around. That's considered walking sideways. But there is super talent. Even if there is no system. Just give him enough time to grow. Then he can still hammer Voldemort. As for Dumbledore? This old naughty boy is pretty good to himself. Stop stepping on him. Let's wait until next time. Hogwarts Great Hall Restaurant. At this time, the 4 major colleges were at the dining table. The seats are already packed. The little wizards looked extremely excited. The semester is over. They can't wait to go home. Show your parents what you have learned. Then get praise from your parents. Even Hermione was no exception. She also really wanted to see Mr. and Mrs. Granger. When you see yourself using magic, what will be the reaction? You must be proud of yourself, right? Hermione clasped her hands together. Her beautiful eyes are full of longing. I think Uncle and Aunt Granger would be proud of you. Well, I'm proud of you too. Crow rubbed Hermione's little head. His eyes were full of tenderness. Hermione could be said to have been with him all the way. If I hadn't met Hermione that day, I'm afraid he'll go the other way. Or starve to death on the roadside. Eaten by wild dogs. So Hermione in a sense. He is his own savior. And he originally liked Hermione very much. I think she has a different kind of contrasting cuteness. He obviously looked very proud. But sometimes it's silly and cute. He couldn't help but want to rub her little head. I'm proud of you too, and your parents will be proud of you too. You know they care about you. Of course, they don't care about me coming too much. Hermione had just finished her sensational words. I immediately regretted it. A long-lasting relationship. Let her understand a truth. Don't give Crow too much sweetness. Otherwise, Crow will definitely kick his nose in the face. Then there will be trouble. So Hermione changed her words. Pretend to be arrogant. But he didn't know that she looked so cute in contrast. Looking at it, Crow wanted to rub her little head even more. He thought so and did so. Your hairstyle is really good today, In fact, it's pretty good every day, isn't it? Oh, my Merlin's beard, I think I should go back, Professor Snape will be angry if I don't say anything. Crow ruffled Hermione's hair recklessly. Before she could react. Then he turned around and left. A disheveled Hermione was left standing there. He looked helplessly at Crow's back. This guy is really going too far. Hermione said though. But there was a smile on his face. Crow took her very seriously. How could she not think so highly of Crow? Well, it's almost as important as Mr. and Mrs. Granger's status in her heart. Ronald, who was not far away, saw all this. He just curled his lips in disdain. He hates Crow. It can even be said to be hatred. Because Crow always steals his spotlight. But the conversation between Crow and Harry Potter just now. Let him. It was as if he had grown up instantly. Deep hatred in the past. It also became extremely shallow at this moment. But it still exists. As for why it exists. He hasn't eaten so much delicious food on Christmas Eve. Crow fed him so much dog food. I am full. And Ronald secretly glanced at Harry Potter. Before Harry Potter found out. He quickly turned his head. Continue to act as if nothing has happened. If only he could be with Harry Potter. A strong emotion of joy is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. Crow had just walked back to the Slytherin table. Pansy, who had been waiting for a long time, grabbed her. Hey, Crow, do you know? I think Cassandra and I can go back with you directly. People in my family think that me being able to go to the duel competition means that I have grown up. You know, they all hope that I can master magic instead of wasting time on meaningless things. Of course, I don't feel that what I do is meaningless, but that it is of great significance. Pansy looked excited. The tone of his speech was also very exciting. In fact, she sees things more clearly than anyone else. His family has begun to decline. If it declines to a certain extent in the future, I may be arranged to get married. That wasn't what she wanted to see happen. She also doesn't want to marry someone she doesn't know. She understands this. The mind has also become more mature than that of his peers. This is also the reason why she wants to intercept Crow in advance. Crow may not be able to prevent the family's decline. He wasn't even from a pure-blood family. But he has enough talent. Well, talented in various aspects. She was certain. Crow will definitely become famous in the future. If you want to conquer Crow again then. The difficulty can be imagined. And at that time, my own family. I'm afraid it will also completely decline. Then approach Crow yourself. It is easy for him to doubt whether he wants to rely on him to save the family. It's time to have feelings. It is no longer pure. Even if Crow is really with her. It won't last long either. Well, at least in the books her nanny reads. That's how it's written. So get to Crow's side in advance. Everything fell into place. There is no better choice than this. Oh, of course. If she is willing to marry. Then marriage might also be a good choice. After all, the marriage partner will most likely be a pure blood. It's a pity that she doesn't like marriage. Just like those books said. You have to fight for your feelings. Instead of waiting for God to arrange it. This is really good news. But I don't think Hermione's house can accommodate so many people. But... Crow paused. He saw the two women looking at him. He then continued with a smile on his face. But we are wizards, wizards who can do magic. And I can also do the traceless telescopic spell. I don't think you will dislike me, right? It shouldn't be uncomfortable to live in my room, right? You can rest assured that I won't do anything strange to you. At most, I'll just rub, cough. I actually like to be clean, so you can stay in my room without worry. Crow hasn't finished speaking yet. He noticed Cassandra's death gaze. All he could do was cough. Change the subject. Again. This is not about being afraid of old age, good friends. Just a good friend who spoils children and raises. Hey! A good person like myself. How many more are there in the world? Crow shook his head with emotion. I think Hermione would also be willing to squeeze in with us, what do you think? Our noble wizard? Oh, by the way. Did our wizard forget something? Wizards are strictly prohibited from using magic in the Muggle world. Cassandra crossed her arms. Looking at Crow with amusement. As the recipient of the first-level badge of Sir Merlin, I think you should know this, right? Oh, of course, maybe you have some privileges. After all, you saved the wizarding world not long ago. Cassandra spoke sarcastically. How could she not hear that Crow was lying to them? Even if there is really no room to live in. So why not expand Hermione's room with a seamless retracting charm? Why can't I live out? Is it because the night bus is not fast enough? Or are they too poor to afford housing? Obviously not. This is just pure deception. Crow first instilled ideas into them. Make them feel like they should live in the Crow room. Thus ignoring Hermione's room. As for why she knows so well? Well, I've been fooled a lot. She's not a fool who doesn't have a long memory. You can definitely guess something. Otherwise, she wouldn't be called Cassandra. Just change his name to Idiot Della. Ah! I also want to be with Crow, Hermione should be very welcoming to us, I think so too. Pansy hadn't finished her words of disappointment. Just saw Cassandra's friendly smile. The words in his mouth stopped. After struggling for a second. Stand decisively next to Cassandra. He nodded in agreement. What a joke. This is Cassandra. She can't play with this woman. What? Doesn't she want to stay with Crow? Wouldn't it be better to please Crow? Are you kidding me? Is it useful to please Crow? It works. But it's of little use. If Cassandra and the other girls exclude her, she definitely couldn't stay any longer. And she's not Crow's servant. Why should you please him? Feelings are always mutual. It only works if you respect each other. A strong feeling of helplessness is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. I don't care about the system. Even if a king's treasure chest is revealed at this time, what's the use? Can it be turned on or something? I don't know where to upgrade the system. Where does he go to open the treasure chest? Not to mention just a few gold treasure chests. This would even less interest him. Crow waved his hand. He shook his head slightly disappointed. Sure enough, you still don't believe me. Before you were in the club. I didn't do anything to you. Now you still don't believe me? Could it be that I'm so strong that you can't resist me? The two women heard this. His expression suddenly changed. Both hands subconsciously hugged the baby granary. He took 2 steps back with a wary look on his face. Crow's mouth twitched even more when he saw this. Why does it keep getting more and more wrong the more you talk? I. Ding ding ding. Crow's words of explanation haven't come out yet. The familiar sound of glass clinking sounded again. The noisy auditorium suddenly fell into silence. Crow could only sit down in his seat helplessly. Children now. It's getting harder and harder to fool people. How is it like before? One is fooling and the other is accurate. Not anymore. They all learn smartly. And that dog system. It's understandable that a few female academics are elite. If you don't learn well, that's the problem. But what can we learn from a system? Is he really a sperm? Crow secretly complained. But he didn't notice the smiling expressions on Cassandra and Pansy's faces. Looking at Crow with his head lowered. The two women looked at each other funny. At the same time he shook his head. This is the first time they have seen Crow show such a posture. It's so funny. Especially Cassandra. Crow had made it impossible for her to step down several times before. And there was nothing she could do. But it's different now. Now it's Crow's turn to step down. It's their turn to bully Crow. This feeling, a word. So cool. A strong sense of excitement is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Intense, detected. Chapter 105. I think all of you are very reluctant to leave Hogwarts, right? Well, the professors and I are also very sad to see you. I hope you will perform better next school year. Dumbledore stood up. The old face is full of kind smile. Hear his words. The students below immediately started talking. They were both emotional and sad. A few months of getting along more or less made them develop feelings for each other. Reluctant to part with this brief separation. Ding ding. Okay, everyone, be quiet. I have a few more words to say. Dumbledore knocked his glass again. The noisy environment also became quiet again. The students who were talking to each other all turned their heads. Looked at Dumbledore. Waiting for what he has to say. There have been many changes this school year, including a very serious one, but it was solved by our new student, Mr. Wells from Slytherin. As for what this incident is, I can't go into details, but I can tell you. This incident will affect you, your family, and even the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. While turning his attention to Crow, he raised his glass in his hand. Give him a slight nod. Make a toast gesture. Then he drank the red wine in the glass. It's not that he wants Crow to be in the limelight. Not that he really wanted others to know that. Just what he thinks. Voldemort was trained by him. He even sneaked into Hogwarts. Possessed by Quirrell. He only made some guesses. But it's never certain. Also afraid of disturbing the situation. This is why he didn't take direct action against Quirrell. Did not expect. It took so long. He missed Quirrell's telltale. It was finally caught by Crow. Crow's approach is even more radical. He actually went to fight Voldemort and Quirrell alone. You know, that's Voldemort. Even if it's just a remnant soul. It doesn't have much power. But it's comparable to elite Aurors. In addition, Quirrell's strength is not bad either. Otherwise, I wouldn't be admitted to Hogwarts. Become the defense against the dark arts professor here. Rao is the case. A new student who has just entered school. Actually wiped them out together. There was also Zhang in the middle. Although the process is suspected of being tricky. But the results speak for themselves. Isn't it? Plus he feels guilty about Crow. That's why he made the gesture of toasting. Otherwise, now in the entire wizarding world, not many people can make him do this. Well, Harry Potter barely counted. After all, he was the one who sent him to Fenning's house. Although his parents were killed by Voldemort. But this cannot be changed after all. The fact that Voldemort is his student. So he felt a lot of guilt about Harry Potter. Oh, I think we should also toast Mr. Wells. After all, this matter is a hidden danger for the entire Hogwarts. If that person succeeds, the consequences will be Mr. Wells. Thank you very much for your contribution. Professor McGonagall also stood up. Pick up the glass and drink it in one gulp. The reason why she did it. Not trying to please anyone. Just a simple thank you, Crow. After all, it was about Voldemort. She didn't notice it at all. If Voldemort really obtained the Philosopher's Stone. If successfully resurrected. The consequences. By then the whole of Hogwarts. I'm afraid they will all be reduced to hell on earth. Even if Hogwarts has protective magic. It's of no use at all. Because Voldemort had already sneaked into Hogwarts. The effect of the guardian magic will naturally be ineffective. On the contrary. Instead, the guardian magic will become his support. The entire Hogwarts will also become a base camp for Death Eaters. At that time, even the top wizards in the UK will form a group. I'm afraid they can't even defeat Hogwarts. That would be really too much trouble. The other professors saw this. They also got up one after another. He raised the wine glass in his hand towards Crow. Finish the drink in one gulp. Well, there is still one person sitting and watching the show. That's right. It's Grindelwald. Why doesn't he get up and toast? Why is he toasting? Hogwarts is not his family. He wasn't worried about Hogwarts either. And he already knew that Dumbledore suspected Quirrell. That magic stone is a fishing bait. Used to catch Quirrell and Voldemort. It's just that Dumbledore's plan doesn't go well. In other words, stillborn. Haven't had time to execute that yet. The result is the fish to be caught. It has been roasted by Crow with flames. What else is fishing for? Every time I think of this, Grindelwald couldn't help laughing. Dumbledore shrank. But it's a rare thing. And I didn't eat it once or twice. This Crow is a genius. The philosophy is the same as mine. Unfortunately. Otherwise he will definitely become his heir. Continue to do your original grand undertaking. It's a pity that Crow sees things too clearly. Otherwise. Grindelwald thought of this. The smile on his face disappeared. Instead it was filled with regret. A strong emotion of regret is detected. Get reward, Diamond Treasure Box. Detected rich, see the professors in action. The students from the 4 major colleges immediately exploded. There was a lot of discussion. While turning his gaze towards Crow, his eyes were full of shock and surprise. The little devil of Hogwarts. What exactly was done? Not only did he win an award from the Ministry of Magic, obtained the first-class badge of Sir Merlin. Now it has been praised by professors. What an honor is this! If only 1 o'clock. Someone who could become a Hogwarts professor. But there is no ordinary person. Each one is a unique wizard. An existence that can be ranked high in the entire wizarding world. Especially Dumbledore. He is also known as the greatest white wizard. What kind of title is this? Row is so. Dumbledore still toasted Crow. Still the first to pay homage. His tone was extremely grateful. The strongest white wizard. Toast a 10-year-old? Are you still very grateful to him? If it wasn't what they saw with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Well, no one would believe a 10-year-old drinking. For example, old Tom from the Leaky Cauldron. As for whether you believe Dumbledore will toast, that's an unknown. After all, this has never happened. No one in the wizarding world can let him do this. Including the patriarchs of major pureblood families. And senior officials from the Ministry of Magic. Nothing can do this. What happened? You haven't said anything. We asked Sister Zhongqiu, but she didn't tell us either. You. I think there is a reason why Crow didn't say it, right? Didn't Professor Dumbledore say it too? We can't say more about this matter. It's best not to know anything. Cassandra looked at Pansy speechlessly. She often thinks. What happened to this world? Pansy looks pretty good. Not a bad life experience. Not a bad character either. And so is talent. But why would she move closer to Crow? Can't you see it? Is Crow a pervert in a childish guise? It's too late for others to dodge. She actually took the initiative to move up? This is somewhat difficult to understand. That's all. Pansy still often sides with Crow. Obviously what Crow said. Things to do. Others will know something is wrong when they see it. But she just felt that Crow did the right thing. I believe everything Crow said. She is simply a little fangirl than a little fangirl. Some people may say that Crow is the reincarnation of Merlin. She has to believe it. Then he hugged Crow and shouted excitedly. Well, 100% thing. Sometimes she really does. I'm afraid this little girl is hopeless, right? He will probably be eaten to death by Crow in this life. Still the kind who has no resistance at all. Don't she understand? If you want to capture a man's heart, you have to. Just. Cassandra frowned and shook her head. How does she know what she wants? Is that what a 10-year-old child like her should be thinking about? Obviously not. Didn't I say that? I went to save the wizarding world, otherwise how could I get the first level badge? Crow shook his head with a half-smile. He raised his glass and returned the greetings to Dumbledore and others. Then he turned and looked at the 2 women. Dumbledore and others gave him face like this. Naturally, he couldn't let others down. After all, face is such a thing. It's always given to each other. If you don't give others face, how can you think that others can give you face? If you don't want to say it, don't say it. At least you are still alive. That's good, isn't it? But I think you won't do such uncertain things. Because you are Crow will. Cassandra was angry. Instead, he looked at Crow with a smile. although she was curious about what Crow had been through. But since Crow doesn't want to say it, then she won't force him. After all, it's over. Go ask Crow again. What's the point? Crow was not injured. He was still sitting next to himself. Isn't this enough? Is there anything else you wish for? Or something else? Could it be more important than this? I guess there shouldn't be one, right? At least in her opinion. Nothing can compare to this. Well, if you really want to know, I will consider telling you. But the details of this will depend on your performance. After all, you are someone who dislikes even living with me. Crow smiled pointedly. Cassandra rolled her eyes speechlessly. Can you be more serious? This is not a good joke. I think you should learn from it, or just give up. After all, you may not have any talent for humor. No, I think it's very good, indeed, you should learn it. Pansy didn't finish her sentence. A turn of conditioned reflex. Fast. Even Cassandra's death gaze didn't have time to look over. See, Pansy is so wise. Cassandra couldn't help but smile approvingly at her. It seems like this silly girl. Isn't there no help at all? Following Crow might not be such a bad thing. But all things went according to his will. That's definitely a bad thing. According to Crow's character. What he wants is someone he can get along with. Instead of relying on his puppet for everything. What's the difference between that and finding a wooden person? Crow, I'm not. I didn't. Stop talking nonsense. A strong emotion of surprise is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, knight. Slytherin dormitory. Crow leaned against the big snake Nagini. With extremely deep eyes. Looking at standing in front of the bed. The three little ones kept their heads down and didn't dare to look up. I originally thought that you were just a little naughty and playful, but I didn't expect that you actually have such amazing skills. I went to a banquet, and when I came back, you tore apart all the furniture in the dormitory. Tell me, how did they provoke you? Well, I guess they were the first ones to do it, right? Crow crossed his arms. He looked at the three little ones with speechless expressions. Anyone can come back and take a look. My own house is a mess. All the furniture was in tatters. It's like being robbed. Who can stand this? He even really thought there was a burglar. I also wondered if Voldemort had been resurrected in advance. Then come to yourself. Looking for the Philosopher's Stone? Until he saw it. Three little ones were squatting on the ground grilling fish while holding a bedboard. Only then did he understand what it meant to be speechless. Your sister. What's wrong with you? Do you have to dismantle the bed? If he hadn't come back quickly. Successfully saved the half-burned bedboard. And restored it with magic. I'm afraid he really has to think about where to sleep tonight. Yes. I'm sorry, Ma, we didn't mean it, we just wanted to taste the grilled fish. Vivian said timidly. When she spoke. He also didn't forget to wink at the two little ones beside him. Signaling them to answer the call. Quack. Ouch. Aurora and Xiao Qingluan are also very loyal. They chirped several times together. He seemed to agree with Vivian's words. Crow and Nagini couldn't laugh or cry when they saw this scene. The two looked at each other. They all shook their heads helplessly. Forget it, this time it won't be an exception. If you dare to tear down your home next time, I will deal with you. Crow looked helpless. The three little ones heard this. He suddenly looked excited. Stand up quickly. Run towards the grilled fish which is still hot. It's still in the shape of a fish, barely. Nothing can be seen. Crow winked at Nagini. At the same time, he reluctantly got up from her arms. I think you should regrill some fish for them, otherwise they will definitely get upset. Oh, that would be really bad, Nagini heard this. He immediately covered his red lips and chuckled a few times. She knew that Crow felt sorry for the three little ones. Not really angry either. Otherwise, she would have dissuaded her just now. Don't worry, Master, my grilling skills are pretty good compared to theirs. Nagini stood up obediently. He walked towards the three little ones who were worrying about the black charcoal grilled fish. Crow saw this. A relieved smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that I would experience all the things I had never experienced in my previous life. Others raised dogs to tear down their homes, but I was so good at it. I raised dragons, phoenixes, and horses to tear down their homes. Thankfully, this is Hogwarts. I won't feel bad if it's demolished. Professor Dumbledore should be the one who feels bad. But it's better to prevent things like demolishing your home. Crow shook his head with a smile on his face. He had seen it online in his previous life. There are many videos of dogs and cats tearing apart homes. But he didn't feel deeply about those things. Plus, being a social animal, it's hard to support yourself. Not to mention those things. So he never had a dog or cat. I have never experienced what it feels like to tear down a home. I originally thought it would never happen in this life. I didn't expect that. Cats and dogs are indeed not raised. Little Vivian finally gave herself this surprise. But he wasn't just angry. Just a little helpless. These 3 little ones of my own. I'm afraid it has 2 attributes. Even the smartest little Qingluan. I was also led astray. Luckily Eve lives in the owl dormitory. Otherwise, the 4 little ones would just tear the house apart. That scene. Dumbledore's blood pressure definitely shot up. Crow shook his head. Get rid of distracting thoughts from your mind. Turn on the system again. Watch the slow progress above. He immediately started complaining with a speechless look on his face. This system is really stupid. It's just a matter of picking up my king's treasure chest, but it's so laborious to advance. At this speed, it will take years and months to complete the advancement. This system of becoming a spirit is disgraceful. Chapter 106. Vertical Sun. Hogwarts Station in the early morning. At this time, it was already surrounded by students who were going home. Especially freshmen. All extremely excited. I can't wait to share my experience at Hogwarts. Just this one, we can still fit in enough space if we're crowded. It doesn't matter. If you can't sit up, my legs are fine. I can stand. But you shouldn't do that, right? To be honest, my legs are quite fleshy and should be very soft when I sit on them. You guys can really try it. Cassandra just smiled. Immediately win over. He rolled his eyes at Crow angrily. Who wants to sit on your lap? I think about these bad things every day. If I change workshops, I won't even take the Hogwarts Express, and I won't sit on your lap. If she doesn't sit down, I'll sit down. Cassandra just finished speaking. Pansy raised her hand impatiently. As soon as this statement came out, both were holding Cassandra's arms. Hermione and Zhongqiu were still packing their luggage. Even Crow. All eyes widened. Looking at Pansy in disbelief. What's wrong? I'm not heavy. I'm very light. I won't hurt you. Pansy pursed her lips a little aggrievedly. She doesn't understand. It was obviously an invitation from Crow. She agreed but got this look. Could it be that Cassandra could sit? Can't you do it yourself? Is he heavier than her? Or do you mean that you are uglier than her? Or does Crow dislike him? Pansy lowered her little head in grievance. Sure enough, you are the one being excluded, right? How happy she had been before. How wronged she is now. Big tears also rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Pansy sobbed uncontrollably. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. He reached out and rubbed Pansy's little head. He held her in his arms sadly. No matter how stupid you are still the treasure girl you have chosen. And it's better to be stupid. 430 is easy to fool if you are stupid. Not like Cassandra and the others. You will learn to be smart by fooling around. They will all turn around and bully themselves. Of course it's okay if you want to sit there, but, you also know that it's very dangerous to ride in a car without wearing a seat belt. But if you sit on my lap, you don't have a seat belt. Pansy raised her head, red eyes looked at Crow sadly. She pursed her red lips. I felt even more aggrieved. Crow said as much. You must not want to sit down, right? Sure enough, I am. But don't worry. It doesn't matter if you don't have a seat belt. I can hold you with both hands and it will act as a seat belt. But what? Pansy's mood at this moment could be described as going from heaven to hell. Heard Crow half-sentence. She couldn't wait to ask. Cassandra and her daughter looked at each other. He shook his head helplessly. They knew without guessing. What is Crow trying to say? He must be trying to take advantage of Pansy. And Pansy will probably be very excited. There was no hint of Crow's plot. Hey! They have never seen such a stupid and adorable person. Obviously Crow was just joking at first. In the end, Pansy took it seriously. The three women looked at each other again. They nodded to each other tacitly. Pansy needs some education. Otherwise she will definitely be bullied to death by Crow. It seems that this matter will be put on the agenda as soon as possible. A strong emotion of anticipation is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, as you know, I didn't have time to eat in the morning, so I had to pack my luggage. Originally, I wanted to eat something in the car, but I wouldn't be able to eat if I hold you in my arms, so. Crow hesitated to speak. There was also a very troubled look on his face. The three Cassandra girls rolled their eyes. Got it. Exactly as they guessed. Crow started digging a hole. It's still a super obvious big hole. I just don't know if Pansy can see it. Zhongqiu opened his mouth to remind him. But he was caught by Hermione and Cassandra. She looked at the two women with extremely puzzled eyes. Ask them why they are holding themselves back. Then the two women just shook their heads. Didn't say much. Joke. If you speak at this time. Pansy didn't say whether she believed it or not. They will definitely be targeted by Crow. That's all the way. I guess I have to battle wits with Crow. So I still can't. So I need you to feed me, you know, my hands are acting as safety belts, this is for your safety. I think you won't let me starve, right? Pansy hadn't finished her words of disappointment. Crow interrupted with a smile on his face. At the same time, he reached out and rubbed her baby fat face. I'm a very bad person, so bad, it's hard to describe. If you try to get close to me like this, you'll be eaten up and wiped clean. Not even a bit of bone or dregs will be left. Crow lowered his head to Pansy's ear. He didn't lower his voice at all. He didn't hide what he said. So his words also reached the ears of the three women. They all showed angry and helpless expressions. Especially Hermione and Cassandra. They already knew Crow's virtues. Well. I just found out it was too late. Crow the hunter. They have been captured. Now I want to break free. There is no door at all. As for Zhongqiu. Although she didn't have much contact with Crow. But as Ravenclaw's top student. She is smarter than the average person. You can also see more clearly. Crow is really bad. But you can't deny it. His talent is very strong. His nature isn't that bad, right? At best, he likes to play pranks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought Voldemort and Professor Quirrell alone in the first place. Still carrying this oil bottle of my own. Although she meant well at the time. Want to help. But the results are clear. Not only did she fail to help. Instead, he became Crow's scapegoat. And Crow doesn't blame himself. Instead, he protects himself. How could such a person be a bad person? This is why. She knew that Crow was a pervert. Hermione was accompanied by her children. The reason why I still want to get along with him. Really? Can I sit down too? I can feed you whatever you want. Oh, my god, wait a minute while I go buy something. Pansy broke away from Crow's arms with excitement on her face. Without waiting for a few people to react. Then he ran out of the carriage. As soon as I stepped out of the car. Her little face suddenly turned red. The whole person looks like a cooked shrimp. Why did I suddenly become stupid? Crow was so obviously joking. Why should I be more sincere? And what he said later. What does eating clean and wiping clean mean? What does he want to do to himself? Pansy rubbed the corners of her clothes extremely shyly and nervously. She is not stupid. Just now I was just kidding myself. Then I felt that Crow treated me poorly. That's why she clung to him and sat on his lap. Now think of it. Own behavior. It's almost the same as throwing yourself into someone's arms. This is nothing. Most important thing. Not many women noticed her behavior. And Crow said that to himself. The three women must have heard it too. Think of this. Pansy was so embarrassed that she almost cried. I am really dizzy. How will she face the three women in the future? Will the three girls think she is stupid? As stupid as Vivian. Vivian holding a big fish in her arms : meow, meow, meow. Well. I think she's very nice and cute, what do you think? Oh, by the way, I still have one leg. Who do you think wants to sit on it? The three girls rolled their eyes angrily. I turned around and continued packing my luggage. Crow touched his nose with a smile on his face. A light flashed in his eyes. Little Pansy's reaction. But it gave him a big surprise. Detected strong emotions of shame and anger. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. Can you give me some strange flavored beans? I think the strange flavored beans you feed should be very delicious. Pansy blushed. With trembling little hands, he picked up a strange flavored bean. Feed it into Crow's mouth. Then looked at Crow with an expectant expression. What kind of weird beans taste like? It's creamy, sweet, and delicious. You're so lucky, but can you get me some water now? I think I'm a little thirsty. Pansy gets Crow's approval. A happy smile suddenly appeared. After hearing him asking for water, Pansy turned around to look for a water glass without saying a word. Seeing her turn her head, Crow opened his mouth wide. His face became extremely distorted. This made the three women sitting opposite them burst into laughter. What's wrong? Pansy, who was looking for a glass of water, heard laughter. He looked up at the three women in confusion. No, we just seem to have seen Zhongchu's stunt from his hometown, that one is called face changing. A very unique stunt, the kind that ordinary people can't learn. The three women looked at each other. He no longer hides his smile. They all laughed. Changing faces? Is it fun? Where did you see it? Why didn't I see it? Pansy looked confused. Turning to look at Crow. Seeing his expressionless face, he had no choice but to ask the three women again. But she just turned her head. Crow's expression couldn't stop twitching. That weird smell just now, green plum essence? How could something so sour exist in the world? Even he could barely control his facial expression. If Pansy turned back 2 seconds later, maybe he couldn't hold it any longer. No way. This damn thing is so sour. Ha ha ha. This face change must be very authentic. Although I have never seen a real face change, I think this must be a face change, right? I don't know, I haven't seen the face changing either. But the face changing I saw today is really interesting. The three women looked at Crow's expression. Suddenly the flowers trembled with laughter. Only then did they know. Crow is so tolerant. They couldn't guess what the strange flavored beans tasted like. But it's definitely not a simple taste. Otherwise Crow wouldn't have this expression. Where did you see it? Why didn't I see it? Pansy looked at the three girls suspiciously. But the three girls were already laughing so hard that they couldn't help themselves. He didn't even bother to answer her questions. Helpless Pansy. He could only look at Crow with pleading eyes. Well, I think they are the ones I saw before. You don't need to pay too much attention. If you have a chance in the future, I will take you to see them too. Take it with you alone, without them. Crow had a gentle smile on his face. Just a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. How to make his smile look? Why does it feel weird? Pansy noticed this too. But she didn't care. Just open the teacup carefully. Give Crow some water. What else do you want to eat? Do you want another strange flavored bean? I think the next one will definitely taste great too. Ha ha ha. Pansy's inquiry fell into the ears of the three women. Let them calm down. Suddenly he burst out laughing again. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. He shook his head gently. Forget about the strange flavored beans, things that are always too sweet are not good. Why don't you give me that piece of bread? Only by eating that can I feel full. That's right, too much sugar is not good. Pansy didn't think much of it. Just with extremely weird eyes. Take a look at the three girls who are smiling from ear to ear. Then I picked up the bread. Start feeding Crow. Do you want to feed him some water? Like a gentle mother. Feeding one's own children in general. Well, if she wasn't sitting on Crow's lap. Cassandra and the two women looked at each other. They all shook their heads with amused expressions. They got to know each other a lot today. Crow is a real werewolf. Not only is he cruel to others. Be harder on yourself. But this also let them know. Crow valued them. In order not to make Pansy sad. He can pretend to be like this on purpose. This is enough to explain. He has several people of his own. Still quite concerned. A strong happy emotion detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, Kingdom Cross Station. Crow took Pansy, Cassandra and Hermione with him. Say goodbye to Zhongqiu who is staying at Hogwarts. Are you really not going to come with us? You know, Crow can do the traceless telescopic charm, so it's easy for Hermione to live there. Yes, I think you should come with us. My parents will be very happy to see you. Well, they are very hospitable people. Hermione nodded in reply. The children tried to retain Zhongqiu. Let her be with a few of them. Stay at Hermione's house. Waiting for the duel match to start. Well, one more person means more effort. Crow didn't dare to take action against them. Of course there are a lot of reasons. It's because they've been together for a long time. Naturally, they don't want to separate easily. Especially since they have 3.7 similar interests. They are all people who like to read books. We sit together basically every day. Discuss things in the book. It's been a long time. There are more and more bonds that naturally arise. No, I have to go back. I will be there when Crow competes. Don't worry. Zhongqiu was also a little sad. If you can choose. She also didn't want to be separated from the girls. I don't even want to be separated from Crow. But she had to go back and tell her family that she was safe. And her parents. He would not allow her to stay outside. What's more, it's not just a one-day stay. They definitely won't agree. It's not a separation between life and death, don't make it so sad. Crow shook his head helplessly. Then he turned to look at Zhongqiu. I think you should take your uncle and aunt to the game with you. It would be a great thing. And Crow put his head next to Zhongqiu's ear. Whispering a few words in a very soft voice. The three Cassandra girls pricked their ears. Looking at Crow and Zhongqiu with a face full of curiosity. This couldn't help but make them more curious. What exactly did Crow say? How could Zhongqiu be so shy? It's a pity that Crow's voice was too low. They couldn't hear anything at all. You're the one, Zhongqiu stared at Crow in shame. Wanted to reprimand him. But the three women looked inquiringly. She was embarrassed to say it again. He could only stomp his feet and turn around to return to the Hogwarts Express. What does it mean to take them to see their future son-in-law? My parents probably also like watching duels, right? Well, just because they like to watch. Instead of taking them to see Crow. Zhongqiu blushed. His little hands kept rubbing the corners of his clothes. Remember what I said. Crow waved his hand playfully. Chapter 107. Early morning. 444 Lily Street. I didn't expect Hermione and Crow to make so many friends. It seems that letting them go to Hogwarts is the right decision. Thank you very much for being friends with these two children. You may not know that they need friends very much. Oh my god, I shouldn't say such things, right? Well, I guess so. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other and smiled. It was obvious that they were happy about Cassandra and the others' arrival. Especially after learning their identities. I felt extremely happy. Hermione had not had many friends since she was a child. Although later came Crow. But the two stayed at home. Nor do I go out to make friends. Over time. They had to worry. Fortunately, I found out they were wizards. You will find friends in the wizarding world. But they are still worried. After all, Hermione and Crow's characters. Somewhat lonely. Most of the time it is not others who isolate them. Rather, they are isolating others. Now I see the two of them have made so many friends. Brought it back. This makes them unhappy. As for why they are all girls? Hermione is a girl. Is it abnormal for my friends to be girls? Between girls. Is it normal for each other to stay overnight? If you bring back some boys. That's something abnormal, right? And this is not Crow's home after all. He must be too embarrassed to bring his friends back. So the Grangers didn't think much about it. If they knew it. Cassandra and the girls are Crow's childhood friends. Including my own daughter. They'd definitely give Crow a good kick. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt, we like Hermione and Crow very much. They are also my best friends. You don't know, Crow is a famous person at Hogwarts. There are countless people who want to be friends with him. Hermione too, she is the top student in Gryffindor. Cassandra had just finished speaking. Pansy introduced it with a proud look on her face. That proud look. It was as if she was talking about herself. Crow and Hermione smiled helplessly. But they didn't stop Pansy from telling her story. It's not that they really want to show off. But Mr. and Mrs. Granger listened with great interest. From time to time, I would ask a few questions. Cassandra would also chime in from time to time. Tell the two people about the deeds of 19 Luo and Hermione. Well, mostly Crow's exploits. Hermione was a Gryffindor after all. They don't have much contact with them on a daily basis. Instead it was Crow. Not only is it the same college. He is also the most famous person. The little devil of Hogwarts. This title is the best proof. I knew Crow and Hermione were geniuses. Oh my god, we have two geniuses in our family. Baby, I think we would be proud of you, extremely proud. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked excited. Mrs. Granger's eyes were even redder. Walked over to Hermione and Crow. Holding the two of them in his arms. Hermione and Crow looked at each other. The two of them didn't break free. Just let Mrs. Granger hold her. Listen to her express her thoughts and pride. Hermione's eyes were also slightly red. This is the first time she has been away from home for so long. Although I wrote to Mr. and Mrs. Granger from time to time. But after all, it's not as good as meeting each other. And Crow started traveling to this world. Just an orphan. It is rare these days to experience the feeling of family affection. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I didn't expect Crow to have this side. It seems we can't see through him after all. Cassandra crossed her arms. He looked at Crow with a complicated expression. She really didn't know this man, boy. What kind of magic is there? High talent makes it difficult to catch up. Mature minds can also be scary. Things that are done from time to time. It also makes people think that he is a naughty child. But you will find out after getting along for a long time. Crow is not a child. He knows everything. Ahem, his nature is not bad. He just likes to play pranks. At first she thought she had seen through Crow. But everything today. But she understood. I have never seen through Crow. Even though I often feel that he is not a 10-year-old child. But the facts cannot be concealed. He is just a 10-year-old child. No matter how mature your mind is. There is no way to change this. Isn't that bad? Why do you have to see through that? Pansy had a gentle smile on her face. She couldn't deny Cassandra's words. She's not a fool. Even if she's not as smart as Cassandra. It won't be any worse. It's just that sometimes seeing through doesn't mean speaking out. This is not good for yourself or others. Isn't it? Turn a blind eye. Sometimes it's the right choice. Especially when it comes to family. If you want to get to the bottom of everything. Then sooner or later this family will disperse. Cassandra took a deep look at Pansy. His eyes were full of surprise. He opened his mouth to ask a few questions. See through, don't tell. Pansy put her finger to her lips. He gestured quietly to Cassandra. A strong emotion of surprise is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, after dinner. Mrs. Granger was in no hurry to clear away the dishes. Instead, he turned his head to Mr. Granger and spoke softly. I think we should find a hotel for the children. We might not be able to accommodate them here. They might not be used to it, especially sharing a bed with other people. Well, you know what? If you didn't tell me, I would have gone looking for it myself. It seems that you haven't forgotten it. This is really a surprise. Mr. Granger smiled. In fact, he had already thought about this. Just didn't say it out loud. Want to wait until after dinner is over. Take them directly. That saves more time. There is no need to run back and forth. Actually, you don't need to find a hotel. They can stay with me. They don't mind. We discussed it before coming. You know, hotels in the Muggle world are very inconvenient to stay in, and I don't like them very much. The space is small and there are no magic items. After staying there for one night last night, I think I won't stay there again. Well, I can go with Crow. I can't get used to sleeping in a Muggle hotel. Although it looks luxurious on the outside, it's very shabby on the inside. Pansy hadn't finished speaking yet. He was stopped by Hermione and Cassandra. Even Crow chose to stop her this time. Joke. Mr. and Mrs. Granger are the father-in-law and mother-in-law of their own choice. And treat yourself well too. If Pansy's words of tiger and wolf were spoken, that must make them doubt themselves. Then there will be big trouble. There might be another obstacle between Hermione and herself. An obstacle that can be easily broken. But multiple obstacles are never a good thing. What's more, it's because of one sentence. It's even more unnecessary. But Hermione's room is not big. Although we are both dentists and our income is not low. But this is London after all, and we don't have high requirements for where we live, so. I'll make you laugh. Our house is not big, and Hermione's bed is also very small. In fact, if you had come 2 years later, we should have changed her to a big bed. The child grows very fast, and in a blink of an eye, she will very tall. I still remember her crib, which I made with my own hands. Well, I'm sorry for getting off track. We will find you a spacious hotel. As for the magic props, there is nothing we can do. Mr. Granger was just about to reminisce. He was pinched hard on the thigh by his wife. He reacted immediately. Hermione should be allowed to save some face in front of her friends. Otherwise she will be embarrassed. You might even feel angry. Have you forgotten? We are little wizards, so we naturally know some strange magic. Hermione pursed her lips and smiled. He took out his wand from his pocket. Wave a few times with a proud look on his face. Dots of fluorescent light emitted from the tip of the wand. As she kept flicking her wand, suddenly a white stream of light flowed out in the air. But I don't remember that you know the traceless telescopic charm, do you? And I remember that we are not allowed to use magic in the Muggle world, otherwise it will be detected by the Ministry of Magic. Pansy blinked a few times, unceremoniously tearing things down. In fact, she didn't mean to cause trouble, but to know the capabilities of the Ministry of Magic. I'm afraid Hermione is using magic now. Still in front of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. No need for tomorrow. Screaming letters may arrive at midnight tonight. Let Hermione return to the Ministry of Magic to face trial. It is precisely because of this. That's why she spoke up, interrupting Hermione. Hermione's expression froze with pride. I just had an idea to cast a spell. He was also forced to be stillborn. Sorry, I really want to cast a spell and show you what I've gained. But as Pansy said, the Ministry of Magic's regulations are not something I can disobey. Hermione looked at the Grangers apologetically. It's okay. Since there are rules, let's just follow the rules. Remember those other-looking goblins in Gringotts? I heard Professor McGonagall say that they are very greedy, but they still have to be reluctant when faced with the rules. Give us the gold galleons. Oh, I feel funny when I think of their expressions. You don't know, I still clearly remember their expressions at that time. Mr. and Mrs. Granger laughed. Want to ease this embarrassment? But with little success. Hermione still looked disappointed. Pansy was also a little at a loss. Obviously he is doing good things. But she was afraid that others wouldn't understand. He mistakenly thought that he was deliberately trying to undermine Hermione. Embarrass her. Cassandra crossed her arms. There was no smile or other expression. He just looked at his arm playfully. I think we have someone here who won't listen to the Ministry of Magic? Don't you think so, Sir Wells? By the way, Crow has obtained the first-class badge of Sir Merlin, and the Ministry of Magic will definitely give him face. Cassandra had just finished speaking. Hermione jumped up excitedly. She reached out and grabbed Crow's arm, looking at him expectantly. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other. Doubt flashed in both of their eyes. If they heard correctly just now, Cassandra calls Crow Sir, right? When did Crow become a knight? Detected strong excitement. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected strong. I don't know if my face is good or not, but I know that Professor Dumbledore's face is pretty good. At least that's what the Ministry of Magic thinks. Crow spread his hands. An innocent look on his face. You can't even do it. What should we do? We can't live in the leaky cauldron, right? Hermione lowered her head in frustration. I originally thought Crow could use magic. According to his identity, the Ministry of Magic will also give him face. But I didn't expect that. I was overthinking it. Crow is such an unruly person. They don't dare to use magic in front of Muggles. This shows the powerful relationship. What do you mean, Professor Dumbledore's face is easy to use? You're not, how do you know that the Ministry of Magic thinks Professor Dumbledore's face is easy to use? Cassandra glared at Crow. His eyes were full of doubt. Crow is not a stickler for rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the little devil of Hogwarts. What's more, he said he could use magic to expand the room. The words were spoken by him. Then he must be prepared. Now he says this again. While Cassandra was deep in thought, Crow had already stood up. He took out the Elder Wand from his pocket. Under the watchful eyes of several people, give the wand a few gentle waves. Apparition. The tip of the Elder Wand lit up with dark green fluorescence. A solemn Ministry of Magic emblem appeared in the green light. You can't use magic? How did you use it? And this badge, I feel like I've seen it before somewhere, it looks familiar. Hermione stood up with a surprised look on her face. The Grangers are no exception. It's just that they are simply surprised. I didn't expect Crow to be able to use magic. This kind of impact. It's far beyond what a stranger can do using magic. It's like a strange passerby. Won 5 million in lottery tickets. You might just be envious. I feel like I'm really lucky. But if it's your good brother. I won $50 in a lottery ticket. Your reaction is definitely to jump up. Reach out and grab the other person's neck. He yelled. Die to me. This is the difference between an acquaintance and a stranger. The badge of the Ministry of Magic. Is this a mark? A mark for the use of magic? A license to use magic in the Muggle world? But isn't this something only Aurors can obtain? Crow went to be an Auror? But I don't remember him going out. And does he have such a small pride? Cassandra's eyes widened in surprise. Crow asked with a shocked look on his face. Pansy, on the other hand, looked confused. As a member of a pure-blood family, of course she was familiar with the Ministry of Magic. He even knows the Ministry of Magic's bird nature. Aurors and elite Aurors. It's equivalent to the Ministry of Magic's army. Aurors are relatively ordinary. But it is also much stronger than ordinary wizards. Probably at the level of 1 against 10. Most of the members are half-blood and Muggle-born. Elite Aurors are different. They are very powerful. There aren't many people either. Less than 1/10 the size of an Auror. But they are very strong. The powerful and terrifying kind. Well, it can also beat 10. An elite Auror can beat 10 Aurors. These people are usually responsible for dealing with dark wizards. It often happens that dark wizards escape into the Muggle world. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic gave special approval, giving them the right to use magic spells in the Muggle world. After all, many dark wizards are heinous people. Running one will cause serious consequences. If the Ministry of Magic still restricted Aurors from using magic spells in the Muggle world, that all dark wizards, I'm afraid they will all use the Muggle world as a refuge. By then the whole wizarding world will be. It will all become a sea of dark wizards. And Crow showed this badge. It is the permission granted by the Ministry of Magic to Aurors to use magic in the wizarding world. Magic version of the license. Didn't I say it? My face is not useful, but Professor Dumbledore's face is quite useful. Not only do I think so, but the Ministry of Magic also thinks so. That's why they gave me the permit was approved. Crow waved his hand casually. Then this mark is. Professor Dumbledore applied for it. I didn't want it originally, but he applied for it, so I'll use it. Several people nodded immediately after hearing this. No wonder Crow didn't panic at all. It turns out the trump card is here. Several women rolled their eyes at Crow. Detection of strong speechless emotions. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Intense, detected. Chapter 108. Traceless telescopic spell. Crow waved the Elder Wand lightly a few times. Dark green light bloomed from the tip of the staff. In an instant it enveloped the entire room. The dazzling light made several people standing at the door squint their eyes. But they still couldn't stop looking inside. Especially Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Although they have also seen magic. But this was the first time I saw someone around me using it. This novel feeling make them very excited. Is this the traceless telescopic spell? I remember it was difficult to learn, right? Crow is indeed Crow, he can actually use this kind of spell skillfully. Pansy rubbed her sleeves excitedly. as if she was even happier than she had cast the magic herself. In fact, it's no wonder she was so excited. After all, Crow cast a traceless telescopic spell. There are only a handful of people in the entire wizarding world who can use it. Even Cassandra couldn't help but feel a little excited at this time. In her beautiful emerald eyes. Suddenly a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. Crow is the same age as her. Still a muggle born. In this situation, he is actually so much better than me. This makes Cassandra, who has been called the proud daughter of heaven since childhood. It is inevitable to have a sense of gap. Although I have felt this way before. But I don't know why I feel today. Suddenly it became very heavy. What a magical magic! If this were revealed, the real estate developers would probably faint from tears. The seamless telescopic spell? It's like stretching the room. It's amazing. Looking at the expanding room, Mr. and Mrs. Granger exclaimed in surprise. The invisible telescopic spell is magical. Its effect is like forcibly stretching the space. But the surface basis outside the space remains unchanged. What has changed is only the surface foundation in the space. Something that has been cast a traceless telescopic spell. The appearance looks the same as before. But the space inside has changed. Well, a sea change. This is the most amazing thing. This is also the origin of the name of the traceless telescopic spell. As you know, Crow is a very talented wizard. Many professors cannot teach him and allow him to come and go freely during class. Oh, I think that shouldn't be called freedom of entry and exit, but the freedom to choose whether to attend classes or go back to practice on your own. Mr. and Mrs. Granger heard this. They couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They really didn't expect it. The boy Hermione picked up at random. Not just a little wizard. He is also a very talented little wizard. This probability. It's even more ridiculous than winning the lottery. But the facts are before them, they had to accept it. Well, I think it's big enough, right? After all, it's just a sleeping place, so it doesn't make sense if it's too big. Crow put away the Elder Wand. Looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. At this time, the room could only accommodate a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. It has become more than twice its previous size. Unfortunately. The space for expansion. Although the walls are decorated. Same as the previous ones. But there is no furniture. So it seemed very empty. Hermione's wardrobe and bed. In a spacious room. Seems extremely small. It only occupies a corner of the room. Well, after expanding 2 or 3 times both vertically and horizontally. This is the effect. It's really magical. I think you should become a construction engineer and become a magician of space. That must be a great thing. You will think, have you forgotten? Crow and the others cannot use their magic casually, let alone become construction engineers. They are wizards, not bricklayers. Mr. Granger scratched his head in embarrassment. Mrs. Granger rolled her eyes angrily. That posture. Exactly the same way Hermione looked at Crow. This also made Crow understand. Hermione wondered who she learned rolling her eyes from. Sure enough, it was the daughter who inherited the inheritance from her mother. Think of this. Crow chuckled. Forget it being an architect, I think being a wizard would be good. And it's just a small magic, it doesn't count in the wizarding world. And I prefer being a wizard. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I also found a job in the wizarding world, a pretty good job, the pay is pretty good, at least according to Professor Dumbledore. Crow touched his nose. With a smile on your face. He wasn't going to tell the girls. He has become an assistant teacher at Hogwarts. But let me tell you something in advance. Arouse their curiosity. Let them brew for a month. Wait until you see yourself sitting in the professor's seat. It will definitely be a surprise. The treasure chest will also explode towards the highest level. What kind of job? Professor Dumbledore said the pay was good? Are you in short supply of galleons? But you never said that. He will be short of galleons? Have you forgotten? The Ministry of Magic has rewarded him with a lot of galleons. Coupled with Professor Dumbledore's reward, it is estimated that his assets are more than those of some lonely pureblood families. Like, the Weasleys? That's true. But I think many people can compare with their family, right? The 3 girls started discussing each other word by word. Then all eyes turned to Crow. But since Mr. and Mrs. Granger are still here, It's not easy for them to say anything to intimidate Crow. I can only stare. I hope Crow is more sensible. He took the initiative to explain. It's very late today, so I won't disturb your rest. I've already prepared the bed for you. It's in Hermione's storage bag. You can arrange it yourself, right? Crow clapped his hands and looked at the three girls with a smile. After speaking, he didn't wait for them to answer. Then he spoke to Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who were groping around again. Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger, I think you will be very willing to watch the duel competition in the wizarding world. Oh, that thing is much more interesting than playing football, or more interesting than playing a ball in the sky. Duel competition? What duel competition? Is it dangerous? Can we go? Crow's words successfully aroused the curiosity of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The two stopped groping. He turned to look at Crow curiously. I want to know what he means by the duel competition. I think Hermione and the others can explain it to you. After all, they are all top academics. I'm really tired. I'm sorry to have to excuse you. Crow glanced at the three women who were glaring at him playfully. His words also attracted Mr. and Mrs. Granger's attention. I felt the curious eyes of the two people. The three women looked at each other helplessly. He could only purse his lips and make way. Let Crow pass through the middle. Crow, wait! Cassandra spoke fiercely. But his speaking voice was thin and weak. No way! Mr. and Mrs. Granger were Hermione's parents after all. They should respect them. Not to mention respecting them as their own parents. But you can't mess around with Crow in front of them. That would definitely make Mr. and Mrs. Granger think that they were rude people. Of course, there is the most important point. It will make the two aware of their relationship with Crow. Especially the closeness between them. This is something that the Grangers can easily relate to. Then there will be big trouble. Well, Crow is in big trouble. Of course. And Hermione too. The dueling match is a strong feeling of resentment is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, comfortable. Listen to the system beeps. Crow lay down on the bed, showing an extremely happy expression. Treasure girls are indeed treasure girls, but unfortunately the number is still too small. It would be great if there were just a few more, one king's treasure box a day, or several king's treasure boxes a day. Crow shook his head sadly. After stretching, he sat up lazily. Then he touched his chin and his eyes flickered slightly. He wasn't worried about how the duel competition would go. I'm just worried about what this damn system will bring to him after it's fully upgraded. After all, it is a sophisticated system. A psychotic system. I'm sure I can do anything. This can be seen from the system promotion conditions. This guy is definitely taking revenge on himself. Didn't I just threaten you a few times? As for you. Oh, I forgot, you are still in the advanced stage, so it's okay. Crow hasn't finished speaking yet. Just remember that the system is still improving. The words he complained could only be suppressed in his mouth. Hey, I almost forgot. The system opened the panel for me to see how long it would take for the advancement to be completed. Crow's eyes flashed. If you count the time. At this time, the system has been advanced for more than 2 days. 40 or 50 hours, right? Well, he harvested several women's treasure chests twice. It should have been 40 or 50 hours. Calculate based on previous speed. The advancement should be almost complete. I just don't know what this advancement will bring to me. What functions will be added to the system? And his 10 king treasure chests. That's the king's treasure box. Still a whole 10. If he still uses them all. Maybe they are all invincible. The kind of invincible who walks sideways in the wizarding world. Current system advancement progress, 97.13%, 97.14, 97.15. The light curtain appeared in front of my eyes. Let Crow be pleasantly surprised. Watch the slow progress above. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Still so far behind? How long will it take for you to advance? Just tell me directly. How long will it take? Crow spoke impatiently. Of course he wasn't really impatient. It's just, he wants to sleep. I want to sleep peacefully. Rather than suffering from head-scratching curiosity. It kept him awake at night thinking about what the system would bring after it was upgraded. Estimated completion time of system upgrade, 1 hour and 25 minutes. Note, the host please wait patiently. If the host cannot wait, the advancement can be interrupted. May I ask if the host interrupts system advancement? Note, after the system upgrade is terminated, no materials will be returned. Systematic mechanical sound. The corners of Crow's mouth couldn't stop twitching. Stop it, sir. Didn't your cheating system advance? How can you still speak? Facing Crow's questioning. The system is silent. It was as if the person who just spoke. Tongzi was not him. But Crow has long been used to it pretending to be deaf and dumb. Posturing. Pretending to be a man or a woman. Playing dead, damn it. Crow secretly cursed the system. But he still lay on the bed obediently. Quietly watching the countdown on the light screen in front of me pass little by little. During this time he also heard the voices of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. But they are not here to find you. But to go back and rest. Even if my daughter has become a wizard. But life still has to go on. Isn't it? They still have to work hard to make money. This is how we can afford to support Hermione and Crow. Only in this way can their lives be stabilized. Of course. The money they have saved over the years. It's enough for them to live happily in their old age. But, who would think that money is too much? Right? Of course they don't think the money is much. It's almost, just a little closer. Come on, you torture me 1,000 times, I will treat you like my first love. Crow leaned back on the bed. Rubbing hands together in excitement and anticipation. He did not release the 3 little ones and the big one. This was Hermione's home after all. In case they were seen by Mr. and Mrs. Granger. That would be big trouble. Especially Nagini. Her presence. It will definitely make the 2 of them realize that something is wrong. At that time, I will be an old pervert and my mind will be too mature. It was definitely exposed. This will definitely make them wary. After all, Hermione was their precious daughter. They don't want their baby to be RD for no reason. This is definitely not a good thing. Crow shook his head, put aside the distracting thoughts from your mind. Then look at the system progress bar intently. System advancement progress, 99.97%, 99.98%, 99.99%, the system upgrade has been completed, special update reward, a mythical treasure chest. New template activation, mythic treasure chest unlocked, exchange panel unlocked. Mythical treasure chest, an extremely precious treasure chest, a treasure chest above the king's treasure chest. The creation of heaven and earth, the treasure chest of myth. Everything in the world can be opened from it. Note, the information related to the mythic treasure chest one-click redemption panel has been transmitted to the host's mind, please pay attention to the host to check it. A series of beeps. The beep has not yet fallen. Streams of information entered Crow's mind. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The feeling of something being forced into the brain. Very sour and refreshing. At least that's what he felt. I see, the mythical treasure chest is still an exchange system. It seems that this update is still very powerful, so I will reluctantly forgive you once. The dog system remembers Xian, the one who won the king. After Crow absorbed the information in his mind. I immediately understood the purpose of these panels. Exchange system. It's been used before. I tried it once. Let him almost realize his dream. Became the master of Pokemon, fantastic beasts. Of course. What if raising magical animals for fighting became popular in this world? Maybe he really will. At that time, he was very greedy for the contents. It's a pity that I can't afford to replace it. It's good now. This thing was finally unlocked by him. What do you want to change next? You can redeem it through treasure chests. A different kind of guarantee. Originally he thought this thing was useful. After he became invincible. Exchange for something inconsequential. Later he figured it out. The main function of this thing. It is to consume the treasure chests contributed by passers-by. Then go and redeem the designated rewards. After all, you can't expect a passerby to contribute to the treasure chest. It can cast magic spells like fire shield and protection. Therefore, the role of the exchange panel is obvious. It's a different kind of guarantee. But this mythical treasure chest really surprised me. I thought that the highest level treasure chest was the king's. What other levels of treasure chests are there after mythology? I think the system you should I answer that? The host is asked to explore on his own, the system has no comment. A mechanical and cold voice. Let Crow curl his lips helplessly. I knew you would say this. It seems that you are still the same dog system without any change. I am unhappy about this. Next time you advance, remember to change your voice. Instead, I want to listen to Sisters Hilling's voice. For the sake of the mythical treasure chest, let's forget it this time. After Crow complained a few words. According to past habits. He ran out and washed his face until it was white. Then he ran back to bed. Crow took a few deep breaths. Rubbing my hands in great anticipation. The tone was full of eagerness to admit. Dog system, I won't say much more. Mythical treasure chest, open it for me. Chapter 109. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the mythical treasure chest and receiving the reward, the Source of Magic. Source of Magic LV1, a mythical item. Wearing it can use the magic in it to gain unimaginable terrifying strength. Note, the Source of Magic power is unique, and future treasure chests will no longer be opened. May I ask if the host is wearing the Source of Magic power? Crow's eyes widened in shock. I haven't figured out what the system rewards yet. I heard the system's inquiry. Crow nodded subconsciously. When he reacts, the system's voice has sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully wearing the Source of Magic power and obtaining the magic power. Hear the voices in your head. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. Your dog system has really become a spirit, right? Why weren't you so smart before? You can tell even if I nod. Faced with Crow's complaints, the system fell into the familiar silence again. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he studied the Source of Magic power. But the system has already given him the Source of Magic power to wear. He had never even seen the Source of Magic power. Crow smiled kindly. Dog system, you'd better bring up the panel of the Source of Magic for me, otherwise you will know. If I find out and you fool me with a broken battery, I will definitely beat you up. Seems to be afraid of Crow's threat. Or maybe it's some other reason. This time, the system very cleverly displayed the panel of the Source of Magic in front of Crow. Item, Source of Magic. Grade, Mythical Grade. Level, Level 1. Magic Value, 35/5000. Wearer, Crow Wells. Function, continuously store magic power, expand the wearer's magic power reserves, and the stored magic power can also be mobilized while wearing it. Required for upgrade, magic value reaches 10,000 points. Look at the panel in front of you. Crow couldn't help but frown slightly. Why does this item still have a level? Why don't the previous items have it? And this thing? Are you sure it's a mythical level? Isn't this just a portable power bank? Crow made some speechless remarks. It cannot be said that the Source of Magic power is useless. On the contrary, it is useful. Especially for him now. The Source of Magic power is very useful. But what's the use of having more magic power? The wizard is a fragile profession. It's impossible to fight for days and nights in a row. What's the use of having so much magic power? It's still a level 1. It's a mythical treasure chest after all. This is the reward. Veins popped out on Crow's forehead. What's the use of having too much magic power? Fire Shield grilled 447 meat skewers? He then switched careers as a barbecue restaurant owner. How many women in Cassandra changed careers to become boss ladies? Are you kidding me? He couldn't bake it himself. Cough, this thing is really useless. Just look at the current ability. The Source of Magic is a mythical item, possessing terrifying power that the host cannot imagine. Mythical items will all have levels, but the host can rest assured that the upgrade method is very simple. Crow took 2 deep breaths. Suppress the anger in your heart. He lowered his head and pondered. Possessing unparalleled terrifying power? A portable power bank that stores magic power. What can there be, etc. Store magic power? Crow jumped out of bed. His eyes widened in shock. Wow! I am your host after all. Although we often have frictions, I am good enough to you, right? You are such a cheat on the system, and I just said a few words. Have I ever hit you? Crow broke into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth with a sad and angry look on his face. I just threatened you a few words, and you got me a portable nuclear bomb to put on my body? No wonder you were so straightforward before. I nodded and you put it on me directly. You are so ruthless, dog system. The ability of the source of magic is to store magic power. None of the other functions are gone. But the system also said that it has the power to destroy the world. Isn't that obvious? This thing will explode. Although he didn't know how powerful this thing would explode. But Gao Liao is a mythical prop. What's more, it can continuously store magic power. At that time, these magic powers will burst out. That power. Is it okay to carry a nuclear bomb with you? Crow really doesn't know how to describe it. He was speechless at this moment. It's simply outrageous. You dog system, just wait. When I die, I will definitely take you with me. This can be considered a good thing I have done for other descendants of time travelers. Crow finished viciously. I don't expect the system's answer either. Just lying on the bed is a bachelor. Close your eyes and fall asleep. Are you kidding me? It's midnight. What are you doing if you don't sleep? Going for a night raid? Well, it's not impossible. But he prefers others to attack him at night. Of course this other guy. Girls only. Dog system, just wait for me. Crow yawned. Turned over and fell asleep. He has no choice and system to waste more time. The specific reasons, there are many. The most important thing. The system will ignore him. Otherwise, he would have wiped out the system long ago. Early morning. Looking at the tableware in the kitchen where I am bathing myself. The Grangers once again refreshed their understanding of magic. Oh, if I can do this magic, it must be a great thing. It's a pity that I am only a muggle. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you know it or not, as long as Crow and Hermione know it, it's fine. At worst, let them wash the dishes in the future. Great idea, honey, you are such a genius. Mr. and Mrs. Granger are tired of being together. If two people discuss it. But it made Crow and Hermione's eyes twitch. I think you should ask for our opinion. If you make a decision without asking us, it will make us feel very disrespected. Hermione pinched her waist. He raised his head and looked at the Granger couple stubbornly. Washing the dishes is fine. After all, she and Crow used to shower a lot. But the two don't question themselves and Crow. Just make the decision. Makes her a little embarrassed. Well, shame on you. After all, Cassandra and the others are still here. This would embarrass her and Crow. As for Crow? When had he ever had face? Oh, I'm sorry, dear, I forgot to ask for your opinion. Can I trouble you to clean the tableware in the future? After all, you know magic, and those who can do more work. Mrs. Granger knelt down, rubbing Hermione's hair gently. Mr. Granger was also smiling. They weren't angry. On the contrary, I found it funny and very gratifying. Their baby girl. Finally I have a friend I care about. Of course there's no problem. After all, magic is a very magical thing. But, as you all know, I'm not allowed to use magic outside of school, so washing the dishes is a problem for Crow. Hermione turned to look at Crow with a smile. Her words were also recognized by everyone. The Granger couple nodded and looked at Crow. Cassandra and Pansy covered their red lips, hiding his smile. Ah? What? What happened? The bread is delicious. Aunt Granger's craftsmanship has not deteriorated at all. It is extremely crispy and tastes like a cookie. Crow is thinking about how to solve the source of magic. Startled awake by Hermione's words. When he looked up, he saw several people looking at him with playful expressions. This look. He used to look at others like this. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. The bread in Yanjiang's hand is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He tentatively spoke a few words of praise. It seems that Crow has agreed. You can rest assured. It is not difficult for him to wash the tableware. Even without magic, he can clean it manually. From now on, leave the tableware to him. Hermione spoke to Mr. and Mrs. Granger with a sure look on her face. They still didn't believe it when they saw it. Hermione rolled her eyes. Let me quickly add a few words. If you don't believe it, I will let Crow wash the dishes by hand at night. You know, right? He used to be a child in an orphanage, so he is very good at washing dishes. Well, I'll leave this matter to you, little crow. When we come back, we will bring you Dragon Kingdom big meat buns, the pure meat kind. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other. Seeing that Crow didn't refute, they just believed what Hermione said. Maybe Crow does like washing dishes? The two shook their heads, packed their things and walked out. What did I say about washing the dishes? You can't use the magic spell yet? Why can't you use it? Crow looked sad and angry. Is it okay to become a dishwasher after chewing, BJDG, a piece of bread? Didn't you agree? Then why didn't you say anything just now? Now that your parents are gone, do you have to explain? They said they would bring your favorite big meat buns when they come back. Hermione tilted her head. A wicked smile. The same goes for Cassandra and Pansy. They all walked from Crow to Hermione. They all looked at Crow with evil smiles on their faces. I'm going to call you cruel. Crow took 2 deep breaths. A forced smile appeared on his face. He reached out and rubbed his aching lower back. He looked at Pansy with slightly sad eyes. What a nice girl. Why just one night? Were they led astray by Cassandra and the others? They actually did it to themselves. It's not a big deal to start with. They were probably all bruised. Crow gritted his teeth and shook his head sadly. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain. It's really, the 2 women's little hands are too strong. He bet. Just say a few more words yourself. Then my lower back is definitely not as simple as a bruise. Humph, we will watch you wash the dishes in the afternoon, remember not to be lazy. Hermione crossed her arms proudly. He gestured to the 2 women with his eyes. He turned around and led them into his bedroom. Let's see if he dares to deliberately tease us next time. Pansy clenched her little fists. A victorious general usually waves a few times. What Crow did this time was really too much. Pansy was curious all night last night and didn't even sleep. Cassandra laughs covering her red lips. I didn't expect that. They didn't have time to fool Pansy. Pansy turned black on her own. This should be the legendary self-eating consequences, right? That's right, it's too much. I was very curious about that last night, and I even speculated whether he was going to become a Hogwarts professor. I also made a guess, but then I thought about it. There is no shortage of professors at Hogwarts now. Besides, he is only 10 years old, what kind of professor can he be? Hermione and Cassandra looked at each other. They all shook their heads with certainty. Crow said the job. Definitely not joining Hogwarts. But it's probably something to do with Hogwarts. Like cleaning the toilet? For example, shelf keeper? A strong sense of curiosity detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. These guys were all led astray by Cassandra, it must be her. How good was Hermione before? How good was Pansy? After getting along with her for a while, it became like this. Crow shook his head helplessly. He kept waving his wand in his hand. Release the clean as new spell. After all, Mr. and Mrs. Granger are kind to him. They are not bad at themselves either. Not to mention that he covets Hermione. Just cleaning. It's just a matter of waving a magic wand a few times. But looks like I have to find a way to get 2 house elves. It's a bit unsightly to always do it myself. After all, I'm half a savior now, right? Crow rubbed his chin a few times. The elder wand tapped the table. A steaming cup of black tea appeared out of thin air. Crow held the black tea but did not drink it directly. Instead, he frowned and looked thoughtful. It's a pity that the house elf's appearance is really hard to compliment. But I will definitely build a big house in the future. Without the house elf, daily cleaning management will be difficult as an easy thing. Think of this place. Crow couldn't help but shook his head with a headache. Put the black tea to your mouth and take a few sips. It's only been half a year. He got 4 child rearing, good friends. There will be Fairy Luna and others in the future. The number will definitely increase. Well, it won't become less and less anyway. So his house must be big. Big enough to accommodate many people. Although there is a traceless telescopic spell. But the space is still huge. Without the house elves, it's definitely not easy to manage by manpower alone. And who is a rich person who doesn't care about 2 nannies. He is certainly no exception. And most of the girls are the eldest ladies of pure-blood families. You can't expect them to work, right? Although it is using magic. But he wasn't willing to let them do this. Crow thought for a moment but had no thoughts. He could only shake his head to clear away the chaotic thoughts. It doesn't matter whether we can raise a house elf or not. Anyway, I haven't bought a house yet. But it has to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Living here is not a problem. Imagine every year from now on. Both he and Hermione brought back several girls. And every year there are more. As long as Mr. and Mrs. Granger are not fools. Everyone can see some clues. He didn't want to directly anger his old father-in-law and mother-in-law. After all, they still have a debt of gratitude to themselves. So the best plan is to buy a house. Of course, this is also for his own convenience. In addition, buying a house means having a family after all. I really have a place to settle down. Well, at least that's how it seemed to him. I'm going to sign up for the duel competition in the next few days. I can ask someone to help me see if there are any luxurious mansions for sale there. The 20,000 gold galleons I have now should be able to buy a good one. A mansion, right? Oh, no, it's a manor. Crow smiled and raised an eyebrow. He had previously found 10,000 gold galleons in a diamond treasure chest. Plus rewards from the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. And he's been selling charm potions. I have saved a lot of gold galleons in the past 6 months. It's more than 20,000 yuan. It might not sound like much, right? But you need to know something. The Weasley family probably only had 1 gold galleons. 1 gold galleon may be the cost of an average family for a year. Of course, this is talking about eating only. When the time comes, choose a better one. If you don't have enough money, Cassandra and the others should be very willing to add bricks and tiles to their future home, right? There are also furniture that can be spent later. Garden club ones. Although they are second-hand goods, they are high-end enough. I will exchange them for new ones when I have the opportunity in the future. 17 Crow curled his lips in disgust. The house elf of the Dumbledore family, brother, can we speak human language? Right. You can ask Dumbledore to do this. After all, his reputation is very useful. Maybe it can be a lot cheaper, It's best not to be near or far from Hogwarts, so to facilitate the collapse of the Hogwarts Express every year. The corners of Crow's mouth raised slightly. Chapter 110. Leaky Cauldron, outside. Welcome to your next ride. The conductor of night bus took off his hat and saluted. Whoosh. Watching the knights and buses weaving through the traffic. Crow and Hermione were fine. But the Grangers and Cassandra Pansy, not so good. I vomit. This feeling, I feel like all the bones in my body are vomiting. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked livid. If not support each other, I'm afraid he would have collapsed to the ground long ago. I don't think I will take this night bus again. I promise. This feeling is almost like getting a door key. I can't imagine who studied these two magics. Cassandra and Pansy looked pale. But they are wizards after all. Even if he was thrown away by the night bus, he would be dizzy. But they were just a little dizzy. Rather than being as miserable as the Grangers. Well, actually it's not bad. It was quite uncomfortable when we sat on it for the first time. You know, it's like operating. You'll get used to it after sitting on it a few times. Hermione and Crow looked at each other. Both of them were a little funny. Not because of anything else. It's because they've been exposed to rain. So tear up other people's umbrellas. Well, let's go in quickly. I don't know if old Tom still remembers us. If he does, I think I'll be happy to drink a glass of juice. Crow coughed dryly. Leading everyone towards the Leaky Cauldron bar. Dad, Mom, you should follow us closely. Follow us with confidence, even if there is a wall in front of you, you must follow us closely. Hermione held Mr. and Mrs. Granger's hands. He warned the two of them seriously. Mr. and Mrs. Granger nodded understandingly. Then they looked at each other dumbfounded. When does it begin? Are they already worried about their daughter? Although the Leaky Cauldron is in a busy city. But it had a Muggle banishing spell cast around it. So the Grangers never see the Leaky Cauldron. But under Hermione's guidance, they successfully followed a few people into the Leaky Cauldron. It's like they can't see the night bus. But you can still go up. Muggle banishing spells are like blinders. A curse similar to a blindfold. Let Muggles subconsciously not pay attention to this place. This is also known as the Muggle expelling curse. Ding dong. Oh, let me see, what kind of guest is here? Old Tom was wiping the counter when he heard the doorbell. Turning to look at the door. Just one glance made him frown. I think this is not a place for Muggles. I will not provide drinks to Muggles. Because their waste papers are of no use to me. You know, those things are very sexy. It's rough. Ha 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 ha. Old Tom's words spread throughout the tavern. It caused several drunkards who were not completely drunk to burst into laughter. The Granger couple retreated behind a few people in embarrassment. It's too late to express my feelings about the magic here. For them, seems like an embarrassment to Hermione and Crow. The two looked at each other silently. They all showed a very bitter smile. There had been a time when Hermione had been hiding behind them. Hermione caused bad things. They were laughed at. I didn't realize how long it's been now. It's all the other way around. Hermione was a little angry. Although I knew old Tom meant no harm. But he was kidding his parents after all. Just when she wanted to argue with old Tom, Crow grabbed him casually. I think the leaky cauldron shouldn't not welcome guests if it's open. Oh, you know, wiping your A with gold gallon is not a good choice either. Crow casually took out a few gold galleons. Put it in your hand and play with it. That sparkling golden galleons. Everyone in the leaky cauldron immediately looked at him with suspicion. Don't think that a gold galleon is not much. Well, to some it really isn't much. Just buy a few books and then they're gone. But these people obviously did not include the drunkards in the leaky cauldron. It's broad daylight now. But here they are drunk and dreaming. Apparently there is no job. Plus their clothes. And choose to drink at the leaky cauldron. It's enough to see that they are not rich. So when Crow took out a few galleons, there was more or less greed in their eyes. If you can get a gold galleons, then they'll have a year's worth of drinking money. Just as their eyes twinkled. When thinking about how to get 2 gold galleons from Crow. Then I heard old Tom exclaim. Oh, Merlin's beard. So it's you, Sir Wells. I didn't recognize him right away. What a rude thing. It's really an honor for my shop to have you come to my place. By the way, I remember I said that if you come back again, I will give you 2 glasses of juice. But it's a pity that I don't have any juice here. It's really a heartwarming thing. Disappointment. Old Tom exclaimed. Lying on the counter, he couldn't stop looking at Crow. After confirming that you read it correctly, his face suddenly beamed with joy. And his words. It also surprised the greedy people in the leaky cauldron. Look at Crow's thin and small body. After they pondered for a moment, they immediately understood his identity. For a time, the entire leaky cauldron was filled with exclamations one after another. He's Crow Wells, Merlin's beard. He's actually standing in front of me, and I'm actually seeing him. Sir Crow Wells? The 10-year-old who received the order of Merlin's first order? Is this true? Why don't I believe that? Why don't you believe this? The news was published in the Daily Prophet, and the Ministry of Magic personally said that Sir Wells has made outstanding contributions to the wizarding world, so he deserves the first-class badge. Sir Wells, I take the liberty to disturb you. I want to talk to you and Zhang Ying. Is it inconvenient for you? You may not know that my child admires you very much. Of course, he also admires Harry Potter. Each drunkard changed his previous attitude. They all ran to Crow. Push Cassandra and others away. Surround Crow. Those who want to sign need to sign. Those who want to take a group photo should take a group photo. A few people even asked him if he wanted a girlfriend. And she keeps emphasizing how beautiful her daughter is. Cassandra and the other girls looked at each other. They all shook their heads helplessly and amusedly. They knew this would happen. Why do you know? Well, I have experienced it many times. They have to know even if they don't want to know. Crow's fame has long spread throughout the wizarding world. Although no one knows what he did. But with the age of 10 years old, he received the first-class badge of Sir Merlin. That's enough to make him a legend. There are even quite a few people put him on the same footing as Harry Potter. Think he is also one of the saviors of the wizarding world. It seems that Little Crow is very popular. Has it been so long? I still remember the scene when Hermione struggled to carry him back. Oh, dear, you know that I am often awakened now because of that scene. I didn't even dare to think about what these two children had gone through or whether they met some bad people. But, didn't he faint from hunger? Mrs. Granger blinked. He looked at his man in confusion. She never knew. There were times when he woke up from his sleep. Oh, that must be a great thing. At least, the world is a lot cleaner. She didn't have to be woken up by the loud roar. This. I don't know if numbness in dreams is normal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Mr. Granger scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Hear his answer. Mrs. Granger rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Then ignore him. Instead, he turned to look at Crow with a surprised expression. This kid really brought them a lot of surprises. A strong emotion of surprise is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. I think our Sir Wills has other things to do, so we won't disturb him. Well, when will Sir Wills come again? There are a few others too. When we come to the Broken Axe Bar again, the drinks will be free of charge. Of course, these two muggles are included, and so are you. The Leaky Cauldron, you are welcome to come back next time. Old Tom smiled. He wasn't trying to please Crow. Or maybe you think you said something wrong. Just plain happy. Glad Crow can return to the Leaky Cauldron. I still remember the first time he saw. Old Tom shook his head. His eyes were full of sighs. I have taken note of what Mr. Tom said, and prepare more juice or fresh fruit next time. Of course, I prefer the latter. We won't disturb you all, and I have something to do in Diagon Alley. As you all know, the registration for the duel competition will end soon. If you miss it, I will be very sorry. Crow waved his hand nonchalantly. Old Tom meant no harm. Naturally, he will not be unreasonable and unforgiving. And there are a few things Old Tom said that are right. Wiping your butt with that thing is very uncomfortable. And it's still rectangular. $5. Cough. Crow shook his head. Get rid of distracting thoughts from your mind. Mr. Tom, I think when you come back here, you won't say anything like that again, right? Oh, of course, I welcome you to come again, and I'm sorry for what I just said. Although I don't think it was wrong. Hermione's eyelids twitched. I just wanted to continue arguing with Old Tom. He was stopped by the Granger couple behind him. The two smiled apologetically at Old Tom. I think when I come here next time, I would really like to taste the authentic beer in the wizarding world. Oh, you know, I usually can't drink, because this is a good opportunity, isn't it? Rot. Mr. Granger winked at Old Tom. When it comes to reasons. Motioning him to look at Mrs. Granger. Old Tom nodded understandingly. Then he showed a hearty smile. The beer I have here has the most unique taste in the entire wizarding world. I think after you drink it once, you will never forget it again. The two grown men looked at each other. He suddenly showed a smile that only a man could understand. Mrs. Granger's eyelids raised slightly. Coincidentally. This smile only men understand. She just happens to understand. But she didn't reveal it. Instead, he pretended not to see anything. Away from home. You have to save some face for the man. Of course, you won't need it when you get home. A little leather whip in the warehouse. I don't know if it can still be used. That's a very expensive thing. Mr. Granger shuddered. A cold feeling spread throughout his body instantly. He looked around strangely. But I didn't see any place where the cool breeze came out. I can only shake my head helplessly. Thinking it was some magical way of cooling off in the wizarding world. We're leaving first, it's an honor to see you all here. Crow nodded politely. Then he walked through the passage that several people got out of the way. Head straight for the stone wall leading to Diagon Alley. Parting is always a regrettable thing. I think if we meet again next time, we should have a lot of common topics. Of course, the Leaky Cauldron welcomes any wizard who is willing to drink. Oh, including you who are not wizards, but the premise is that you must bring enough gold galleons, or use your fine wine to exchange with me. Mr. Granger and Old Tom looked at each other. The two laughed again. Then Mr. Granger reluctantly followed the others. Why the reluctance to leave? What doesn't he want to give up? Old Tom, this new friend? Oh, of course not. He's not a pervert. Something that makes him reluctant to leave. Of course it's the aroma of butterbeer filling the room. Seriously. The aroma of this wine is very strange. Plus if you drink here, Mrs. Granger could leave him alone. This is a great thing. Isn't it? Diagon Alley. Although this is not the first time for Mr. and Mrs. Granger to come here. But every time I come here, they were all extremely surprised. Are you really going to fly around on a broom here? Broomsticks in the wizarding world are meant for flying, so what will you use to clean? Oh my god, have you forgotten that they can do magic? If you want to clean the house, isn't it just a matter of using magic? It's like, the magic crow used to wash the dishes. The Granger couple's chatter. Other wizards passing by looked at them strangely. But the wizards didn't think much of it. I just thought that it was the professors of the college who were leading the muggle-born freshmen to do the shopping. They are just curious. The professor who led them in purchasing? And the children of these two people, are they a bit too much? Are these kids all little wizards? Then shouldn't they be pure-blood wizards? Why are you so surprised by the things in Diagon Alley? By the way, I almost forgot one thing. It seems that the admission notices to Hogwarts were distributed yesterday. Maybe we can meet Professor Snape in Diagon Alley to pick them up. I wonder what Professor Snape's expression would be like if he knew Crow was going to participate in the duel competition? I think it should be expressionless. Well, if you don't believe it, look at it. The discussion between the three women is not over yet. I felt a cold stare. With an excited look on her face, Pansy looked stiffly in the direction of Hermione's finger. Sure enough, I saw Snape with an expressionless face. He was releasing his cold air unscrupulously. And beside him, it was followed by a strange girl. One, looks absolutely beautiful. But a girl who gives off a strange feeling. Miss Granger, Miss Parkinson, and Miss Worley. I think if this were at Hogwarts, I would deduct 5 points from each of you for talking about the professor. Snape held the wand. He looked at the three women with a cold face. What he said made the three women lower their heads in embarrassment. Talking about others behind their backs. As a result, the person being discussed was right in front of them. Is this okay? Well, didn't Professor Snape say that? If this is Hogwarts. But this is Diagon Alley, isn't it? So what Professor Snape means is that he will not hold you accountable. Crow coughed dryly. With a few casual words, the girls were relieved. The three women felt relieved when they heard this. Suddenly there was an expression of joy after the disaster. The little hands patted the baby granary that he had just begun to expand. The three women looked at each other in tacit understanding. Nod each other's little heads. It seems that Crow is quite useful. A strong feeling of joy is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Intense, death detected. Chapter 111. Mr. Wells, we don't care whether we hold them accountable or not. I think you should explain why these two are here. If there is no reasonable explanation, I think I will report it to the Ministry of Magic and let the Ministry of Magic handle the matter. Of course, Mr. Wells is the recipient of the first-class badge of Sir Merlin, so he will naturally have some privileges. Snape sneered. Without waiting for Crow and others to speak up, they defended themselves. He continued to speak coldly. But I don't think Mr. Wells has this privilege, right? Leading muggles into Diagon Alley and getting in touch with things in the wizarding world is a right that only a Hogwarts tutor can have. Could it be that Mr. Wells is not only a knight, but also a professor at Hogwarts? I don't know which class he is a professor in. And when are you planning to join the job? Snape's words were unsparing. Finished laughing. A rare opportunity to get some revenge on Crow. If you don't take the opportunity to retaliate, will you miss it? You know, Crow has tricked him many times. This time it was just to scare Crow. Very good already. A strong feeling of revengeful pleasure has been detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other awkwardly. This is not the first time they have been disliked. Well, first time today. It was the same at the Leaky Cauldron before. The same is true of the eyes of passers-by after arriving in Diagon Alley. All made them feel a little uncomfortable. It's like they are some rare species. Have we caused trouble to you? I'm really sorry, it's all our fault. How about we go home first? You go and sign up yourself, and then no. You've already come, how can you just say you're going back? Crow, what should I do? Hermione looked at Crow with pleading eyes. I finally brought my parents to the wizarding world. Those who haven't come yet can take them to see 847 and learn about those magical things. I didn't have time to go watch Crow's game with them. How could you just leave just like that? He failed to show off the magic he had learned. Just make Mr. and Mrs. Granger proud. Now it's like this again. She really didn't know what to do. I want to ask for mercy. But the person coming was Professor Snape. As long as McGonagall teaches them, maybe nothing will happen. I will also happily congratulate them. But it was Professor Snape. This dashed her idea of asking for mercy. Don't worry. Didn't Professor Snape say that? Hogwarts professors can lead muggles into Diagon Alley. This is a privileged right. So we are not violating the rules, so you don't need to panic. Crow waved his hand casually. He was speaking incomprehensible words. Cassandra and others looked confused after hearing this. Even Professor Snape. He also frowned, looking at Crow with strange eyes. Don't tell me that I brought you in. I didn't do anything like that, and I won't take the blame for you. Don't forget how you plotted against us. Professor Snape did not directly say Harry Potter. No way. This is Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley where people come and go. It can be called the most prosperous commercial street in the British wizarding world. If he said something like Harry Potter women's clothing, I believe it won't take long. The whole wizarding world would know about it. Daily Prophet headlines. All are potions professors at Hogwarts. Snape Simplus talks about Harry Potter women's clothing in the street? Is this true? Or fake? Was Professor Snape lying? Or does our savior boy actually have this fetish? All sorts of questions are sure to fill the newspapers. Then the trouble will be really big. So Snape was very sensible and didn't say much. Oh, Professor Snape is joking. I didn't ask Professor Snape to take the blame for us. Specifically, it was the professor who brought us here. I think you should go back and ask Professor Dumbledore. Of course, if you don't trust Professor Dumbledore, you can choose to report it directly to the Ministry of Magic. But I don't think this is a good idea, at least not for us. Are you right? Crow chuckled. He finished speaking without caring. Don't forget to add a question at the end. Snape frowned, looking at Crow with a strange expression. You don't mean to say that Professor Dumbledore brought you here, do you? Mr. Wells, although you are a genius, Professor Dumbledore and the others also think highly of you. But in this matter of principle, he will definitely not favor you. I don't have any opinion on what you said. Of course I trust Professor Dumbledore. In his words, I can trust him with my life. But I don't think. I'm sorry, Professor Snape, my question is not for you. Snape hadn't finished speaking yet. Crow waved his hand casually to interrupt. Finished. He didn't even look at Snape's stiff face. Instead, he looked at that strange girl with a smile on his face. The question I just asked was you, and it was you I was looking at. You should also know this, right? Of course, if you don't want to answer, that's okay. But she kept silent after being asked. It's very rude to hold her hands. Are you right? She's a pretty girl. The blonde-haired girl turned her head. Her beautiful eyes looked at Crow with some confusion. My name is Luna Lovegood, not Weird Girl. Her eyes were very wandering. Obviously looking at Crow. But always give one. It felt like she was looking elsewhere. Crow knew. This is one of Luna's hallmarks. A pair of peculiar eyes. You can always see something that others can't. For example, thestrals. It's easy to say that I want to see that thing. It's hard to say it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. No one who has ever witnessed death. There is no way to see the thestral. This means, he who has seen death understands what death is. Only then can we see the appearance of Yeki. But Luna is just a 10-year-old child. But he could see the appearance of Yeki. This is one of the reasons why she is so unique. Oh Miss Lovegood, can I call you Luna? This is such a beautiful name, I like it very much. Crow raised an eyebrow. The words he said made the eyelids of several women twitch. It also made Snape narrow his eyes slightly. His face became more gloomy. Are you kidding me? Forget about flirting with girls before. Luna is a new student who just entered school. Or the new student that he personally brought to school. Crow was actually in front of him now. Then he started teasing Luna. How disrespectful is this to him? Plus he just ignored his own reaction. Professor Snape's expression grew colder and colder. Mr. Wells, I miss you. I'm sorry, Professor Snape, Luna and I are talking. If there's anything else you need, could you please wait a moment? Crow waved his hand again to interrupt Snape. Ignore Snape's livid expression. He continued speaking to himself. Actually, Professor Snape can go back to Hogwarts directly. Aren't you curious about what I said before? I want you to go back and ask Professor Dumbledore to get the answer you want. As for Luna, Cassandra and I are willing to take the school girls shopping. Oh, you know? Your hair is very greasy, I think you should go back and wash it. Well, I can develop an oil-removing shampoo for you after a while. If there is nothing else, Professor Snape can leave first. You can rest assured to leave it to me. Crow's string of words. Everyone present was stunned in place. No matter how many girls it is, Cassandra. Still Professor Snape. Including Luna, who always kept her expression straight. His expression became extremely wonderful. Including Mr. and Mrs. Granger, of course. After all, they were the cause of the matter. Naturally, they are also concerned about this. But their expressions were more complicated and weird. The couple looked at each other inexplicably. Then they shook their heads at each other. How is that possible? Crow is probably just making friends, right? Didn't you listen to what he said? This is him helping the new school girl. Not for teasing. And a 10-year-old kid. What can you understand? The Grangers thought of this. The suspicion in his eyes gradually disappeared. It turned into embarrassment and guilt. They had just suspected that Crow was flirting with girls. This is so nonsense. Why? Sure enough, their thoughts are too dirty. Actually using an adult's eyes. Come see what 10-year-olds do. And blamed him for it. Isn't this their own reason? Mr. and Mrs. Granger lowered their heads in guilt. This has already caused Crow and the others a lot of trouble. Now they actually suspect Crow's intentions are not pure. This is not what they should do. A strong feeling of voyeurism is detected. Get reward, silver treasure chest. Detected rich. Mr. Wells, it is the professor's responsibility to lead students to buy school supplies. And whether my hair is greasy or not, it shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Professor Snape's face was cold. His tone was like ice that has not melted for thousands of years. He doesn't care about embarrassment. After all, it has been lost. There was no concealment in what Crow just said. Around them at this time, it was already surrounded by pedestrians on Diagon Alley. They pointed and looked at Snape. There was a lot of buzz about his haircut. There are also many girls with twinkling eyes. Looking at Crow with burning eyes. Of course this is not because of Crow's strength. But because Crow can actually make a potion that suppresses oil. This is simply a great medicine. Don't know how many people need to be saved? Although they wanted to ask Crow. When can this magic potion be made? But they are not fools either. In this case, ask. Crow definitely wouldn't answer. They are helpless. All Crow could do was look at him with burning eyes. Hope this boy can surprise them. A strong emotion of anticipation is detected. Get reward, silver treasure chest. Detected rich, Professor Snape, I think you should leave first. It is precisely because this is the responsibility of the professor that you should leave. Crow had an easy smile. Without waiting for Professor Snape to ask, he continued to speak incomprehensible words. I suggest you ask Professor Dumbledore. After all, he won't lie to you, right? Just ask him and all your doubts will be solved. Even if I lied to you, we wouldn't do anything to Fairy Luna. If you don't trust me, don't you still trust Cassandra and the others? Professor Snape's face was cold. He turned to look at Cassandra's children coldly. Don't worry, Professor Snape, we will keep an eye on Crow and make sure we won't let him do anything excessive. That's right, don't worry, Professor. Just leave Sister Luna to us. We all know where to buy the things she needs to buy. Well, I think we will get along well with Luna. After all, we are both girls, right? At least we will get along much better than Snubby, a boy. Although the three women don't know what Crow wants to do. But he was still very cooperative and helped to speak. At the same time, he secretly gave Crow an annoyed roll of his eyes, suggesting that he would explain later. Otherwise, give him a meal. Uncomfortable service. I'm sorry. We just wanted to see the world where children live. We didn't expect it to cause so much trouble. Are you the master of Hogwarts? I heard them call you Snape. Then we will also call you Professor Snape. We are to blame for what happened today. We are the ones who caused it, and we should also apologize. I'm really sorry. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked apologetic. I was about to bow to Professor Snape and apologize. But he found that he couldn't bend down. It was like there was a force. It's like forcing them to restrain themselves. Well, an invisible force. But I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with you. Today's incident was caused by Wells, and I will find out the reason. Professor Snape's face was cold. Put away your wand. Turning to look at Crow. I will ask Professor Dumbledore about today's matter. I hope you are not lying, otherwise it will definitely be a very bad thing. Luna will be left to you. To be precise, it will be left to Cassandra and the others, not to you. I hope you can regulate your behavior, otherwise I will definitely. Snape didn't finish his words. Then he stopped talking and continued. But everyone in Crow knew what he meant. This also caused several women to roll their eyes at Crow. On the contrary, it was passers-by who were watching. And Mr. and Mrs. Granger and Luna. No one knew what Snape meant. I just thought he was angry. So some threatening words were said. Professor Snape, go back quickly. If you are not curious, I will be. If you don't believe Professor Dumbledore's answer, you can wait until the next semester and I will tell you the answer myself. Oh, by the way, there is also the matter of shampoo. I will start developing 1.4 hair when I return to school. I think it must be a great invention. Of course, Professor Snape can also develop the potion formula by himself. Crow looked at Snape with a smile. I don't know. Professor Snape knows that he is also a professor. After being a teaching assistant in the Defense Against Dark Arts class. What kind of expression will it look like? It must be super exciting. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see it this time. However, the treasure chest can still be collected. I just don't know what level of treasure chest can be exploded. Well, the king should have a chance, right? After all what I have done. There must be resentment building up in Snape's heart. This time it was exciting again. I dare not think about the mythical treasure chest. But King's chest should have a chance. I hope what you said is true, otherwise you will definitely regret what you said today. Snape snorted. Turn around and walk outside. The crowd of onlookers saw this. Give way very consciously. Allow Professor Snape to pass. Oh Luna, I almost forgot. My name is Crow Wells. I am Muggleborn and from Slytherin College. Well, Professor Snape is the headmaster of Slytherin. This is Hermione Granger, from Gryffindor, a true academic master. This is Cassandra Worley, a student who came to Hogwarts from the United States. She is also a Slytherin student, and she is also a super academic. This is Pansy Parkinson, a member of Slytherin. Well, very enthusiastic and talented. These two are Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Hermione's parents. Crow stretched out his hand to introduce Luna one by one. Her children also smiled kindly at her. Luna Lovegood. A strong feeling of happiness is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Intense, detected. Chapter 112. Luna, do you want to buy school supplies first? Or follow us to register first? Well, you should know about the registration for the duel competition, right? That is a great competition. Under the guidance of Professor Flitwick, Crow decided to sign up for the duel competition. Of course, I don't think this is a good idea, but they don't think so. Three girls, you look at me and say something. Rude to Luna about Crow's decision. Luna, on the other hand, looked calm. Her beautiful eyes also looked lifeless. If they hadn't spent a while with Luna. Knowing that this is what she said. I'm afraid they might even think that Luna is ignoring them. But Rao knew she was listening. But the three women still felt a little uncomfortable. After all this kind of talking to others. Others looked distracted. It's a very awkward gesture. But they also knew that this was Luna's habit. She didn't mean to look like this. Well, at least that's what Crow said. Go and sign up first. I passed by the registration office when I came here. They should have closed the registration time. Well, you know what I'm talking about is the registration for the duel competition, right? Luna stared blankly at the street in the distance. But he answered the three women's questions accurately. The three women looked at each other after hearing this. They all shook their heads uncomfortably. There's nothing you can do about it if you don't feel comfortable. According to Crow's look. Luna looks like this. I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape from his grasp. They will definitely have to spend time with Luna from time to time. If you don't adapt. So what can be done? The beautiful eyes of the three women flashed with light. They nodded to each other to confirm each other's thoughts. Maybe they don't have to adapt to Luna. Maybe let Luna change herself. Is a better way. Just like Pansy. Her character now is completely different from before. In the past, she was completely submissive to Crow. I wish Crow would say something. That's what she believed. But now she can't say I don't believe Crow. You can't say that you don't obey Crow. But at least I won't believe him in everything. I also know how to fight him. Well, that's at least a good thing for them. As for Crow. Not necessarily 19. Since Pansy can change. Can Luna do the same? Cassandra and Hermione's beautiful eyes twinkled slightly. He lowered his head and pondered. We are here today not only to register, but also to help Luna buy necessities for admission. I will take you to a place in a while, a great place. While the girls were thinking about how to change Luna's character, Crow's voice suddenly sounded. After hearing what he said. Woman looking at Crow angrily. You said the same thing last time, but you took us there. Where is it this time? Let me guess, is it someone trying to cover you up? That kind of place is not allowed. Luna and her parents are still here, isn't that good? Crow's eyelids jumped when he heard the three women's words. Mr. and Mrs. Granger's eyelids were twitching too. The couple looked at Crow's eyes. Becoming weird and profound. If it weren't for sure Crow was just a 10-year-old. They might think so. Crow took the three girls to some strange place. It doesn't matter to me, I can go anywhere. Luna turned her head calmly. The voice of Gu Jingwubo spoke. At this moment, she seemed to be a robot without any emotions. Crow touched his nose. Observe with your eyes. It turns out that the Grangers didn't think much of it. My heart breathed a sigh of relief. If the Grangers knew he was taking advantage of Hermione, then he is really unlucky. But judging from the current situation, the Grangers always regard themselves as ordinary 10-year-old children. I won't think about those dirty thoughts. But that's right. Several 10-year-olds talked together. Who would think they were discussing dirty things? Wrong. What filthy stuff. Didn't he just take a few girls to the swimming pool? Why is it so dirty? Crow reacted sharply, shaking his head to clear away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Then he glared angrily at the three girls who were covering their mouths and snickering. Can you please don't say things like that? It makes it seem like I have done something. This can easily cause other people to misunderstand me. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other. After hearing what Crow said, there was a hint of doubt in their hearts. It also completely disappeared. A 10-year-old child. What bad things can be done? Could you have any dirty thoughts? The couple looked at each other relaxedly and smiled. Detected a strong feeling of peace of mind. Get reward, silver treasure chest. Detected rich. We didn't say anything. Did we say anything? Did you hear anything? Luna, did you hear anything? Cassandra spread her hands with an innocent look on her face. Then he turned around and asked Luna. No. Luna shook her head flatly. His tone remained calm. Her beautiful eyes were also staring at the buildings in the distance. Lost in thought. It was as if he had seen something of particular interest. Look, we didn't say anything, it's just that you are guilty of committing crimes. Yes, it's just a thief with a guilty conscience, that's what Sister Zhangqiu said. By the way, Sister Zhangqiu should be here soon, right? After the registration for the duel competition is completed, the competition should start in about 2 days. If it is later, it may be too late. Hey. She doesn't have a flying deer. The three women were discussing. The topic shifted to the horizon. Crow helplessly shook his head at the Grangers. Well, that's normal, isn't it? Mr. Granger shrugged amusedly. It seems that I have already become accustomed to it. Kroll looked at Mrs. Granger clearly. It should be normal. If Mrs. Granger hadn't joined the chat with the girls. That's not normal. The place to sign up for the duel competition has arrived. Just as the girls were explaining to Mrs. Granger who Zhangqiu was, Luna's extremely plain voice sounded again. Only then did the women stop the discussion without being satisfied. They all looked forward. A very simple registration point. It's so simple, it only has a small wooden table. And an old man with white hair. There were also 2 enchanted quills and some blank paper. If it wasn't what the sign next to it said. Dual Competition Registration Office. Junior Group, 1 gold galleons, Youth Group, 2 gold galleons, Adult Group, 3 gold galleons. Registration deadline, 12 o'clock noon today. Note, after registration is completed, the registration fee cannot be refunded. If you miss the registration time, you cannot continue to register. On a worn wooden sign. Somewhat wild fonts. The eyelids of the women jumped when they saw it. They turned to look at Crow questioningly. Is this really, are you sure? Isn't the dueling competition sponsored by the Ministry of Magic? Why is the registration place so strange? This shouldn't be fake, right? No one could make such a fake, right? After all, this is Diagon Alley, where aurors often come and go. I heard the doubtful words of the 3 women. Crow didn't have time to speak. The white-haired old man in charge of registration raised his eyelids. His cloudy eyes narrowed slightly. He spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. This is the registration office for the duel competition. If you don't want to register, or you doubt the authenticity, you can choose to leave. And at your age, even if you pay me the registration fee, I won't register you. Hurry up and leave. The duel competition is not a joke, and there is no one to play with you. The old man finished speaking coldly. Just close your eyes again. Crow raised an eyebrow. Reach out to stop your children who want to speak. Then he took out 3 gold galleons from his arms. Just throw it away. Then he threw the golden gallon onto the table in front of the old man. Professor Flitwick said that I meet the requirements to register for the junior and youth groups. Of course, I also brought enough gold galleons. If you don't register me, then it's not my problem, but your problem. It's a huge duel competition. Don't you still abide by the rules you set? Then what is the meaning of these rules? Oh, decoration. Crow feigned realization. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone of voice. It seems to be a satire that the rules of the duel competition are empty talk. Well, not as if. It should be said that he was mocking the rules of the duel competition. As for why you are mocking? Professor Flitwick said. Nowadays, dueling competitions have long become a pastime for the children of pure-blood families. Not even the Ministry of Magic dares to control these pure-blood families. Gradually duel competitions came into being. It became like a joke. And this old man is from the tournament side. Naturally, I hate people saying that dueling competitions are just for fun. Well, that's the same sentence. A guilty conscience. Because I know that many children of pure-blood families cheat. But they could only turn a blind eye. Facing those half-blood or muggle-born wizards who have been unfairly eliminated. How could they not feel any guilt at all? But there was nothing they could do. So they hate others mentioning rules. Because they know it themselves. The existence of this rule. It's just some people's plaything. Crow us. Cassandra frowned. I want to open my mouth to persuade Crow. She didn't know what Crow's purpose was. But she knew it clearly. What Crow just said. It definitely p'd off the old man. Otherwise he won't stand up. He was still blowing his beard and staring at Crow. But her words of persuasion had just begun. He was interrupted by Crow casually waving his hand. I'm just telling the truth. Professor Dumbledore said that you have to tell the truth outside. Of course, you have to tell the truth outside. Tell the truth inside too. Is what I said not true? Aren't the rules of the duel competition just a decoration? Their own staff don't abide by these rules, so what's the use of these rules? Touch. Shut up. Little baby, you are talking arrogantly. Crow just finished speaking. The old man slammed the table angrily. Staring at Crow with a scowl on his face. That posture. It felt like it was tearing Crow apart. This made the girls and the Grangers feel a sinking feeling. Especially Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Although they don't know what is going on. Why are you about to start a fight as you talk? They don't know either. If this old man really wants to take action, can they stop it? But they know better. As an adult, they have to protect their children. Well, and their classmates. Just as the Grangers made up their mind. When I want to stand in front of Crow and the others. But Hermione's children grabbed her sleeves. Crow can solve this matter, you have to have confidence in him, just like you have confidence in me. Hermione looked extremely determined. As the person who has spent the longest time with Crow. She knows Crow very well. Whatever it is about his character. Or the way he behaves and deals with things. She knew it all. Even unconsciously. Just imitate Crow's style of doing things. Certainly. The thing she knew best about Crow. She knew it clearly. Crow doesn't do anything he's not sure about. Since he chose to do it. There must be his reason. Well, he is plotting against others in short. This, hey, I hope nothing happens. Mr. and Mrs. Granger sighed helplessly. But they didn't insist. After all, Hermione knew Crow better than they did. Spend more time with him. Now that Hermione said so. Then 327 it would be meaningless for them to go up. Did I say something wrong? I don't care whether I'm a baby or not, and I don't care whether I'm arrogant or not. If I can stand here and choose to sign up for the duel competition, I'm crazy enough. Can't you see it? Oh, I'm really sorry, I almost forgot. After all, you are old, and it is normal for your eyes to be dim. But it doesn't matter. I think I don't need you to read carefully when I sign up. Crow chuckled casually. He showed no mercy to the old man at all. Are you kidding me? I just came to sign up. As a result, he was treated like this. Everyone has to be angry, right? The two men quarreled. It soon attracted a crowd of passers-by. They all pointed at Crow and the old man. However, no one went up to dissuade him. Instead, they started discussing with each other excitedly. A rare spice in a boring life. There's nothing like watching other people argue. Something more interesting. Isn't that right? Okay. Very good. Since you want to register, I will register it for you. But again, the registration fee will not be refunded for any reason. The old man grabbed 3 gold galleons. He casually put the golden gallon into his arms. Then he threw a blank piece of paper to Crow with an impatient look. Well, can I complain about your poor service attitude? Oh, it seems not possible. That would be a pity. Crow's casual words. Once again, the old man glared angrily. But he didn't care. Just chuckled. Grabbing a quill that was writing something. Regardless of the quill's resistance. Write your name on that piece of white paper. You know, right? I need a specific game time, or when should I go to the game? Of course you don't have to tell me, after all, going directly to the Ministry of Magic is a good option. Oh, you know, our principal, Professor Dumbledore, is a great wizard. He will definitely be willing to help me inquire. The old man was filled with anger when he heard this. Seeing Crow's smiling expression, he could only throw out a form. Then he sat back in his seat. Close your eyes again and don't speak again. Oh, I'm really troubling you, Mr. Unknown. And Crow held the white paper and smiled. Turn around and signal to a few people. He led a few people out of the crowd. Got everything. What's the point of being a monkey here anymore? There aren't many beautiful women watching the monkeys. What kind of monkey do you think you are? This kid, is exactly what the old guy said. I just don't know if he can change. On the broken table at the registration desk. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. Watching Crow's back leave. The anger had long since disappeared from his face. Instead, there was deep relief and happiness. Completely opposite to the angry look before. Hey, I'm so old, I haven't even bothered the young people. Detected a strong feeling of relief. Get reward, Diamond Treasure Box. Intense, detected. Chapter 113. MRS Hawking's Robe Store. Hermione's children were selecting robes with excitement on their faces. Including Cassandra. The slight raise of the corners of her mouth represents her mood. She probably wouldn't be so happy just buying a robe. But if Crow paid for the robe, that's worth being happy about. Whether others would feel that way she didn't know. Well, at least that's what she thought. This robe fits you perfectly. In fact, I mean, all the robes fit you perfectly. Except for those men's robes, you know, they are too big, so they don't fit you. Mrs. Hawking held the robe in her hand. Measure up and down on Luna. The face is full of joyful smile. Although what she said was very sleazy. But she didn't mean it. Just a simple feeling. Luna is perfect for these gowns. It can even be called tailor-made. Of course. Cassandra girls are also very suitable. It is good for people to rely on their clothes. But most of the time, clothes should also be divided into different categories. Well, 2 identical outfits. One worn on an extremely ugly person. Another incident came from a person who looked like a heavenly being. Which one do you think looks better? This is a no-brainer answer. Thank you, but I don't think I need so many robes. After all, they are not cheap things, and I can't wear them. They should be here waiting for the little wizard who is suitable for them to take them away. Luna had a faint smile on her face. It's rare to have any expression. Even his tone was extremely relaxed and comfortable. To her. Will the robe cause her to have too many emotional disturbances? But the compliments from Mrs. Hawking and the others are fine. After all, every woman doesn't like others to praise her for her beauty. This is the same as not having a man. Can refuse to look pretty. Oh, dear, this is such a shame. No matter which one you choose, this is not good news for the other robes. Mrs. Hawking shook her head sadly. Then she put the light brown robe in Luna's hand. Pick up the light green robe on the other side. Luna also cooperated and changed their robes one by one. But no matter how many times it is replaced, she didn't even look too happy. Or a very disappointed expression. This made Mrs. Hawking unsure for a moment. Which robe does Luna prefer? All he could do was look at Crow. Ask for his opinion. After all, he brought people. Isn't it? As for the Grangers, she had already ignored him. Although they are adults. But they are muggles too. Muggle adults to her. Not as real as a wizard's child. At least, wizards' children have gold galleons. Muggle adults only have those who can leak even when wiping their butts. Crow is leaning against the wall, deep in thought. Feel Mrs. Hawking's sighs. He couldn't help but look up in confusion. As a result, Luna was surrounded by robes piled up. Well, the pile of robes was already as tall as hers. Crow raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, it seems that Luna is very picky, but I think these robes should be suitable for her, right? Anyone is fine. It seems that for Merlin's sake, he should choose one quickly. Crow walked over to Luna. He said something to her like a joke. You know what? In fact, this one on you is very beautiful. Of course, I'm not saying that the others don't look good, but I've never seen you wearing anything else, right? If you don't mind it, I'd love to take a look. You know what I'm talking about, these are these robes, and I'd love to see what you look like in them. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't wear them, because I know they should fit you perfectly. Well, just like most robes suit Hermione and Cassandra. You know, most of the time, it's not the people who choose the clothes, but the clothes that choose the people. Crow spread his hands helplessly. It means there is no half measure. In fact, I don't blame him for this. Now he has taken Luna to buy a lot of school supplies. Only the robes and wand remained. Just finish the robe. Just go pick out your wand. But that wasn't the reason why he was anxious. The reason why he was anxious. Who doesn't want to see what their house looks like? Especially since that house is a large manor. And I can still hide my beauty in the golden house. Ahem, the manor hides the beauty. This may be a beautiful thing that people look forward to. At least he was looking forward to it. Then please help me pick up this robe. Luna took off her light brown robe. After handing it to Mrs. Hawking. Thank you expressionlessly. If it weren't for the fact that her tone was so sincere, Mrs. Hawking would think so. Did he offend this little girl somewhere? Why does she have this expression? I'm glad that you can choose Mrs. Hawking's robe shop. Of course, please allow me to mourn for the other robes for a while. Not being selected is the most painful thing for them. I hope you can take them away when you come next time. Mrs. Hawking looked at her children with a smile. At the same time, He handed them the small bag containing the robe. Well, that's them. Because it wasn't just Luna who purchased the robe. Cassandra and the others couldn't hold back either. I bought several robes in a row. Of course Luna also bought several pieces. Even Mrs. Granger. They couldn't help but join in the fun. I followed them and bought a dark green robe. As for the person who paid? Da. Crow touched his nose. There was a gleam in his eyes. Looks like I need to find a way to make some money. After buying the manor, the gold galleons in him should have bottomed out. What? Why not pay in installments? Are you kidding me? It's not like we don't have that strength. Why pay in installments when you can pay in full? Where are we going next? Ollivander's wand shop? Oh, I almost forgot, Luna doesn't have the most important thing, her wand. You may not know that Crow was very close when he was choosing his wand. Hermione didn't lower her voice at all. He didn't shy away from sharing with a few people what happened to Crow when he was choosing a wand. Well, like blowing up a certain wand. Almost stunned Ollivander or something. This caused Pansy to exclaim repeatedly. Cassandra also made a surprised expression to save face. Even if it's Luna. Under their influence. He also raised the corner of his mouth a little. But it's not obvious. This is really, youthful and energetic. Mr. and Mrs. Granger shook their heads in amusement. They were all present. Of course you know what happened. But now listen to Hermione's more arrogant words. It still feels quite good. It's like going back to their day. Same as when I took Hermione and Crow to Diagon Alley. I think we should go in first and help Luna choose a wand. Don't forget, you will accompany me to a place later. Well, a place that will definitely amaze you. And you are laughing and joking here. I think this is not a respectful behavior for others, especially Mr. Ollivander. Don't forget, wand making requires purity. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. He interrupted the women's discussion with some helplessness. No way. If he doesn't interrupt. I guess the girls should discuss his cookazy. What color are you wearing? Of course. This is just a metaphor. The Grangers are still here after all. If they weren't there. It is really possible for children to discuss such things. After all, it's not like they haven't discussed it before. In fact, when they were in the back garden club, I often discuss the color of Crow's tea seeds. I think that color is not good. The color is not good either. It made Crow almost autistic. You are obviously making a profit, right? Why does it seem like I'm the one being taken advantage of? Oh sorry, I almost forgot. Hermione covered her mouth apologetically. There is no more her story. Only then did the children stop to listen to the gossip. Looking at the shabby little shop in front of me. Especially the sentence above. Ollivander, been making fine wands since 382 BC. Familiar shop with familiar sign. Crow even showed a hint of reminiscence. I remember when I first came here. He's also a treasure trove of gold. People who want to be happy for a long time. I didn't realize how long it's been since then. 3 or 4 months. He has been able to deal with the diamond treasure chest gouging without any trouble. There may only be a king's chest. Only then could he barely arouse his interest. Of course. It's just interest. Let's go in. It's still quite cold outside. It's snowing after all. There is no difference between the snow in the wizarding world and the muggle world. If we stay outside for a while, our clothes will get soaked. Crow chuckled and shook his head. Open the door to Ollivander's wand shop. He walked into it with a few people. In Diagon Alley at this time. Crystal clear snowflakes are already floating. It only takes a moment. It turns the land pale. The roof was also covered with a light layer of snow. For a while. The entire Diagon Alley is like entering a kingdom of ice and snow. Wizards on the road. They all quickened their pace. Occasionally a few performed magic. The kind of isolation spell that prevents snowflakes from falling on oneself. It is a relatively rare magic. Hogwarts. Dumbledore's headmaster's office. At this time in the sky over Hogwarts. Snowflakes are also floating. This old magic castle. Decorated with pure white snow color. Let it regain its vitality. On a day like this, reading by the fire is definitely the wisest choice. Especially with steaming black tea and strange flavored beans. Of course, if conditions permit, holding a phoenix in your arms like me would be the best enjoyment. Beside a roaring fireplace, Dumbledore lay in the rocking chair, holding a listless fox in his arms. On the table next to you is a steaming black tea, and several plates of exquisite snacks. The most conspicuous one is the large can of strange flavored beans. Dumbledore leisurely flipped through the thick magic book in his hand. His face was a little red from the flames. That lazy look. Grindelwald's eyelids jumped as he watched. Especially after hearing his emotion. She even had no eyes to look at him again. He could only turn around and pretend that Dumbledore was not there. For a while, the entire principal's room fell into silence. Except for the occasional turning of pages. There was no other sound. This situation continued until the door was kicked open. That's right, kick it away. A touch. The door to the principal's office was kicked open. This surprised Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Turning around, he saw Professor Snape, whose face was ashen. He walked to the desk angrily. Touch. Snape slammed the table. Staring at Dumbledore. I think you should give me an explanation, a reasonable explanation. You know what I'm talking about, Crowells. Why was he able to bring muggles into Diagon Alley? He also said that this is his right? What does this mean? Aren't the only ones who have the right to bring muggles into the wizarding world? Academy professors and aurors? He asked me to ask you, you're not going to say you brought them in, are you? Snape's voice was cold and laced with anger. Certainly. He wasn't really angry. He just knew Dumbledore's temper. No, clearly. If he walked in plainly. Let's go back to the usual plain questioning. That Dumbledore would be fine. Divert his attention elsewhere. That's why he kicked in the door. Then take the choice of Dumbledore's table. That's probably the only way to do it. Only then could Dumbledore know that he was serious. No longer be that person who makes peace with others. Is it about Crow? What did he do to make you so angry? Black tea or pumpkin juice? Oh, I'm sorry, I only have black tea here and I'll make do with it. Dumbledore pretended to be serious. Just as Snape thought. When your own plan works. But he asked calmly if he wanted to drink tea. This made Snape's face freeze with anger. I want to pretend, but I can't pretend anymore. He could only speak with a stiff face and an expressionless expression. Black tea, thank you. Oh, that's a great choice, even though you have no other choice. Dumbledore praised in surprise. The elder wand waved lightly a few times. The delicate teapot on the table suddenly flew up. Fly to a teacup. Fill it with steaming hot black tea. Then the teacup flew to the table in front of Snape. Not even a drop of tea was spilled in the middle. Calm down and tell me, what did Crow do again? To make you so angry? This is not like your character, Severus. What are the rights of a professor? And who did I bring in, from Niuzhou? Dumbledore smiled kindly. While talking, there was doubt in his eyes. Grindelwald also sat up. He looked at Snape with curiosity and amusement on his face. Something about Crow. That must be an extremely interesting thing. He is Crow after all. Isn't it? I think you should give me an explanation, and of course, that's what Crow said you would give me. Snape grimaced. Pick up the cup of black tea and take a sip. Both Dumbledore and Dumbledore were not in a hurry. Just wait quietly for him to finish drinking. Crow brought 2 muggles into Diagon Alley. I think they should be Miss Granger's parents. But this cannot be denied that he brought 2 muggles into Diagon Alley. Fact. I went to ask him, but he told me that this is the right of the professor. I asked him which professor brought them in, but he asked me to ask you. He also took away a new student. And also said that this is what professors should do. Then I'm curious. Who is the Professor Crow is talking about? It can't be you, right? Oh, that's Diagon Alley, hundreds of miles away from Hogwarts. I don't think you can tell. Liar. Professor Dumbledore. Snape finished speaking expressionlessly. Then he continued to sip the black tea. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at each other. The two shook their heads in amusement. Snape was indeed extremely calm. Meeting Crow. They will all become very manic. And of course there's the Harry Potter thing. But Harry Potter did it because he cared. Crow, most likely angry. After all, that's what Crow does. They had already heard about it. This kid can really cause trouble. Dumbledore smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Severus. Of course I won't help him cover up these things. But I think he is right. I can't tell you the reason. You will know the answer when school starts. Detected a strong feeling of helplessness. Lungs get reward, diamond treasure box. Intense, detected. Chapter 114. Diagon Alley. Ollivander's wand shop. Oh, I think this is it. Come on, give it a try and try to wave it a few times. Ollivander took out an exquisite purple wand from the wooden box. After handing it to Luna excitedly. Then he stepped aside and looked at her expectantly. The body of the acacia tree is 11 inches long. Let me guess, is the core made of Vela hair? This is really an excellent match. Crow rubbed his chin. There was a little smile on his face. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Luna was just about to wave her wand. They couldn't help but look at him sideways. None of them knew whether what Crow said was true or false. But look at the confident look on his face. It's not like lying. Only a few people looked at Ollivander with questioning eyes. Well, Ollivander was standing next to Crow. Ollivander did not answer everyone's doubts. Instead, he looked at Crow with burning eyes. He spoke in an extremely serious and expectant tone. Kid, you are really talented. Do you really not want to consider staying with me to learn wand making? I think you will surpass me sooner or later, and I promise it won't be long. Although Ollivander did not answer the doubts of several people. But what he said? I went to verify the authenticity of Crow's words from the side. Several people couldn't help but look at each other. There was surprise in their eyes. Especially Cassandra. Not only was she extremely surprised. At the same time, I also felt unspeakable frustration. It doesn't matter if you have a high level of talent such as Crow magic. But why do you have such a high talent for making wands? Is the talent gap between her and Crow so huge? Cassandra clenched her fists. His lowered eyebrows were filled with frustration. After a while. Only then did she loosen her clenched hands with some despair. A slightly decadent smile appeared on his face. Isn't this something you already knew? Crow was already stronger than him. Would it make any difference if he were stronger? And sometimes being strong doesn't mean being invincible. She can still. Cough. Cassandra shook her head. Shake away the dirty thoughts from your mind. But the little face is slightly red. But it showed that the filth in her mind had not been eliminated. Forget it about making wands. This is at most my hobby and cannot be my goal. I'm sorry, Mr. Ollivander. It's a pity that I can't learn from you. Crow smiled politely. He did not agree to Ollivander's words. Seeing that Ollivander wanted to persuade him. Crow quickly turned to look at Luna. Try waving it around. I think this should suit you very well. No, it should be your wand by nature. Is there still such a thing? Luna blinked curiously. 483 but he still raised his hand obediently. Under the gaze of everyone. Give the wand a slight wave. A breeze carrying the fragrance of trees suddenly appeared. Petals come from nowhere. Caught in the breeze and flying around the room. A match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. Crow is right, this should be your wand, and it should be under your control. Ollivander screamed excitedly. When it comes to Crow. There was a flash of regret and unwillingness in his eyes. Learn wand making if possible. Then he will definitely be able to surpass himself. Become the greatest wand maker. Even the legendary Elder Wand. He can probably make it. As Ollivander gritted his teeth. When I turned around and wanted to persuade Crow. But he found that Crow was no longer behind him. There was only one golden galleon floating in the air, emitting dazzling golden light. Hey, it's such a pity, such a pity. Ollivander looked around. After no trace of Crow was found. Then he shook his head in disappointment. Cassandra and Hermione looked at each other. He quickly grabbed Luna who was playing with her wand. And Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who were looking around, left. A little later. Ollivander is probably going to ask them to find Crow. A strong feeling of disappointment is detected. Get reward, diamond treasure box. Detected rich, outside Ollivander's store. Crow chuckled when he heard the system prompt. Wave the Elder Wand a few times. Block out the falling snowflakes. Then he leaned against the wall and waited quietly for the girls to arrive. What is the Master Wand Maker? Are you kidding? Is the curse not fun anymore? Or is riding a dragon to crash the Hogwarts Express boring? Or Hermione and Cassandra aren't pretty enough? A man hides in a small room. Face those wand materials every day. No one can interrupt yet. This kind of life. If not for the love and support. Basically there is no difference from going to jail. But it's a pity. He happens to have no loving support. The reason why Luna's wand material can be seen. Know something about wands. It's entirely because similar talents have been released before. It came from the treasure chest contributed by Ollivander. But it's of no use. The magic wand thing. Just have someone handy. The Elder Wand is quite handy. The magic power is also very powerful when used. There should be no better wand in the wizarding world than the Elder Wand. At least not yet. Ding ding. While Crow was deep in thought, there was a sound of opening the door. Crow waved the Elder Wand in that direction a few times without looking back. You will catch a cold if you get caught in the snow. If you catch a cold, I feel very guilty. Cassandra and the others were about to push their robes over their heads. After a few twitches at the corners of his mouth. Then she rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Understand whose son or daughter Crow is. Naturally, he knows what Crow just said. I'm afraid I just wanted to take the opportunity to stir up excitement. Then I remembered that the Grangers were still here. He was afraid that his legs would be broken. Did you just change your mind and say you felt guilty? Of course, they didn't just point it out. That makes no sense at all. After all, they don't want Crow to be crippled. Of course the cripple is just a metaphor. Didn't you say you wanted to take us somewhere? It's almost dark, so hurry up wherever you go. If it's too late, I think we can stay at the Leaky Cauldron first, and then wait until tomorrow. I think so. How about staying at the Leaky Cauldron first? There will be a competition in 2 days, and I will be able to participate in the competition then. The 3 girls said something to me. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other funny. Times like this in the past. Aren't the adults the ones who make the decisions? I didn't expect them to realize it so quickly. Benefits of kids making up their own minds. The funny part. But they didn't say anything. After all, they are not wizards. Don't know anything about the wizarding world. It's not necessarily a good thing to interrupt rashly. Before you discuss this, you should ask Luna first. Why don't you ask her if she wants to go home? Do you want us to take her there? If she doesn't go home, do you want to come with us? Of course, we are not bad people and will not drag you to be sold. You can follow us with confidence. At least Professor Snape believes in us, otherwise he would not have handed you over to me, us. Crow raised his eyebrows and interrupted the women's discussion. Then he looked at Luna with extremely playful eyes. If he remembered correctly, Luna's father was the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler. My mother is a witch who likes to experiment. But he should have passed away last year. Died at the age of 9. Luna is 10 years old this year. Just last year. Her father is very busy. So Luna should be the only one at home. Otherwise, Luna is a member of the wizarding world after all. There is no need for a professor to guide you to buy these things. This shows that her father is too busy to take care of her. Sorry Luna, we almost forgot about you. Do you want to come with us? How about going to see the place Crow mentioned? That must be a great thing. If you want to go home, we will send you back. Of course, the premise is that we know where your home is and then decide whether to use apparition or flow of powder. Why can't it be a door key? I always use a door key when I go home. That is an absolutely novel experience. Luna looked at the 3 women with a calm expression. Just in the eyes. But mixed with a little smile. This feeling of being with someone. Very good. Really good. It doesn't matter whether I go home or not. If possible, I would also like to see where the place Crow mentioned is. Luna pursed her somewhat pale lips, showing a breathtaking smile of beauty. Of course. If only she could take care of her hair. Then this beauty can definitely be upgraded a few more levels. In that case, then come with us first. I will take you home tomorrow. Or I can send you a safe letter and ask Xiao Qingluan to deliver it. It will be delivered soon. Crow smiled and waved. What he said made the 3 women roll their eyes. Others don't know who Xiao Qingluan is. Don't they know it yet? That's the phoenix. Advanced magical animals. The result was in Crow's hands. He turned out to be a fat, round-faced, owl that delivers letters. This is really the wrong owner. Poor little Qingluan. The three girls silently mourned for Xiao Qingluan in their hearts for a while. Little Qingluan swallowed the tail of the big fish, meow. Cough quack. Outside Diagon Alley. In front of an independent luxury estate. Crow waved goodbye to the carriage. Then under the envious gaze of the carriage masters. Walk up to this luxurious estate. Cassandra and the other girls stared blankly at the luxurious manor in front of them. The same goes for Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Where is this? Your friend's house? Which friend's house? No way, I know all of Crow's friends, and absolutely none of them live here. Oh my god, this gate was made using alchemy, right? The magic lines on it are so exquisite. It looks like it was made by an alchemist master at first glance. Crow heard the three women were talking. He couldn't help but chuckle. He did not answer the three women's questions. But under the gaze of several people, went to the manor. Pansy and Cassandra saw this and wanted to stop him. The door that began to cast a spell. If you break through forcefully, it will definitely get hurt. It even alerted the patrolling Aurors. At that point they are treated as thieves or something like that. That would be big trouble. But they haven't said anything to stop her yet. The door to the luxurious manor slowly opened. Well, as Crow got closer, the gate to the manor opened by itself. This. Cassandra and Pansy looked at each other. Both girls are the eldest ladies of pure-blood families. Homes also have this type of door. Naturally, we know what it means when Crow approaches the door and it opens automatically. Are you, really fake? If it's true or not, you'll know if you come in and take a look. Although you won't get caught in the snow, it's still quite cold, isn't it? Crow chuckled. After saying this, he didn't wait for a few people's reactions. Just go straight to the luxurious manor. It's not that he wants to fill the cup. He was actually very excited. Don't talk about buying a house in your previous life. His royalties. Just barely enough food and clothing. I didn't expect this life. Lived in an orphanage for decades. At Mr. and Mrs. Granger's again. Living with Hermione for so long. Now he finally has his own home. And it's so luxurious. This would be the case in the previous life. That must be something that is unthinkable. But in this life, he not only dares to think. He even bought it. Full payment. Looking at the huge luxurious manor, Crow couldn't help but feel proud. Forehead drops, forehead drops. It's all a piece of cake. From now on, my own harem. Treasure girls cannot be more exaggerated. It can also be accommodated. Come in, everything should be done. After all, Professor Dumbledore helped buy it, so they have to show some respect. Crow opened the door. Walked into it unceremoniously. Then he called a few people standing at the door to come in. Cassandra and the others looked at each other. He walked in with a slightly complicated expression. Did you really buy it? How much did it cost in galleons? This is right next to Diagon Alley. The face is so big, are you crazy? Merlin's beard. Most of the decoration materials are rare treasures, and many are products of alchemy. These items alone are probably worth tens of thousands of gold galleons. Look at the luxurious outfit. Cassandra and Pansy couldn't help but exclaimed. Hermione lowered her head with an inexplicable expression. On the contrary, it was Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Looking at the surrounding decorations with curiosity and wonder. Even if it's Luna. To this exquisite furniture and luxurious decoration. They were all very surprised. Although her family is not poor. But it can only provide enough food and clothing. Especially after my mother passed away. My father worked day and night. They can only make a living. After all, naysayers are not hot. Not to mention how much money can be made. I'm not crazy. I have a bigger face and can let Vivian and the others play. Crow sat on the soft sofa. Tap the air with the elder wand in your hand. A few steaming cups of black tea just appear on the table. Crow picked up a cup of black tea. Enjoy a few sips. The manor is huge. But there is no need to look everywhere. Dumbledore was on business. Always reliable. Why did you buy this manor? Isn't it comfortable for my family to live in? Or Hermione looked up suddenly, looking at Crow with beautiful red eyes. Although she had some guesses when she came. But there is still hope in my heart. Hopefully this is the house Crow rented. Just to stay here. To deal with the duel match that follows. But reality slapped her hard. This luxurious manor. It was indeed Crow who bought it. Of course she wasn't envious or jealous. I just don't want to be separated from Crow. Crow is besides her parents. The most important person to her. None of them. She didn't want to be separated from Crow. Forget it in school. Finally got home. She didn't want to. The Grangers heard this. Nor is he looking at the luxurious decoration around him. He turned to look at Crow with somewhat complicated eyes. My dear, I think we should congratulate you, after all, you bought this luxurious manor. But as Hermione said, why did you want to live here? Does our place make you feel uncomfortable? Or is it depressing? I think you should tell us. The Grangers were not questioning. Just plain caring for Crow. Crow to them. Although not as important as Hermione. But they also treat Crow as their own child. Now Crow has bought the estate. They were very happy. But after Hermione said this, their mood suddenly became complicated. A strong sad emotion is detected. Get reward, Diamond Treasure Box. Strong, detected. Chapter 115. Hey? I didn't say anything like that, and I didn't say that I was going to move out. I bought this manor just because I happened to have some gold galleons in my hand. I don't feel safe keeping it with me, so I might as well just spend it. But there is nothing we need, only a house, which is of some use. So I asked Professor Dumbledore to buy this manor for 25,000 gold galleons. Crow waved his hands quickly after hearing this. He stood up and walked over to Hermione. Looking distressedly at Hermione who was crying with grievance. He didn't care that Mr. and Mrs. Granger were still there. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. He explained while wiping Hermione's tears. Are you kidding me? What's the use of Mr. and Mrs. Granger even if they see something? His chosen child, one of the treasured girls, was Hermione. Not the Grangers. A falling out would at best cause some trouble. But it's not much trouble. If it doesn't work, just give them a forgetful thing. Of course. It would be better to do without the curse or without the curse. After all, the Grangers were kind to him. He couldn't treat them like this. But, a huge favor. It's also because of Hermione. Just as Mr. and Mrs. Granger said. His true benefactor should be Hermione. So it wasn't a problem for him to repay Hermione. Of course if there is a chance. He would have more children with Hermione in the future. Let Mr. and Mrs. Granger enjoy the fun of raising a baby. Really? Then why didn't you tell me, us? Oh that's right. You spent so many gold galleons at one time without discussing it. That's a total of 25,000 gold galleons, you said you just spend it. Hermione's eyes were red. He looked at Crow suspiciously. But talk and talk. She found Crow's evidence again. I immediately felt angry. In addition, I felt extremely aggrieved. For a moment, the tears couldn't stop flowing out. Two small hands also kept beating Crow's chest. Just that little strength. Plus the two people's current posture. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't feel right. It's not like being angry. Instead, it's like a slapstick play between lovers. This scene made Mr. and Mrs. Granger's eyes jump. The two looked at each other silently. No matter how much they comfort themselves. But they couldn't explain everything in front of them. Crow and Hermione. These two children actually. The relationship is actually so good. It's so good that they all want to be together because this is not a couple anymore. But this is definitely not going to happen. After all, two 10-year-olds. What kind of love can you understand? Even if you can understand. What can they do? Even so, I comfort myself in my heart. But the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Granger were still extremely gloomy. Sure enough, this is the reason. I'm afraid even dogs won't believe it. Crow. Hermione. I think it's time for you to give us an explanation. You are still children. How can these things happen in a few years? It won't be too late. Why do you do it now? Mr. and Mrs. Granger interrupted Crow and Hermione's whisper. Mr. Granger's face was livid. staring at Crow fiercely. The exquisite baby cabbage that I have worked so hard to cultivate. He was actually F-ed at such a young age. This made him so angry that he wanted to punch Crow to death. There was no anger in Mrs. Granger's voice though, but with disbelief and a little sadness. The eye sockets are also slightly red. Looking at Crow and Hermione's eyes. With unspeakable disappointment. I thought they were the pride of their couple. Two little wizards. They are all smart children. I don't know how many people would be envious, jealous, and hateful if you tell me. The result was unexpected. Crow and Hermione were too smart. Even smart to the point of maturity. Only 10 years old. Actually. This is an insult to God. Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger. I think there is some misunderstanding. Don't be angry yet. As you know, Crow and Hermione have always had a very good relationship, just like siblings. Oh, in Zhangqiu's words, they are siblings who are not related by blood, half-brothers. The two women comforted the Grangers with their words. While glaring at Crow. Is this guy crazy? He knew that Mr. and Mrs. Granger were neither fools nor blind. How dare he do this? Luna stood quietly. He looked a little dazed. Her beautiful eyes were also staring at the exquisite curtains behind Crow. The early bird catches the worm, and the early bird catches the worm. Didn't you already expect that they would be like this? Anyone can develop feelings after spending time together day and night, right? Well, I think our ending, no, my ending, will be the same as yours, right? We know that there is an abyss ahead, but there is no way to escape, so we can only move forward step by step. Luna said something incomprehensible. The tone is also very erratic. He didn't even look at anyone during the conversation. Still looking at the exquisite curtains embroidered with flowers absent-mindedly. But her words. But everyone was stunned. The atmosphere instantly became silent. You, how is that possible? How do you know this? Are you really a 10-year-old girl? And what are you looking at? We expected Hermione and Crow, we even expected them to be like this. But that's not now, but in a few years, you know, they are still very young now. Mr. and Mrs. Granger's eyes widened in shock. He stared blankly at Luna, who had an erratic expression. Luna's words. They woke up instantly. It also made their anger dissipate a little. But then I thought it was wrong. Hope is hope. But what they are looking forward to is a few years from now. Not only will they not stop it then. On the contrary, they will be very happy and supportive. But now. They are too young. This is a sinful thing. A sin that will never be permitted by God. Dad, Mom. I. Hermione pulled out of Crow's arms. With a miserable face. He stammered. But I talked for a long time. I can't explain why. Because she has never encountered such a situation. I didn't expect this kind of thing at all. Now I really met it. How could she explain it? Could it be that she and Crow had nothing to do with each other? Will Mr. and Mrs. Granger believe it? Although this is indeed true. They really didn't do anything. A 10-year-old child after all. What nasty things can you do? Oh, 11 years old. Sit down and talk about it. We didn't do anything, so why do we act like we were caught in RD? Crow spoke without changing his expression. The corners of his mouth even twitched a few times. Of course, it's just pretending. But he does feel confident. Even if what just happened was seen by Mr. and Mrs. Granger. So what? What did they do? Or? They are from before to now. Have you done anything? Might have done some. But that's not too much. Maybe, it's not too much, right? So he is very confident. What's more, he still has a way out. Forgetting everything is actually quite useful sometimes. Just like this situation now. Let Mr. and Mrs. Granger forget about it for now. Wait a few more years. Then remove it and forget about it. Then everything will be fine. 8. Not until the critical moment. He still wasn't ready to use it. After all, there is such a thing as casting a spell on a benefactor. That's not his character. Correct. How much magic does it take to cast oblivion on muggles? Waiting online. Quite urgent. A strong feeling of disappointment is detected. Get reward, silver treasure chest. Detected rich, so what you are saying is that you are just good friends. Although I really want to believe you, I think we haven't reached the age where our eyesight is dim and we haven't suffered from Alzheimer's disease or anything like that. The corners of Mr. and Mrs. Granger's mouths couldn't stop twitching. After listening to Crow and Hermione's explanations, they feel extremely helpless. They are obviously two extremely smart children. Why would you tell such an unbelievable lie? I didn't say that, and I didn't deny what you said, right? Of course, you can take it as I admitted it. Crow is a bachelor. Luna's words gave him new tips. Yes. The Granger couple had already made some guesses. Even agree with them. And he is not extremely angry now. At least they didn't do anything. This shows that they have not lost their minds. In other words, the anger is not too deep. Of course. The system prompt also said that I was disappointed. Rather than anger or hatred. That shows that they are actually not conflicted in their hearts. That being the case, then why are you still hiding it? Although there is nothing to hide. Crow, you. Hermione turned her head in surprise. Crow looked at him blankly. The same goes for Cassandra and Pansy. Even Luna. He also stared blankly at the sofa made by Crow. A brief time together. She already knew Crow's character. And his temper. One is very confident. He can even be called a conceited person. He should be the kind of person who likes to scheme against others. At the same time, don't do anything you're not sure about. And there is also the maturity that is easy for ordinary people. And he should be one of his targets. We can even say he has long been one of his targets. In this situation, even if she noticed something, it's of no use at all. Just as she had guessed before. Crow is absolutely confident. Don't do anything you're not sure about. In this situation, he still took action against himself. What does this mean? To himself. It's bound to win. Now that but so. Then resistance would seem superfluous. After all, she didn't think she could compare to Crow. Be it strength or intelligence. She is no match for Crow. This is why she chose to follow Crow here. Since I can't resist. Then let's get along with each other more. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Like, now. You admitted it. Then why did you explain so much before? Oh, I really can't think about it. You are only 10 years old, why would you do such a thing? Mr. Granger pointed angrily at Crow. Mrs. Granger covered her red lips and cried sadly. Tone of speaking. All with a slight tremor. Mom, don't cry, we really didn't do anything. We are really just friends, very good friends. Also, we are already 11 years old, not 10-year-old children. Of course, this does not mean that we understand anything, nor does it mean that we have done anything, but simply disclaimer, we are not 10-year-old children. Hermione had just said a few words of comfort. As Mrs. Granger wiped away her tears. When I want to hold my precious daughter in my arms. Hermione's words later. But it instantly froze her in place. His expression also became a little embarrassed. Mr. Granger also choked with anger. He scratched his head slightly embarrassed. Can't remember the ages of my children. Is this okay? It doesn't matter if you have many children. But Hermione is their only daughter. They can all remember this incorrectly. Hermione also pointed it out. It's true, it doesn't look good. Mr. Granger then looked at Crow fiercely. If it weren't for Crow, then they won't remember Hermione's age wrong. I should remember correctly. It's Crow's fault anyway. Who made him want to eat his own cabbage? A strong feeling of irritation is detected. Get reward, silver treasure chest. Detected rich, hear the system beep. Feeling Mr. Granger's vicious eyes. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched a few times. The words were spoken by Hermione. I didn't say a word myself. Why can this be blamed on myself? I think sometimes it might be a good thing to learn to listen. Especially when others have not finished speaking, you interrupt. I don't think it's a polite thing, and I don't think it's a fun thing. Because in this way you are likely to misunderstand other people's meaning, just like misunderstanding me too. Crow picked up the steaming black tea. Feng Qingyun calmly put it to her mouth and took a sip. Although it's going to be a showdown. But there are many ways to show off. No need to make it too ugly. This is not a good thing for anyone. especially with Hermione caught in the middle. It is even more difficult. It's easy for her to have some grudge deep in her heart. You can't use forgetfulness on Hermione, right? Well, that's good. Of course it's impossible. If you do that, I guess I have to cast oblivion on all the girls. And forgetting everything is not a panacea. It often happens that the person being cast by the spell suddenly remembers things. If it's really that powerful, then it is already the best magic spell. Even banned by the Ministry of Magic. Ordinary wizards are prohibited from practicing. Just say what you want to say. And what did you mean just now? You admitted it yourself, do you want any explanation? You are simply a beast. Hermione is only 10, 11 years old. How could you do that to her? Ahem, Crow and Hermione are the same age. Mrs. Granger's reminder. Stifling Mr. Granger's anger. Being brought down, he could only cough awkwardly. In fact, he is speechless now. It's obviously a very serious matter. Why is it developing and developing? It's actually kind of funny. I didn't say anything to explain, nor did I deny what I just said. Didn't I say it? I admit everything you said. But I'm not as nasty as you think. Well, at least I haven't done anything particularly nasty. It's a fact that I'm good friends with Hermione and I treat them, too, is the truth. Crow spoke without hesitation. Words spoken. But it made Cassandra and Pansy's expressions change. Are you kidding me? Crow is so big? Or is he really not afraid of death? Luna tilted her head. Beautiful eyes were fixed on Crow's face. The eyes of Gujing Mubo. For the first time, there were some waves. Her father was the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler. Naturally, she has been exposed to many magical things. Crow, what happened today? She had seen it several times. But he is really as brave as Crow. This is her first time seeing her. As expected, Crow is the kind of person who doesn't do anything he's not sure about. But how will he end up later? Mr. and Mrs. Granger weren't particularly angry before. But now? Probably going to explode. A strong sense of confusion is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Intense, million detected. Chapter 116. Crow's estate. Mr. and Mrs. Granger sat across from Crow. Several women were gathered together. Sitting on the other side, he watched this scene worriedly. The most worrying of them all. None other than Hermione. At this time, she no longer knew what to say. On the one hand are his parents. On the other side is Crow. Each one is very important to her. Now the two sides are in conflict. She's caught in the middle. Totally don't know what to do. Or whatever. It will make her regret it. Choosing Crow would be a mistake for Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Choose Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Just sorry, Crow. This is a dead end. Hermione lowered her head worriedly. Force yourself to calm down and think about countermeasures. But she was upset. I can't calm down and think at all. What on earth do you mean? Forget it, Hermione, what do you mean by them? Oh my god, you are all just children. This is a sinful thing. This is something that will send you to hell. Mr. Granger looked furious. Mrs. Granger's eyes were red. Unstoppable tears. First of all, let me make it clear that the wizarding world does not believe in God. It believes in Merlin's beard. Another point is that we have not done anything, so why should we go to hell? Can't we make friends? Is it sinful for us to make friends? Is it not allowed by God for boys to make friends with girls? Then there is no need for this Bible to exist. Crow asked seriously. What he said shocked everyone present. Pansy and Luna don't know what God is. But judging from what Crow said just now, this God should be Merlin's beard in the Muggle world. What Crow is saying now? It's the same as saying that Merlin doesn't grow a beard. This is simply treason. Cassandra and the others have also been exposed to a lot of things in the Muggle world since they were young. 650 Naturally, they know the status of God in their beliefs. Now hear what Crow said. The faces of the children changed slightly. Of course they were not afraid of what Crow would say. Would anger the so-called God. Or the so-called Merlin's beard. Whether those things exist or not is a matter of debate. The Grangers are both Muggles who believe in God. Crow said this at this time. It is already an insult to their beliefs. This is no less. When the two of them were furious. Throw a bucket of gasoline on it. It will definitely make them even more angry. It will be true then. Big trouble. Wrong. Should say. Now we are in big trouble. Because Crow has poured this bucket of gasoline. The Granger couple's anger also burned even more fiercely. The women looked at each other worriedly. But there is no way. After all, the words have been spoken. Mr. and Mrs. Granger heard it too. You can't pretend you didn't hear anything. Make Mr. and Mrs. Granger think that they are hallucinating? A strong feeling of worry is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. Are you insulting God? Or are you insulting the Bible? Do you know that God is the Lord Almighty? What's the difference between insulting that beard and insulting that other thing? O Almighty Lord, please forgive the children for their arrogance, they do not know your greatness. Mr. and Mrs. Granger had different expressions. But they all reacted greatly to Crow's words. But I don't know why. They never mentioned what happened before. It's like being the most loyal believer. Start yelling at people who insult your beliefs. Or. They also understood what Crow meant. Get ready to take this ladder downhill. They are not fools after all. Naturally, I know that continuing is not good for anyone. The last person on hand. It would definitely be Hermione. And they had expected all this. It's just that it all happened a little early. Isn't it? At least Crow and Hermione didn't bend. This is truly a blessing from God. If one day Hermione brings back a girlfriend. Crow brought back a boyfriend. That picture. In fact, it's pretty good now. Think of it as cultivating feelings in advance. And at their age. Even if you want to do something. Don't have that ability either. Moreover. They are wizards after all. Mature earlier. Probably all normal things. Don't use muggle understanding. To think about wizard things. That would absolutely suck. I don't think Crow meant it this way, and Merlin's beard can only be regarded as a mantra. Merlin is a very great wizard, as you know, a wizard at the level of his ancestors. Oh my god, Merlin's beard. Merlin is the greatest wizard, not even Professor Dumbledore can compare to him. Professor Dumbledore? He is the greatest white wizard. How can he be inferior to Merlin? I don't believe it. Dear, you should know that although Professor Dumbledore is the strongest white wizard, Merlin was the strongest wizard hundreds of years ago. The three girls also understood and began to discuss. Not long after. Then he took Mr. and Mrs. Granger and started discussing Merlin. In other words, he was telling them about Merlin's great deeds. The Grangers also listened carefully and cooperatively. For a while. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Like everything before. Nothing happened in general. Merlin is indeed great. Luna and Crow looked at each other. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. A smile that wasn't quite a smile. Merlin is great. And it's very versatile. Well, like just now. Then he came out to change the subject. It successfully avoided an unnecessary fight. Crow touched his nose. There was also some confusion on his face. He first proposed Merlin. Really trying to change the subject. But I didn't expect it to be so successful. Even successful. It made him doubt whether Merlin really existed. Will miracles really happen? Otherwise the situation just now. It will definitely take a lot of words. Only then can the Grangers be deceived. But Merlin appeared. He didn't have time to get along with them and lied to them. It's all over. This made Crow shake his head. Take a sip of black tea and sigh softly. This Merlin is definitely a top-notch old liar. Cassandra, who was closest to him, heard this. She couldn't help but turn around and rolled her eyes at him angrily. What old trick? She didn't believe Crow couldn't tell. This is obviously the Granger couple looking for a way down the stairs. What does it have to do with whether Merlin is an old liar? But the matter is finally over. Although the ending made people caught off guard. But if you think about it, you can guess the reason. The Grangers had something in mind. Want to bring Crow and Hermione together. So they have already been prepared in their hearts. Naturally, I will accept it more easily. And Crow and Hermione weren't together yet. At least she wasn't with Crow. And continue to make trouble. The one who had the hardest time in the end was definitely Hermione. No matter what the result is. Hermione wouldn't feel good. Rather than that. It's better to make big things smaller. Little things become trivial again. Isn't that the best result? But these things. In fact, she had expected it. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. And it will be so anticlimactic. Something really surprised her. Not that. But how can Mr. and Mrs. Granger tolerate Crow's philandering? If it is an ordinary person. Even if you don't pursue Hermione's matter. This matter will definitely be pursued. Even biting it and not letting it go. Give Crow a good lesson. But the Grangers not only didn't. On the contrary, it's like, I don't care about Crow at all? Or did you not hear what Crow said at all? Cassandra's mouth twitched a few times. I don't know how to complain. Say the Grangers understand justice? He really understands the righteousness very well. It's also quite open to look at. But is this taking it a bit too far? Crow doesn't care about this kind of thing. Don't they care? A strong speechless emotion detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, Ministry of Magic. Office of Secretary Fudge. Fudge put down his quill. He looked helplessly at the old man in front of him. As you know, we have nothing to do with this matter. Those children are all the heirs of major families. And they have been there for so many years. It will be over if you turn your eyes for 10 times or close one eye. If you really want to regulate dueling competitions, I will naturally support it. However, the Ministry of Magic cannot intervene. You know the specific reasons. Although I am a minister, my rights are limited. The old man shrugged his eyelids. As if looking for lice. Keep rummaging through his messy hair. After hearing what Fudge said, he waved his hand nonchalantly. He spoke in a hoarse, harsh voice. I didn't ask you to do that. I understand your difficulties. But regarding the duel competition, we cannot just let the heirs of these pure-blood families mess around. Don't worry, I don't need you to take action or help. I only need you to do one thing. That is to severely crack down on the dark wizards. It is best to catch one and send him directly to Azkaban. Fudge heard this. His brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Looking at the old man's casual look, he asked tentatively. You mean to severely punish all dark wizards who sneak into the duel competition? Kill the chickens to scare the monkeys? That's no problem, I can ask the Aurors to step up patrols. But what are you going to do? If you make too much noise, it will be difficult for me to do it. If it doesn't work, how about pretending not to know anything? It's like this in duel competitions. The reputation is already in the witchcraft bump. Fudge hadn't finished his words of persuasion yet. The old man opposite suddenly stood up. He slapped Fudge's desk hard. All of a sudden, Fudge was so frightened that he trembled all over. I almost jumped. I have already told you about the duel competition. I don't need you to interfere. As for whether your reputation is still there, that is something to consider later, snort. The old man finished speaking. After snorting coldly, he turned and walked out of the office. He didn't seem to take Fudge, the Minister of Magic, seriously at all. Not even a bit of face was spared for him. Fudge covered his face with livid face. Veins popped out on his clenched fists. The slightly bulging eyes were bloodshot. Touch. Touch. Damn old man. Others bully me, and you dare to bully me. Damn it. Damn it. There were sounds of things breaking. Mixed with Fudge's roar. Echoed throughout the office. But his office was under a spell of isolation. So no sound was left. This is why he dared to roar loudly. Outside Secretary Fudge's office. It's useless, even if you become the Minister of Magic, it will still be like this. If it weren't for... Humph. The old man had a look of hatred that iron could not become steel. After shaking his head to suppress the disturbing thoughts. Walk slowly to the end of the corridor. Looking out at the blue sky and white clouds through the window. A complicated look flashed through the old man's somewhat cloudy eyes. Flitwick strongly recommended you to me and you passed my test. I hope you won't disappoint us. Whether the duel competition can return to what it was before depends entirely on you. Crow. The old man muttered something to himself. If Crow and the others were here. You can recognize the old man. It was the old man at the registration desk. Night. Crow's estate. This bed is comfortable. Crow is wearing a towel. lying on the luxurious bed with a look of enjoyment. Such a soft touch. Let his tense nerves instantly relax. After a short rest. Crow is just a carp player. A carp didn't get up after a fight. Mainly the bed is too soft. Crow could only prop himself up with his arms. Get out of bed and go to the window. Looking at the heavy snow outside through the window. The corners of Crow's mouth raised slightly. Today's harvest is quite big. Although there are not many treasure boxes, the mosquito legs are small, but they are still meat. 21. The manor that Professor Dumbledore helped find was not bad. Judging from the beds and sofas, they must have been recently replaced with new ones. He must have bought it at his own expense. It seems that this old man still has money. I can take more from him in the future. Well, after all, he is old and he has no relatives. I will give him his death and he will give him his inheritance. It is a win-win situation. Crow coughed dryly. Then his expression became serious. That little girl Luna is smart. Absolutely smart. But her smartness is different from Pansy's, although they both like to hide their smartness. But Pansy did it on purpose. Luna's pure character reason she can see through many things. She chose to follow us this time, and she may have seen through my mind. But after seeing through, she still dared to follow. How confident is she in herself? Or is it? Crow's eyes flashed slightly. Judging from Luna's performance, she must be a very smart person. Can see through many things. You can even see other people's personalities through their reactions. The Grangers can be seen through. He didn't hide it. Of course, it couldn't be hidden from Luna's eyes. But in this case, Luna still chose to follow her. This is obvious. Or she just doesn't have the ability to seduce her. Either. She really saw herself through. Know that you can't escape from the palm of your hand. Just follow him directly. It's good to observe yourself. To judge whether you are suitable to be her. Crow frowned. I already have the answer in my heart. She is indeed a peculiar girl. Crow sighed meaningfully. Then he turned back to the bed. He sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated. The reaction of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. No wonder Hermione is so smart, it turns out she inherited it from them. Knowing that if the quarrel continued, Hermione would only be injured, so they chose to borrow a ladder to go downhill. In order to avoid bringing the topic back again, they could even pretend not to hear what I said. Crow frowned slightly. The first feeling. The smartest people in the world. Far from being alone. It's just that they don't want to express it. Pansy was so. Luna is so. Even the Grangers are like that. Pansy sees things through. But he deliberately pretended to know nothing. Come act silly and adjust the atmosphere. In fact, she knows everything. Luna's is purely due to her personality. Even if you know something. I don't like to say it either. I like to keep it in my heart. Mr. and Mrs. Granger look ordinary. But judging from today's events, they are always very smart. And he has strong decision-making ability. Chapter 117. Dual competition venue. There were only a few people in the audience. 1.5 of these people. They are all family members or friends of the contestants. The dual competition at this time. It's no longer the dual competition it used to be. Once the previous dual competition started, the auditorium must be packed. But now the dual competition has changed. No one wants to waste time watching games between pure-blood nobles. Of course, there are also a few idle people. Would choose to spend time here. Although the result has already been fixed. The content should also be about some powerful wizards killing everyone. Then he was easily defeated by the scion of a pure-blood family. Then the person from that pure-blood family will become the champion of the dual competition. Why so sure? Well, for 5 or 6 years in a row. The content remains unchanged. They are not fish with only 7 seconds of memory. Now that we all know the result. What else did they come to see? Have that time. Wouldn't it be nice to go to the leaky cauldron and have a couple of butterbeers? Guess who will be the champion this year? Let me make a blind guess, Jair Shafik, the eldest son of the Shafik family among the 28 holy pure-blood families. Aren't you talking nonsense? In the youth group, he is the only pure-blood family member. Even if he doesn't ask anyone to use tricks to win the championship, it will be very easy. Oh, Merlin's beard. Look what I see. Is that little carrot head also a contestant? Oh my god, is this a kid from a pure-blood family again? Oh, these pure-blood families really regard dueling competitions as entertainment? Even such young children are participating? But that's right, it's normal for children to always have fun. You said, if this child is the champion in this year's youth competition, wouldn't that be an extremely interesting thing? Impossible. The champion must be a member of the Shafik family, unless that person deliberately loses to this child. But what kind of identity does the child have to be able to do this? So this is absolutely impossible. The crowd in the auditorium was so idle that they came to watch the game. They all pointed at Crow, who seemed out of place in the field. Their chatter. It also reached the ears of Cassandra and the other girls. But they were not angry. Instead, he showed a playful smile. If Crow wins the 19th championship, he will definitely shock the jaws of these people. I would love to see them looking for their own eyes all over the place. Don't be too confident, even if Crow is very powerful. But don't forget, that Ja hired 2 dark wizards to help him deal with his enemies. Don't worry, Crow will easily win against the 2 dark wizards. Don't forget, he's even a dark wizard. Well, he's Crow Wells. Zhangqiu hasn't finished speaking confidently. He reacted and quickly shut his mouth. After coughing twice, he started to change the topic. Although I really want to tell the girls about Crow's glorious deeds. But Professor Dumbledore specifically warned him. That was absolutely not allowed to get out. Even if Cassandra and the others asked. You must not tell them. Although she didn't feel the need to hide anything. After all, what Crow is like. They know much better than Dumbledore and the others. On some things. They know even better than Crow. For example. Crow has a plum blossom-shaped birthmark on his butt. Crow himself probably doesn't know this. But they knew it very well. He even touched it. I noticed that you have changed. You were not someone who liked playing riddles before. Since arriving yesterday, you have become more fond of playing riddles. Really? But I remember that I didn't talk about Crow and the Black Devil, that thing before, right? And I didn't do the riddles, I just said it smoothly. As you know, I have to deal with 7 ants and 8 ants every time I go back. I haven't adjusted my way of speaking for a while, so I said some things I shouldn't have said quickly. Faced with Cassandra's questioning, Zhangqiu denied it without changing his expression. Are you kidding me? She went back for a few days. It's not like I lost my memory after staying there for a few days. Several women asked her about that in the past. She didn't reveal it at all. Now a few girls are saying this. It's obviously a lie. Let her tell you that. But I remembered Professor Dumbledore's serious advice. Zhangqiu still endured the pain and did not speak to his good sisters. Of course she didn't want to know if she wanted to see a few girls. He looked anxious but couldn't get the answer. Absolutely not. You're cruel. Since you don't say it yourself, then we'll ask Crow later. The worst we can do is pay a small price. If he doesn't want to see it all the time, then let him see it as much as he can. Ah? But that kind of thing. I don't want to wear it, it's too shameful. How about you wear it? I don't want to wear it either. If it doesn't work out, just forget it. I'll ask Crow in an indirect way later and I'll definitely get the answer. Cassandra glared at Hermione and Pansy with hatred. The 2 women rubbed their clothes a little guiltily. Although I feel very guilty for Cassandra. But let them wear high-quality silk for Crow to play with? Not to mention the door. It's the window, crack. Nothing. It seems that you are the only one wearing it. I am not telling you, is our Miss Cassandra deliberately trying to find a reason and then, show it to someone? Zhangqiu crossed his arms. He spoke to Cassandra with a proud look on his face. This opportunity to tease Cassandra. But second only to the opportunity to tease Crow. It is simply extremely rare. Can catch it now. Of course she wanted to tease Cassandra. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of her previous questioning? Wrong. How can you be worthy? What about her previous cliché? Then you don't have to worry about it. Instead of worrying about me, why not worry about yourself? Remember to wash your feet well, otherwise Crow might. Hey! What do you mean? What's your expression? What do you mean I'm washing? It's obviously you who wears it. What does it have to do with me? And why does it involve Crow? Zhang Chu's expression changed. Looking at Cassandra with a wicked smile. Her heart felt slightly heavy. This little girl doesn't want to. And what Cassandra said afterwards. It also verified her suspicion. Hermione, pansy. What do you think we should make someone pay for being late? How about we go and talk to Crow, on our behalf? Cassandra smiled evilly. She doesn't behave like a human being. Hermione and Pansy's eyebrows jumped. Even sitting around in a daze. Luna has no sense of existence. And Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. The couple looked at each other worriedly. Can Hermione outplay Cassandra? Feeling a bit hanging. There was a flash of sadness and helplessness in Luna's eyes. Where did Crow find these immortals? Can you outplay them? According to his unsociable character. He must be the one who is excluded. When the time comes, is Hyasi comfortable to wear? Do you want to wash your feet first? I really don't understand this group of people. It's obviously the feet. Why do they say it is yuzu? Don't you know? Young people are good at everything. Will you only harm yourself? A strong speechless emotion detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected strong. Hear the system beep. Crow, who was looking at the duel field, was stunned. Turning around, he saw several girls having fun. This made him raise his eyebrows a few times. What is a speechless mood? What have I done to make them feel speechless? But since Zhang Chu came, their atmosphere has indeed improved a lot. Although it wasn't that bad before, they always wanted to plot against me, just like Vivian and the others. It's really a distressing thing. But it's great that Zhang Chu is here, she can help me attract a lot of firepower. Think of this place. The corners of Crow's mouth raised slightly. Zhang Chu did not tell the women about his killing of Voldemort. This also made the girls very angry with her. I often want to get something out of her mouth. But due to Professor Dumbledore's instructions, plus his instructions, Zhang Chu will definitely remain tight-lipped. This made the women talk even more enthusiastically. Even some mundane little things. They all try their best to come up with a few sentences. It just didn't work out once. So Zhang Chu came. The firepower of several women was immediately shared. Although it doesn't mean there is no more. But compared to before, he was simply at ease now. What? Why not teach Cassandra and the others a lesson? Let them know what it means to be the head of the family? Are you kidding me? These are the treasured girls he worked so hard to seduce. It took a lot of effort to get it together. If it's because of some small things, just fall out with them. That's really nonsense. And they show no resistance and are as obedient as rag dolls. Without any human touch, can they still be called treasure girls? Only they like this now are the real ones. I'm looking for children to raise, treasure girls, not collecting obedient dolls. Oh, they are the most real and charming look now. Of course, they will definitely be charming in a few years. Crow shook his head with emotion. While he was deep in thought. The opening of the duel competition is almost ready. Well, at least some idiot who cast the amplifying charm and spoke at length. The ending has been told. The next step should be to extract the opponent. Get ready to fight. Contestants, please come forward and grab a paper ball from this box. It will have the corresponding number and event on it. 2 numbers with the same number will be your opponent. Oh, you should know that these paper balls have been enchanted. It's absolutely fair. Even if Merlin's beard comes, there won't be any problems. The person responsible for the interpretation is a male wizard in the middle. After he finished instructing Crow and others, he deliberately spoke loudly to the audience. I thought I would get a round of applause. But the result in exchange was dead silence. A few people even let out disdainful snorts. Well, just the girls, Cassandra. This made the man a little embarrassed. I didn't dare to say anything more. He just urged Crow and others to seize the time and smell it. Hurry up, I have an urgent need to urinate, and I need to go to the toilet quickly. You should all know that urgent urination is a very uncomfortable thing, so please hurry up. Crow, who was at the back of the team, twitched the corners of his mouth. I secretly gave a thumbs up to the person in charge of the duel competition. He can find Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chicks of this level. Wrong. How could a Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick of this level actually stand here? This is simply a miracle. Oh, look what I found! A kid who sneaked in from nowhere? You know a few spells and you dare to participate in a duel? I think you will cry if you lose. Ha ha ha. Harsh jeers sounded. This sound also attracted other contestants. Several people turned their heads, looking at Crow with a mocking look. Hey, you know what? I thought this guy was just short. You know, he's as tall as a goblin. Where did this kid come from? Why are you here if you don't go back to find your mother quickly? Let me think about it, maybe he came to us to play house, right? He must have an itchy butt and wants to be spanked by us with a wand. Oh no, you can't say that. I'm a little excited about what you said. Such a young kid must taste milky and milky. Hey, remember to save a seat for me, I've never tasted this little baby taste. My wife's taste is absolutely wonderful. Everyone was talking about meat and vegetables. Jean Crow frowned slightly. The most important thing. He felt some greedy looks. This made his anus tighten. I almost used the Elder Wand to throw out a giant melon to them. But unfortunately, he restrained 583. I don't know because of anything else. Just because there will be better opportunities later. We can teach these flower-picking thieves a lesson openly. But this kind of thing. It still made Crow's mouth twitch and his heart felt sick. A country of great corruption. It truly lives up to its reputation. Even the wizarding world. There are people who have been affected by this unhealthy trend. It's getting so disgusting. Don't scare him, he is still just a child. A very cute child, who just said that he was going to slap his butt with a magic wand. I have to praise him, this is really a great idea. Don't be afraid, little brother, sister won't hurt you. When you meet her, if you act cute, she will be gentler. Well, I'll only spank half of your A. Sisters, do you want to bet on Merlin's beard? If he loses, he will cry for his mother. I bet he will bet 10 boxes of eyebrow pencils worth 79 gold galleons. Oh my god, is he that piece of trash who can't afford it without working hard? Oh my god, I heard that that thing is more expensive than gold, but I don't know if it's true. It must be more expensive than gold. This rubbish eyebrow pencil cannot be used by ordinary people. Only people who work very, very hard can use it, but they are very conscientious and have never increased their price. Yes, the rubbish's eyebrow pencil has a good conscience. The price has not increased in so many years. Those who can't afford it must not work hard. Otherwise, how could they not afford it? Yes, I heard that some people are still slandering them. It's so abominable. Are the rubbish people still using their slander? Just say sour grapes if you can't eat it. Rubbish and rubbish is the truth, okay? Are they still using the slander? Oh my god, I want to bet too. I will use my limited edition silk scarf. Although it is not expensive, it is a limited edition. I also bet that this kid will cry. I use 10 pounds of gold. Pure gold. Although it is not as expensive as eyebrow pencil, it is my limit. I bet this kid will cry and call his mother. And I. Crow's eyelids twitched as he looked at the women in front of him. Is this garbage, very useful? Why did they throw the ones I bought for Cassandra and the others into the trash can some time ago? After all, trash should stay in the trash. Is it the wrong model that I bought? Isn't it said that you get what you pay for? Such an expensive thing should be easy to use, right? Well, I'll ask someone later. Crow paid no attention to their bet. No explanation is possible now. Not only do they not believe it. On the contrary, it will get worse. Instead of struggling to explain. It's better to speak directly with strength. When they kneel on the ground begging for mercy. You will know who is strong and who is weak. Hey little brother, you must not cry because of your sister's eyebrow pencil, but you won't cry if your sister is the only one who presses you. While Crow was deep in thought, a seductive female voice sounded. Crow turned his head and looked at the gorgeous woman coldly. The duel hasn't started yet, and the outcome is still unknown. Being too confident is not a good thing. Chapter 118. The charming woman who was smiling and talking was stunned. A stiff smile appeared on his heavily made-up face. She was just about to wave her hand pretending to be generous. Crow had already bypassed her. Went to the lottery place to draw lots. He didn't even look at her the whole time. It's as if, just looking at it makes me feel bored. This made the charming woman clench her hands into fists. His face was also as gloomy as water. Eyes full of resentment glared at Crow's back. Humph. I don't know what is good and what is good. The charming woman snorted coldly. Veins popped out in the hand holding the wand. She thinks now. If you meet Crow later, how can I torture him until he is in pain? There are many people who think the same as her. But most people. All for that precious bet. You know, that's a rubbish eyebrow pencil. But only hard work. People who got a salary increase. A precious eyebrow pencil that only people can barely afford. What? 79 gold gallons expensive? When did it become expensive? Such a conscientious industry. From production to now. It's always 79 gold galleons. The price has never been raised. If you can't afford it, you should think about it. Is it because you don't work hard? Have wages been increased? Otherwise, why wouldn't I be able to afford that rubbish precious eyebrow pencil? A strong feeling of hatred is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, listen to the system beeps. Feeling the malicious glances around you. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched slightly. In the past, it was just some men who were not bad and kind to me. It's better now. Because it's a rubbish eyebrow pencil. Women are starting to have bad intentions towards themselves. He knew without guessing. These guys must be thinking of ways to make themselves cry. Then come and get that rubbish. Crow shook his head speechlessly. But a cold light flashed in his eyes. Use yourself as a pedal? Then come and take a look. Who is the real floor? People who have been trampled under their feet and beg for mercy. Who could it be? Crow took a few deep breaths. Calm down your restless emotions. Open the note in your hand. Look at the events and numbers recorded above. The woman who had been standing behind him poked her head. I also saw the digital content. He immediately exclaimed. His number is 3. The game is the 4th. Look, who is this kid's opponent? Ah? My number is 4, and the number of sessions is 3. Why not do it the other way around, then the rubbish's eyebrow pencil will be mine. Damn it, mine is 2, the number of games is 5, and I didn't even get a single edge. Holy shit! Sisters, I accepted the rubbish's eyebrow pencil without mercy. Ha ha ha. FK, why is this like this? Crow heard excited laughter and whines. The speechlessness in my heart was even worse. Is there something wrong with these people's brains? And if he heard correctly, among these women, were there a few men mixed in? He could understand that women wanted precious makeup pieces. But what happened to men? You also want that rubbish eyebrow pencil? That doesn't explain it. They are all gay? Think of this guess. Crow trembled with fear. The hand holding the elder wand tightened slightly. Feel the raging magic within it. He felt a little relieved. Put down and release the fire shield. Come and burn away these filthy thoughts. Ding ding ding. A crisp bell rang. Everyone who was talking about it looked sideways. Even the people in the audience. He also stopped talking. The noisy environment suddenly became quiet. The middle-aged man ringing the bell showed a satisfied smile on his face. All contestants, please note that the draw has ended. Anyone who did not participate in the draw will be deemed to have given up. The first round of elimination is about to begin now. Please enter the ring for the number 1 contestant. Other contestants, please return to the rest area and wait patiently. The man finished speaking. The originally quiet crowd became restless again. Crow walked to the lounge area and sat down silently. Other contestants also came to the rest area one after another. I don't know if it's a coincidence. There are still some people who do it on purpose. The charming woman from before sat directly next to him. The pungent smell of low-quality perfume made Crow frown slightly. Compare Cassandra's and their body scents. These taste unnatural. It's simply too pungent. Well, after going back, be sure to inhale the fragrance of a few more women. Come and clear your polluted nasal cavity. A smile flashed in Crow's eyes. This is a great reason. A reason to take advantage. Great, isn't it? Little brother, you must not be eliminated in the first round, otherwise my sister will be very boring. The charming woman thought she was charming and blinked her eyes. But I didn't expect it at all. Crow, just an 11-year-old. Let's not talk about whether you can appreciate her various charms. Even if he can understand it, there won't be any ripples. Why? He likes all natural ones. Especially the kind that has not been developed. After that the land is fertile. He will have a sense of accomplishment. This kind of land is very fertile from the beginning. Forget it. He does not like. Unless he really looks like a fairy. That's not unacceptable to him. But in the wizarding world, it seems that there is no such land at all. Bah! There is no one who is truly like an immortal. At least not in his opinion. Of course. It's not that Cassandra and the others aren't beautiful. It's just that Cassandra and the others are unexplored land. And he said he had never seen it. I mean fertile land that has been developed. Crow shook his head vigorously. He felt like he was thinking about it. I'm going to knock myself out. Little brother, what do you mean when you shake your head? Are you so unconfident? Then what kind of duel competition are you going to participate in? Are you going to be cannon fodder? Two at BB and the charming woman looked at Crow and didn't answer her question. He just stayed in a daze for a while and then shook his head. I immediately thought he was saying he couldn't do it. This made the seductive woman who wanted eyebrow pencil immediately anxious. The not-so-smart brain thought for a while. Decided to use what she thought was the most powerful method. The provoking method. Of course. In her understanding, the most powerful method is seduction. But judging from the situation just now, Crow is afraid that he is gay. Otherwise, you won't be able to appreciate your own beauty. He is the same. This is an explanation. Only then can I speak fluently. Helpless charming woman. We can only settle for the next best thing. Say that. Something she thought all men couldn't stand. Are you still a man? Can you do it? Small dog. After saying that, she looked at Crow expectantly. Those times in the past, when it didn't work. That's what she would say. This will at least allow them to move a few more times. Of course, it only takes a few moves at most. Well, it doesn't even hurt after being hit. Although I guess Crow is gay. But she still placed her hope on this sentence. But I never thought about it. Even if Crow does inspire passion. So what? Wouldn't the result still be decided in the ring? But the charming woman at this time, already using all his brain to think about how to stimulate Crow's fighting spirit. There is no extra space to figure this out. A strong emotion of anticipation is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, Crow looked at the seductive woman expressionlessly. The tone was like eternal ice. Whether I win or lose has nothing to do with you. If you want a rubbish eyebrow pencil, then work hard on your own. If you can't afford it, don't think about it all day long by betting. The price of those things has never increased. You couldn't afford it before, and you can't afford it now. Then think more about it. Have you worked hard over the years? Has your salary increased? Otherwise you will never be able to afford the garbage in your life. Crow's words were like a bolt from the blue. It struck the charming woman's heart hard. Her expression suddenly became extremely stiff. Angry eyes glared at Crow. But I don't know what to say. I could only stare at him dryly. Crow chuckled. He turned his head and stopped talking to the charming woman. He just knew it. These people care so much about that rubbish eyebrow pencil. Say so yourself. It will definitely break their defense. Suddenly Crow raised his eyebrows. Looking at the young man on the ring. There was some understanding in his eyes. Hey? This person is interesting. It seems that he is the protagonist of the youth group, right? I wonder how many dark wizards he hired? Are there only 2? Crow murmured something softly. A somewhat disdainful smile appeared on his face. This protagonist is quite old, isn't he? He should have graduated from the Magic Academy. Can do this kind of thing. That means he is a member of a pure-blood family. Although I don't know which pure-blood family it is. But it's still certain. He is a member of the pure-blood family. Another fresh graduate. Strength shouldn't be wrong, right? Coupled with the loneliness of the duel competition. There are only 26 people participating in the youth group. Most of them are muggles and half-bloods. The remaining half are mostly just joining in the fun. For example, this charming woman next to him can participate in youth group competitions. It means that she is at most 18 years old. This is what he looks like at this age. It shows that she is very open. Laugh at the poor but not at the PRST youths. So he wasn't going to laugh at this guy. Since he is the only pure-blooded member of the youth group, then he should be very confident, right? Did he feel that he couldn't defeat these half-blood and muggle-born wizards? So 2 dark wizards were invited to act as drag queens? This is pure. It is not unfair that the blood family is lonely. If I were their ancestor, I would probably crawl out of the coffin. Maybe extermination isn't necessarily a bad thing sometimes. Crow smiled disdainfully. After whispering a few words, he stood up. The protagonist of the youth group has already finished the game. It's his turn to play. Flowers need green leaves to be beautiful. But who are the flowers and who are the green leaves? Everything is still unknown. When Crow and Jib passed by each other. Turn your head, raise your head and look at him. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Ger stared blankly at the little boy who passed by him. Looking at Crow's back. He didn't know why. I actually had some bad premonitions. As if, needing to go to the toilet. J scratched the back of his head. He glanced at the 2 prematurely developed peers in the rest area. The 3 of them nodded tacitly. Jerkay showed a confident smile. As the eldest son of the Shafik family, won the championship in the youth group of the duel competition. It will definitely make him shine. There is no doubt about the next clan leader. It must be one of myself, and my 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, and 8th brother. Which one specifically? I do not know. Ja held up his pants. Turning around to look at Crow's back again. There was a flash of doubt in his eyes. Whose little doll is this? Why did you get involved in duel competitions at a young age? Suddenly he showed an expression of realization. He must want to get more familiar with the dueling competition, and then strive to win the championship directly and kill his brothers and sisters. God of Merlin. Beard. This is really a god. What a brilliant idea. If I were so smart, I might have fewer opponents now. When I come back, I must make good friends with this brat and ask him to help me. Is there any other way to kill those brothers? Ja held up his pants. I didn't dare to stay for a moment and went straight to the toilet. Because the pants are pulled up very high. This gave him the way he walked. It seems very funny. It's like daddy is in the crotch. There is a smell of daddy in the air. They are exactly the same. What did the young master eat for lunch? Did he poop in his pants? Does it taste like leeks? I had it when I was eating the big steamed buns from the Dragon Kingdom. It smelled like leeks. Merlin's beard, I really miss those delicious big steamed buns with chives. Ugh. Are there any normal people out there? I won't compete anymore. Come on, let's vomit. Come on, let a normal person take me away. A strong emotion of wonder is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich, looking at Crow's thin figure on the ring below. Professor Flitwick had a confident smile on his face. Crow Wells, he will change the rotten status quo of the duel competition. I mean, he will reform the duel competition and let those pure-blood nobles know that the duel competition has never been they are there, Qian Wang Hao, playthings. Are you so confident? Don't forget that he is only a 10-year-old child. We have worked hard for so long but have achieved nothing. What can a child do? Oh Mr. Lilies, that child is already 11 years old, he is not a 10-year-old child anymore. You have never taught him, so you don't know his talent, but I am different, I know you know his talent, but you also know his terror. Flitwick's short body stood upright. 2 short arms spread out. He looked a little crazy. Crowwells can definitely change everything. He is a genius comparable to Merlin. In a few years, no. In a year, he will easily surpass Professor Dumbledore. Leary's frowned slightly. Looking at his old friend's crazy appearance. Then he turned to look at Crow's thin back. The somewhat cloudy eyes showed some light. Maybe you are right, this kid really has a chance to change everything. You know? When he came to me to sign up, I tested him, but his character. Out of my expectation. He's an absolutely wonderful little guy, isn't he? I think so, he's a great kid. Flitwick and Leary smiled at each other. I've already given instructions to the Ministry of Magic. That guy Fudge will let Auror step up patrols and try to catch all the dark wizards who come to the competition. Put them in Azkaban and kill them all. Warning monkeys. But who came up with this idea? Such a ruthless way of dealing with it is not something you, Flitwick, would do. Leary's looked slightly confused. One who is close to Vermilion is red, and one who is close to ink is black. In fact, sometimes, not only is the teacher teaching the students, but the students are actually teaching the teacher. Are you right? What you mean is, that child's character will indeed come up with such a ruthless plan. But that's fine. Azkaban will give them an advantage in dealing with this group of dark wizards. Leary stroked his grey beard, looking at Crow's thin figure on the ring. Both of them had a look of expectation in their eyes. Detected strong emotion of expectation. Rain get reward, gold treasure chest. Intense, detected. Chapter 119. In the audience. Do you think Crow is really good? The man opposite him must be a teenager, right? Crow is only an 11-year-old kid after all. Could he be hurt? Mr. and Mrs. Granger asked worriedly. Although Crow does shit. But they still didn't want Crow to get hurt. Either out of feelings for him. Still out of feelings for Hermione. Neither of them wanted Crow to get hurt. Of course the latter reason occupies the majority. After all, if Crow is injured, Hermione was definitely the saddest one. At that point, it would be no different than Hermione being injured. And Crow's time with them is not short. There will also be feelings to some extent. Emotionally and logically, they don't want Crow to get hurt. You are not wizards, so you don't know Crow's talent, nor do you understand how terrifying his strength is. I think Crow may only need an expelliarmus to fight the guy opposite. No, I think we only need a levitating spell. Oh, you know, the levitating spell I'm talking about is applied to the wizard on the opposite side. Do you want to bet? I bet Crow can use the upside-down golden hook. The bet is, whoever loses gets to lose. How about going to him to exchange the secret? Are you going to play so hard? Then I bet he will petrify everything. The four women looked at each other and smiled. He didn't care at all about the sudden change of topic. The Grangers are not wizards after all. And they definitely have some issues with Crow. So explain to them how awesome Crow is. It doesn't matter how talented you are. Because Mr. and Mrs. Granger don't understand at all. Instead, he talked more and more. The more they feel irritated. An alienation from the wizarding world. You may even feel that you are incompatible with the wizarding world. Finally, he returned to the Muggle world sadly. So there is only harm in explaining more. No benefit at all. Rather than a sincere explanation. It's better to make a bet. To hint to them how strong Crow is. The result was a casual mention of the bet. But it attracted the participation of several women. The helpless Cassandra could only carry out the bet to the end. The Grangers didn't understand this though. But they understood something. That means Crow is very strong. It only takes one hit to hit the person opposite. Luna? Do you want to join us? This is a very interesting game, just think of it as the jackpot of this game. You know what? This game is boring. Although it's a duel, I don't think anyone can compete with Crow. Let's make a small bet to make the game more interesting. Don't worry, our bet is very simple. It won't hurt you, but 833 will. Luna listened to the lies of several women. His eyelids twitched slightly. Look at the evil smiles on their children's faces. A deep sense of speechlessness flashed through her heart. If you don't know how to gamble, you can't cheat at all. She would really doubt it. These women are setting a trap for themselves. But she actually suffered a loss this way. After all, compared to several women, she spent very little time with Crow. I haven't even seen Crow perform magic a few times. He is very skilled at cleaning it like new. At least the dishes and everything are clean. This was one of the few times she saw Crow perform magic. But she can't bet on Crow beating his opponent with clean as new, right? Luna's eyes flickered a few times. He raised his face calmly and looked at his children. The way you gamble is flawed. If one guesses right, who among the others who didn't guess right will be punished? Or if none of them guessed right, who will be punished? If there is no punishment, then this game is still does it make sense? I can participate, but the choice of punishment will change. That person guesses correctly. She will not be punished. Others who guessed incorrectly will be punished. If no one guesses correctly, they will be punished. Then we will be punished together. Luna turned her head towards the ring again. But he still said unfinished words. If there's no problem, I'll bet Crow will defeat his opponent with a crystal clear spring. Her words left Cassandra and the others stunned on the spot. The four women looked at each other. The corners of his mouth were twitching. Luna is so cruel. Her meaning was obvious. If they all guessed wrong. You can't pretend to be stupid. Pretend that there is no such thing as a bet. But everyone has to accept punishment. Everyone. Including Luna herself. Such ruthless wolf destruction. It almost refreshed Cassandra and the others' outlook. But that's it for now. It was too late for them to look back. The four women looked at each other in tacit understanding. They all shook their heads helplessly. The girls had no choice but to look at Luna. Of course. In fact, there would be so many of us if you didn't tell me. But are you sure you want to bet that Crow can use clear as a spring? I have never seen him cast this spell. Are you really not going to think about it? A clear spring is very powerful. There is no way Crow would use it in a place like this. You may not know Crow's strength. The spells he releases are far more powerful than others. Unless he wants to kill his opponent, he can't use clear spring. Although clear as a spring is not a powerful spell, what is ejected in Crow's hand is not a water egg, but a water bomb. It will kill people. The four girls began to persuade Luna. Although this game, there can only be one winner. But they didn't want to take advantage of Luna either. So I kindly remind Luna a few words. Lest she lose in vain. No, just clear as a spring. You firmly believe in your choice, and I firmly believe in my choice. And I believe that he will definitely use clear as a spring. If I lose, I will voluntarily accept the punishment. You don't have to worry about this. Luna was lying on the railing. He spoke with an inexplicable expression. Hear her words. Cassandra and the other girls stopped trying to dissuade him. Just shook his head helplessly. Turning around to look at the duel field. This battle involves more than just Crow's victory. It's more about whether they should be punished. Hey? It's not right. This is a bet. In the end, everyone who benefits is Crow, right? The children came to their senses belatedly. Look at each other a few times. The faces of the women also became gloomy. Are you kidding me? What is the result of this? Isn't Crow the final beneficiary? Especially after Luna's condition. Crow benefits even more. 5 girls. No need to go. The other 4 are to be warned. Go show it to Crow. No matter who this one doesn't have to go. Doesn't that mean 4 people are going? Have you discovered it a long time ago? Then you deliberately brought it up, did you do it on purpose? Who is Crow to you? Luna, are you crazy? This is no joke. The loser will have to wear. It's very shameful. I heard several women questioning. Look at the incredible expressions on their faces. The corners of Luna's mouth slightly raised a slight arc. This is a fair bet, isn't it? The result is not important, what is important is the process and whether the bettor can abide by the agreement. This is the greatest fun of this game. The women looked at each other silently after hearing this words of persuasion in my heart. It was also blocked in the mouth. Since Luna said so. They also proposed the bet themselves. If you regret it now. Doesn't it show that they don't keep their word? This is not a good thing. At least for them. Not a good thing. Then you have to bet. Let me see what moves Crow will use to defeat his opponent. Cassandra patted the railing. He whispered with a firm expression. Hermione and the 3 girls saw this. He nodded helplessly. At the same time, he stared at Crow's back with a very annoyed look. It's easier for him. After hearing the whole process, Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other silently. These girls are all killed by wolves, right? And their daughter. Not very smart? Why didn't I see it from the beginning? Is this Luna's plan? Well, they all saw it. Luna is deliberately blocking their escape route. He also puts them on the moral high ground. They were forced to agree. This girl. So scary. Do not forget. She herself was involved in the bet. Unless she is sure she can win. But what magic will Crow use to end the battle? Can you guess it by guessing? It's entirely a matter of probability. So these girls all hate him horribly. Mr. and Mrs. Granger shook their heads helplessly. A strong feeling of irritation is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected rich. BJFJ, Crow, who was waiting for the referee to say start, was stunned. He turned to look at the audience with a confused expression. Sure enough, he saw several women staring at him angrily. Only Luna gave herself a very shallow smile. This made Crow confused. What did I do? A series of irritations? Did I fail to clean the dishes in the morning? It's impossible, right? Crow shook his head confused. After pondering for a while to no avail. Simply don't think about it anymore. Instead, he turned to look at his opponent. Well, this weird opponent is doing warm-up exercises. This is also the reason why his duel has not started yet. Because his opponent is sick. I have been doing warm-up exercises for more than 10 minutes. The referees who were waiting were a little impatient. Looking at his opponent who was still doing breast enlargement exercises in full swing. The corners of Crow's mouth twitched slightly. Have you ever thought about it? We are wizards, not warriors. Is there any point in doing these exercises to stretch your muscles? Waving a wand will make you very tired. Crow's words stunned the person opposite. The chest expansion exercise also froze in place. That's right. I'm not going to fight hand-to-hand with this kind of brat. I can just cast a magic spell. Then why do I do these exercises? The man thought for a moment. But no answer came to mind. I can only blame everything on past experiences. Well, that was a real man vs 1 battle. The kind that lasts until dawn. Several wands were broken. If not for his fate. He climbed out holding on to the wall. I'm afraid it will be folded there. That's why he developed this habit before every decisive battle. Do some exercise to stretch your body. It is convenient for the other party to enter later. Good for some enthusiastic fencing, wand fencing. Are you ready, player Hughes? If you are not ready again, I will declare you to have given up. The time for the competition has come. The referee looked at Hughes speechlessly. He has never seen such a duel. Is this a duel? Are you sure you're not comparing bodybuilding? Ah? Is it time already? Let's get started. Let me kill him with one blow, and then the garbage man's eyebrow pencil will be mine. Hughes heard this. His eyes suddenly burst into light. I think the rubbish eyebrow pencil is a must-have. The referee's mouth twitched a few times. Resisting the urge to kick him down. Turning to look at Crow. Are you ready, Crow? When you're ready, you can start. That's it. Crow doesn't waste much time either. He nodded directly. The fourth round, Hughes vs Crow. Begin. The referee finished. Then he walked off the stage holding the wand. In fact, a duel does not require the presence of a referee. There will be referees in all duel competitions. It was entirely to tell everyone in the audience which round this was. As well as making sure no one cheats. But the second one is useless. Because of the entire duel competition. They have become toys for pure-blood families. Even the Ministry of Magic doesn't dare to deal with cheating. Don't even count on little referees like them. Crow and Hughes heard what the referee said. Bow to each other. They all turned around. Walk with your back to the other person. Right down to the sign painted on the dueling arena. Then they all stopped and turned around. For the eyebrow pencil. The fainting curse. All petrified. Expelliarmus. Crow just turned around. A roar was heard. Then came all kinds of curses. Crow's brows jumped at this scene. This rubbish's eyebrow pencil is strong. Powerful enough to make a person so crazy. But Hughes did cast a lot of spells. It's also very fast. 18. The power is too weak. Crow didn't even feel any power. Just like someone who is new to magic. Can barely release. But what is released is only the appearance. But it doesn't have the same power. This one that Hughes put, is worse than that one. Facing the oncoming curse. Crow didn't even think about hiding. It is estimated that these attacks fell on him. Maybe even the clothes can't be broken. I'm sorry, little brother, I have to order that eyebrow pencil. Hughes looked still standing where he was. Crow showed no intention of evading. I thought he was scared to death. He immediately raised his hands with confidence. It was as if he was already the winner. The audience in the auditorium saw this. They all lamented. There were also a few derisive laughs. Is this kid really here to have fun? This kind of attack scares you silly? Then what is he here for? Is he wasting time? Maybe the young master from the pure-blood family is here to have fun. After all, duels nowadays have long been a joke for pure-bloods. I don't agree with what you said. Who said it has to be pure blood? I thought it would be good to let my child sign up and participate in the 10 rounds to open his eyes. What you said makes sense. Remember to ask me to join you when you sign up. Noisy discussion. The faces of the women became embarrassed. But they didn't say much. The results will tell everything. But they are not in a hurry. The players in the rest area were anxious. The seductive woman with heavy makeup stood up suddenly. He roared angrily at Crow, who seemed to be in a daze. Are you still a man? This little attack scared you, silly? Pick up your wand and FK him. Use magic. My eyebrow pencil. Do you know? This may be the closest that rubbish eyebrow pencil has ever come to me, the closest it has ever come to me. Why am I not that? That is what I dream of, but the result, ugh. Everyone in the contestants' seats felt as if they were dead. They squatted on the ground in despair. Some even cried bitterly. There is no other reason. I just missed that rubbish eyebrow pencil, which is more expensive than gold. Missed it this time. I don't know this life and this life. There is no chance to get so close to this precious eyebrow pencil again. This group of people, let's not call this competition a duel competition, call it a lunacy competition. What kind of monsters are here? Is there any need to save this? Crow complained speechlessly. He raised his wand. Whisper the incantation in your mouth. A strong feeling of despair is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Intense, detected. Chapter 120. Clear as a spring. Light blue water bombs gathered at the top of the wand. As Crow's words fell, the water bomb flew out instantly. Same as in a row. Thinking of Hughes, who was raising his hands and cheering, he shot over. Wherever the water bomb passes, the magic released by Hughes was dispersed. Several magic spells didn't even wear away a single water bomb. In other words, it did not weaken the power of a water bomb. Crow couldn't help but frown at this. A person of this age can't even master basic magic? How did he graduate? And who gave him the confidence to come here to participate in the duel competition? Although it had been expected that Hughes' magic would be powerless. But when you really see it, still, he couldn't help but make some speechless remarks. Is this powerless? This simply won't happen. Take a fluorescent light and use it as Avada chewing on a big melon. It's no different from what Hughes is doing now. What's going on? Why is there such a strong magic? He looked at the water bomb approaching his face. Hughes's expression changed greatly. My heart became extremely panicked. I wanted to release the spell several times. But because of fear, he didn't even have the courage to raise his arms. All we could do was watch the water bombs coming. But suddenly he seemed to remember something. The panic in his eyes immediately dissipated. Then he became extremely determined. Even a little crazy. You will die for my eyebrow pencil. Expelliarmus. Clear as a spring. Thinking of the precious eyebrow pencil that I will soon get. Houston roared immediately. Why are you afraid of panic? What kind of fear makes your hands and feet numb? All of them no longer exist. At this time, he was like a god of war. Raise your wand. He cast several magic spells on the water bombs that were just around the corner. One of them is as clear as a spring like Crow. It's just that, the clear spring he used did come out. Water polo is not much different from Crow's. But, his water polo is really just a water polo. It can't even be called a water bomb. Dozens of water balls versus Crow's water bombs. Not even a single face-to-face encounter. They were directly scattered by water bombs. Not enough continuous impact. It still reduces the power of water bombs. Plus a few magic spells behind Hughes. Crow's water bomb has no impact anymore. There was a crash sound. The water bomb disintegrated in the air. It fell to the ground and turned into a puddle of ordinary water. Hughes saw this. He immediately showed a reassuring smile. Bloodshot eyes stared at Crow. She spoke to him breathlessly. For the eyebrow pencil, you have to, ugh. It hurts so much. How could that be? What else? Hughes just spoke. A sharp pain suddenly came from his chest. The indescribable terrifying force instantly sent him flying backwards. This is not over yet. Dozens more water bombs landed on his body. The flying Hughes was directly knocked out of the duel field. His wand even got knocked off halfway through. This also made it impossible for him to even cast a spell. I can only watch the victory go away from me. Is it just victory that goes away this time? No. And his dream eyebrow pencil. Hughes burst into tears. Inner pain. It's far from comparable to physical pain. If there is a chance to do it again, he will definitely choose to fight Crow. The curse cannot be defeated. You can't even fight melee, right? But it's a pity. He has no chance. The matter has become a foregone conclusion. Hughes fell to the ground with a look of despair. He no longer cared about the severe pain. Just close your eyes silently. If not, he was still breathing. The referee almost thought he was dead. Winner, Crow. The referee announced the result expressionlessly. Then he tugged on Hughes' collar with a look of disgust. Drag him backstage. It's weaker than I expected. If the opponents are all like this, then Cassandra and the others can easily win the championship. Crow shook his head boredly. He turned around and walked off the stage without any hesitation. He had no sense of victory. After all, you are fighting an ant. You win. So will you be excited? The answer is obvious. Won't. Because this result is already determined. There are only battles whose outcome is unknown. The excitement comes after victory. It's like a bet. Precisely because the outcome is unknown. That's why so many people like to bet. But Crow cares about winning and losing. Others care. Especially that charming woman. He jumped up directly, yelling with excitement. It was as if she was the winner. In other words, Crow and her have a good relationship. He won. Did you see that? He won the game. Merlin's beard, this is awesome, awesome. At this moment, the charming woman wanted to pick up Crow and kiss him hard. That's what I thought. She wanted to do the same. It's a pity that Crow rejected him coldly. She didn't get angry after being rejected. Instead, he continued to circle back and forth excitedly. A few unique contestants. Same as her. Let's celebrate together. As if Crow could win. This is great news for them. Well, them. Celebrating people inside. There are several men. A strong sense of excitement is detected. Get reward, silver treasure chest. Detected rich, the women in the audience looked at each other. Listen to the cheers below. And the exclamations all around. The children didn't know what expressions to use to express their feelings, tile grass. The most difficult thing for them to accept. None more so than the spell used by Crow. It's actually as clear as a spring. Thinking of what they said to persuade Luna. For a moment, I felt some pain in my cheek. Similarly, they also had strong curiosity in their hearts. This curiosity even overwhelmed their worries. Let's put aside the question of whether to punish or not. The most important thing right now. Or ask how Luna guessed all this. Want to know how long Luna and Crow have been together? Let's look at how long you and Crow have been together. Row is the case. Luna's guess was actually more accurate than theirs. How could this not surprise them? If only this bet wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. They might all wonder if Luna and Crow were angry. Deliberately trying to trick them? After all, according to Crow's strength, there is absolutely no need to use Clear Spring to defeat your opponent. Luna, how did you guess that Crow would use Clear as a spring? How long have you been with her? Why do you know him better than we do? Does it have anything to do with how long we've been together? Or is it hard to guess? Hear Cassandra's question. Luna turned her head in confusion. Asked Cassandra curiously. This, the magic Crow uses to defeat his opponent is completely random. Isn't it hard to guess? Yes, you and Crow have only been together for a short time, and you don't even know how many spells he knows. Under such circumstances, how did you predict that he would use Clear Spring? Don't worry, we are willing to admit defeat. Since you win, then we will naturally abide by the agreement, put it on, and show it to Crow. But before that, we hope to get the answer. Luna, tell the truth. Did Crow force you? Call used you in advance to make you plot against us? Just tell us directly and we won't blame you. 4 girls, please say a word. When Zhangqiu spoke, the women all looked expectant. If Crow is really plotting against them, then they don't have to abide by the agreement? Of course it's not that they don't want to keep their word. Really? Wear high-quality silk or something. What a shame. A strong feeling of shame and embarrassment is detected. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Detected strong hui? I didn't expect him to use clear spring, nor did I collude with him. This bet was proposed by you, I just participated. Luna blinked confusedly. He spoke with an extremely calm expression and tone. As for what spells Crow uses, why did I guess them correctly? In fact, it's very simple, right? I think if you observe carefully, you can guess why he uses all the spells as clear as a spring, right? Luna finished her sentence. The children immediately fell into silence. They all lowered their heads and pondered. Observe carefully? Observe what? Crow's thin back? Is there anything to observe? What kind of spells does Crow use? Isn't it a completely random thing? And no one can control him from using magic spells. Or before he used the spell. There are no special habits. How to observe this? Luna can't be a mind reader again. Can you read Crow's thoughts? The girls thought of this. Chi shook her head in amusement. Mind reading? Isn't it legilimency? But if they remembered correctly, Crow should know occlumency, right? Plus Luna, a new student who didn't enroll. Even if he really knows legilimency, can she read Crow's thoughts? Isn't this an obvious thing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't read minds, no, I mean I can't read legilimency. Don't forget, I haven't enrolled in Hogwarts yet. How can I get this kind of curse? Luna raised her head expressionlessly. He spoke in an extremely calm voice. After hearing her words, the girls all laughed coquettishly. Let me just say ma, how could she, legilimency? How do you know what we are thinking if you don't know legilimency? Merlin's beard. Is there anything more fake than this? I think we need an explanation, Luna. This isn't a funny thing, you know that, right? Oh my god, what's going on? I'm confused. Is this a trap or a coincidence? The four women questioned Luna with ugly expressions. No way. This thing is so egregious. There was a traitor among them. This traitor not only betrayed them, he even helped Crow deceive them. This is something that absolutely cannot be tolerated. Of course. If this bet doesn't count, it's not like they can't tolerate it. Your thoughts are written on your faces, is it difficult to guess? Crow and I haven't spoken much, and there is no need to join forces with him to lie to you. And if I want to deceive you, legilimency alone might not be enough, right? After all, legilimency can't change your minds, nor can it predict the future. I think even with Merlin's intelligence Hui, you can't even count this bet, can you? Luna's expression remained calm. Just when talking, I can't help but explain a few more words. No way. Being misunderstood is not a good thing. Although she has been misunderstood many times. There have been countless of them since childhood. But, the women are not the same. They have a special relationship with Crow. If you go against them, it doesn't do you any good. And these women are all his rare friends. Not only did he not care about his own specialness. On the contrary, he is very close to himself. She doesn't want to lose this hard-won friendship yet. So I can't help but explain a few more sentences. Really? Are our thoughts all about our faces? That's, certainly a little bit. Even if it's easy to guess our thoughts, what about Crow? His back is to us, so we can't say that his thoughts are also on his face, right? That's right. Crow didn't have any special habits before he used the magic spell. What do you mean you can observe it by observing carefully? Well, I think I should have guessed the answer. Just as the three Cassandras asked questions in confusion. Hermione raised her hand awkwardly. Suddenly several people's eyes turned to Hermione. Well, including the melon-eating Granger couple. Looking at Hermione, she already guessed the answer. The couple felt very relieved. She is indeed my precious daughter. I actually got the answer so quickly. It's rare. Hey? Doesn't this mean Hermione knows Crow very well? Sure enough, their baby girl. All my thoughts are on Crow. Actually right under their noses. He was abducted by Crow. Think of this. The Grangers were so angry that they wanted to beat their chests. But it was a done deal. And Crow is still a pretty good choice. Isn't it? But what a great choice. He shouldn't have attacked Hermione at such a young age, right? Give them both some time to prepare, right? A strong feeling of resentment is detected. Reward, silver detected rich. You all know that Crow has 2 wands, right? How could you not know? There is an elder wand among them, which is one of the 3 deathly hallows. That is the wand made by the legendary god of death. As soon as Hermione finished speaking, Pansy spoke immediately. Just after she finished speaking, Cassandra and the others reacted instantly. Suddenly his expression became helpless and embarrassed. When Crow uses the Elder Wand, the power of magic will be greatly increased, which is one of the reasons why he can cast spells more powerfully than others. This is why we are confident that he will reasons for using spells like Expelliarmus. Because a spell like Clear as a Spring, with the addition of the Elder Wand, is powerful enough to kill the opponent. So we concluded that he would not use that kind of spell. After all, it is just a duel, is not a life and death fight. But when he just competed, he only used an ordinary wand, not an Elder Wand at all. This means that for the sake of stability, it is best for him to use a Clear Spring. Choose. No, it's not for the sake of stability, but simply because I didn't expect the opponent to be so weak. Otherwise, he would definitely still use the Expelliarmus spell. The 4 girls discussed each other word by word. The more they talked, the worse their expressions became. I didn't expect something so obvious. They didn't even notice it. It's okay, I don't blame you. A strong feeling of helplessness is detected. I originally thought she was a wolf killer. We lost. We are willing to admit defeat. We will abide by the agreement and open it to Crow. Oh my god. This is simply an own mistake, but the result is always, not very good, but there is a result after all, right? All escape routes were blocked. The smile is shallow but extremely sincere. No wonder she would say that. The 4 women shook their heads helplessly, showing a very faint smile. Get reward, gold treasure chest. A strong power is detected. His eyebrows couldn't help but curve slightly. But Luna was able to discover it accurately. I'm sorry for doubting you. It's all our fault for not observing carefully. It won't happen again in the future. Please trust us, my dear. Luna looked at the 4 girls who looked apologetic. You really surprised us. No wonder Crow admires you so much. It seems he was right. You are an extremely smart girl, Luna. But I didn't expect, she was actually a smart wolf killer. Chapter 121. Hogwarts. In the silent principal's office, Dumbledore caressed the mentally ill fox. Sit on a recliner. Warm yourself by the fireplace. Only this time he didn't have a book in his hands. Wearing glasses instead. He looked at Grindelwald with a smile on his face. It's extremely interesting for that child to be your assistant. You have ancient magic, but you don't have a successor. How sad is this? You know that Kid Crow, he understands your ideas, but he also sees more clearly than you. Maybe it's a good choice for you to teach him those magics, don't you think? Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore expressionlessly. Sitting on the sofa with no response. Just looked at Dumbledore silently. Listened to his lies. So stupid, you know you're not doing this at all? It's not a good thing to get to the bottom of it. I made Crow an assistant teacher in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to really spy on you. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. He took off his glasses and continued speaking. You also know your identity, even if I can believe you. But I can't gamble my belief with those children. I can't afford it, Gellert, please forgive me. I think you will forgive me, is it right? Grindelwald remained expressionless. Only this time, there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Collapsed on the sofa. He lowered his head silently, hiding the disappointment on his face. Am I the one who is not trusted after all? Even if I knew the answer earlier. But when Dumbledore actually said it, still he couldn't help but feel disappointed. But it's right to think about it. A Dark Lord himself. How dare Dumbledore believe in himself wholeheartedly? What's more, this is Hogwarts. According to Dumbledore's character, he will definitely put the safety of students first. And I'm afraid I can only be the second one, right? Wrong. Maybe we need to go further to 1, 3, 3. Maybe 5th? 6th? Even the 10th digit is possible. Because of Dumbledore. It's always the one who puts the overall situation first. Merciful Dumbledore. Grindelwald thought of this. He couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. But there was a flash of peace and relief in his eyes. Gellert, you should understand my difficulties. I have shown that I trust you by letting you become a professor at Hogwarts. The reason why I arranged for Crow to be your teaching assistant. I do have the intention of letting him monitor you, but as I said, that kid Crow can definitely become your best heir. Have you forgotten? The purpose of your coming to Hogwarts is not to let Crow become the heir. Dumbledore sighed. Stand up and put Fawkes in his den. Then I looked for my eyes. He walked up to Grindelwald with a somewhat complicated expression. Maybe Merlin's beard doesn't know either. He was under so much pressure. Grindelwald was brought to Hogwarts. What a price it cost. That's why Grindelwald's identity was concealed. What price was paid? That's why Grindelwald became a professor at Hogwarts. Even if he was the headmaster of Hogwarts. But there's the matter of being appointed a Hogwarts professor. It still needs approval from the Ministry of Magic. Even if he was Dumbledore. There is no exception either. I know everything you said, and I don't blame you, Albus. Grindelwald raised his head. Looking up at the old Dumbledore. The depression in my heart suddenly dissipated a little. This is the frustration he has always had. And the root of this frustration lies. It was Dumbledore's original betrayal. Until now. This knot has not been completely resolved. But just now. He looked at Dumbledore's old appearance. This depression miraculously dissipated a little. Not all unlocked though. But this also made him feel a lot better. We are all old, Albus, we are all old. The second generation of the Dark Lord has been destroyed, and my era has ended. And your era is about to end. I know you want to raise that child named Harry Potter because he is the legendary savior. But Albus, I think you should believe me. Raising that child is not as good as raising Crow. Grindelwald stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the house elves outside who were clearing away the snow. He spoke to Dumbledore with an incomprehensible expression. Without waiting for his answer. Then he turned his head and looked at him seriously. You should believe me. Although Harry Potter is a good kid, he is far inferior to Crow in terms of talent and character. He should not just be my heir, I think he should also be yours. We are old, and the era belongs to the young. And the master of the next era must be Crow Wells. I think you should know this better than me. After all, you have been observing him, haven't you? Dumbledore was slightly startled when he heard this. It seemed that he didn't expect Grindelwald to say such a thing. Looking at Grindelwald's serious expression. He suddenly felt funny. It's funny but also a bit complicated and gratifying. Maybe, I really shouldn't doubt Grindelwald. Grindelwald may have finally given up. But he must be responsible for the students. This prevents him from making a choice from his heart. The most important thing. Everyone will change. Especially men. After all, men are called. A man transformed from an eel. Grindelwald can become able to let go of the past. He no longer seeks to establish a wizarding system. Same. He can also change back to his original form. Become the paranoid and crazy Grindelwald. No one can say for sure. Whether Grindelwald will change is also unknown. But he didn't dare to gamble. If the bet loses, the wizarding world may be destroyed. The Muggle world will also be affected. After all, among this generation of students, talented people abound. And Harry Potter, who has the title of Savior, direct heirs of major pure-blood families, and Crow, whose talent is so high that it makes people question their life. He had no doubts about Grindelwald's brainwashing abilities. Contrast that with his own student Voldemort. Grindelwald's brainwashing. It's simply hard to refuse. But Tom just shouted pure blood supremacy. It's just used to recruit pure blood wizards to work for themselves. Compare the two. The gap is really huge. Once Grindelwald brainwashed these children, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm afraid it's up to Crow alone. Give him 2 years to grow. It is enough to overturn the entire wizarding and Muggle world. So he had to guard against it. The defense is nothing else. This is Grindelwald's transformation into a man. Dumbledore chuckled. Suppress the complicated emotions in my heart. Gellert, do you know how happy I am that you can think this way? In fact, I would do that even if you didn't say it. Even I have already done it, I think you should have discovered it, right? Everything that our Dumbledore family has inherited until now, I have handed over to him one after another, including the manor outside Diagon Alley. Do you know the secret of that manor? I remember I once told you. Pass. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald with a smile. The words were spoken like riddles. But Grindelwald frowned slightly. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Are you talking about that manor? That is the fundamental lifeblood of your family that has been passed down to this day. You actually handed it over to that boy Crow? Have you asked other members of the Dumbledore family about this? I remember you have a younger brother, right? It seems his name is Aberforth? Does he agree with your decision? After all, this is not a small matter. It is the lifeblood of your family. Shouldn't you discuss it with them? Grindelwald asked Dumbledore in surprise. No wonder he was surprised. But what Dumbledore said was really amazing. He knew the manor. Even visited once. A very ordinary-looking manor. In fact, there are amazing secrets hidden inside. Enough to influence the Dumbledore family. Even the secrets of the wizarding world. That's why it's outside of Diagon Alley. If you observe carefully, can be discovered. The Ministry of Magic is not far from that manor. In the event of an accident, it doesn't take a minute. Elite Aurors will arrive. That's why it was built there. My relationship with him is not good. You know, we had a conflict before and accidentally injured her. Her death completely broke our relationship. We both felt that it was the other's fault. We haven't had any contact for so many years. I heard that he became the owner of a bar. The 3 bars seem to be called Pig's Head Bar. Yes, I think it is called this. Dumbledore smiled bitterly and shook his head. Without waiting for Grindelwald to ask. Just keep telling. He has no children, I have no children, and the other remaining members of the Dumbledore family are not in the UK. This makes me have to accept the reality that the Dumbledore family has declined. Maybe it won't die, but decline is irreversible. When I have an accident one day, no one will know the secret of that manor. I must do it while I'm alive. Leave it to someone I can trust. So you entrusted it to Crow? Do you really trust him that much? This is no small thing. Grindelwald asked a few questions. Looking at Dumbledore seriously. Observe his emotions. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe Dumbledore. But this thing. It's too fantasy. No one would hand over the lifeblood of their family, right? It's like, you gave away all the money and food in your home. Isn't this just like asking for death? Although the Dumbledore family has declined. But what Dumbledore is doing now? No less than destroying the chance of the Dumbledore family's revival. From now on. Even if the Dumbledore family multiplies again. It will never be as glorious as it is now. The lifeblood of their prosperity. Already handed over by Dumbledore. In the hands of an outsider who is not a member of the Dumbledore family. And that person is still a child. An 11-year-old kid. I think I can tell you that I can put my life on the line. Leave it to him. That child Crow is not the heir chosen by me, but the heir chosen by them. You should know the little guy next to him, right? It seems to be called Qingluan. A great name, it seems to be a divine bird in the myth of the Dragon Kingdom. She followed Crow. Crow was chosen, wasn't it? Dumbledore stroked his beard. Grindelwald asked with a smile on his face. And hear his words. Grindelwald didn't have time to react. Fawkes shouted excitedly. Change the listless look before. Instead, he became energetic. After flapping its wings a few times, it flew onto Dumbledore's arm. The little head kept rubbing Dumbledore's neck. Shenjun's eyes were full of anticipation. I know you want to meet the little one, but now is not the time. She is currently participating in the game with Crow, or saving the game and saving someone. Besides, Qingluan is still young, so you and she won't have much in common. Crow's character is also very defensive, so you probably won't be favored by him. But you don't have to be sad. Lost, I will find a way for you to meet Xiao Qingluan. Dumbledore calmed Fawkes skillfully. And after Fawkes got the answer, he immediately lowered his head in despair. Becoming listless again. Until Dumbledore said he would find a way. Fawkes reluctantly cried a few words. Then he flapped his wings and flew back to his nest. He is about to achieve natural nirvana. During this time his spirit was always so listless. Because the power in his body is gathering. Used when waiting for natural nirvana. This is the same as hibernating animals. They eat continuously before hibernating. The purpose is to prepare for hibernation. It can be understood that his current situation is the state before hibernation. A bird about to hibernate, phoenix. You know, a person is always lonely, even fox. There is no other phoenix around him, and he has been lonely for too long. But I believe that in a short time, he doesn't have to be so lonely anymore. Dumbledore looked at the listless fox with distress. After all, he is a good partner who has followed him for so many years. How many times have I saved myself from danger? How many times have you blocked yourself from a fatal curse? He couldn't remember clearly. But now Fox is about to undergo natural nirvana. But he could only watch Fox suffer. Although knowing that natural nirvana is only good for Fox. There's no downside at all. But it hurts to see his old partner in such pain. He still couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Lonely? Maybe. Grindelwald seemed to remember something. A flash of remembrance flashed in his eyes. Then another smile appeared. A somewhat happy smile. When people get old, they always become sentimental. Hey? Where were we just talking? Let me think about it. Oh. You know, people don't just become sentimental when they get old. You will also become very forgetful. Grindelwald chuckled a few times. After shaking his head helplessly. 4.0 before continuing to ask Dumbledore. You said they chose Crow? Who are they in your mouth? And the secret of the manor, have you told Crow? If you don't tell him, do you have to wait for that kid? Explore on your own. Oh, this is not a good choice. You know, he still has 6 school years to go, which also means that he still has 6 years to spend in Hogwarts. By the time he finds out, it will probably be many years later. Dumbledore just shook his head mysteriously when he heard this. Get reward, diamond treasure box. Grindelwald frowned slightly. Grindelwald nodded inexplicably. The kid will find out, he is Crowell's. A very smart kid, so smart that I am impressed by his intelligence. Then his expression became serious. Didn't explain much. His eyes were full of conviction. He just said a few words in a confused manner. Crow will become a great mage comparable to Merlin under our training. Because he himself has talents comparable to Merlin. Crow, I'll leave it to you. I believe he will be a good heir. An heir worthy of carrying on the legacy of both of us. Strong, detected. You'll know why later. It's a very interesting reason. Well, it has a lot to do with that kid Crow. There is another very important point I want to correct. He does not have 6 academic years left, but 6.5 academic years. After all, he has only been in school for 1 semester, hasn't he? It's not an academic year? Then why are we recruiting students? Is this admission of new students preparing for the next academic year? I've never heard of this. And I'm sure it won't take long for him to discover this secret, maybe not long after. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. Dumbledore and Grindelwald smiled at each other. A strong emotion of anticipation is detected. Chapter 122. Dual Competition Venue. Crow, who had just knocked down his opponent, was stunned. After confirming that he heard correctly. Then he raised his eyebrows inexplicably. The 2 diamond treasure chests seem to have been contributed by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. But what do they expect me to do? I can actually explode the diamond treasure chest. Crow ignored the referee's excited announcement. And cheers from the audience. He walked towards the audience without any hesitation. Compared to the cheers and adulation of this group of people. He wanted to know more. Dumbledore and Grindelwald are 2 old silver coins. What are you planning again? Look forward to? What do you expect? It must be something you want to do. But I don't do it because of my ability. Instead, he hopes to do it himself. That's certainly no small thing. Crow rubbed his forehead helplessly. I always feel like these 2 old guys have nothing to hold back. In fact, I don't blame him for thinking so. It is true that Dumbledore and Grindelwald have special status. They can't expect to save the world by themselves? Looking forward to inheriting Hogwarts? Do you hope to change the pattern of the wizarding world? The first 2 Dumbledore might indeed have expected. But Grindelwald would never. Grindelwald would expect the latter. But Dumbledore definitely wouldn't. So it's something that both of them can look forward to. Definitely a hassle. Absolute. You can't just let yourself inherit their family property. Isn't it? Crow shook his head helplessly. After hearing the cheers from around, I felt very irritable. Wave the wand in your hand a few times. Stop the group of people rushing towards you in place. I think you won't be around me. Of course, if you are willing, I won't be willing either. So please just stand there and the binding spell will be released after I leave. Crow looked at the stunned audience with a blank expression. Then waved. He motioned to Cassandra and the others to follow. He turned around and left. It's just time to leave the playing field. Stop suddenly. He turned around and chuckled a few times to the audience. The wand in his hand was pressed against his throat. A childish yet very loud voice. The news spread throughout the entire duel competition venue in an instant. I think you will invite your relatives and friends to watch the duel together, right? I forgot to tell you, my name is Crowells. Yes, it is the one on the prophet's head. 19 But the photo was in black and white. It didn't look good, and I wasn't very satisfied with it. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that I signed up for the duel competition between the junior and youth groups. Oh, one last thing to add, I am a Muggle born, neither a mixed blood nor a pure blood. The words fell. Crow turned and left without thinking. However, his words have been spread throughout the duel venue through the amplifying spell. No matter the audience, or the players in the competition, everyone heard his words clearly. Cassandra and her daughter looked at each other in tacit understanding. They don't have to think too much. Everyone can guess what Crow meant by doing this. The duel competition has long been in decline. If you want to save the duel competition, it's definitely not enough to just eliminate those cheating purebloods. The most important thing, just to bring it back to its former glory. Get enough people. See the existence of duel competition again. Only in this way can the duel competition be revived. This is also the most important step in the Salvation duel competition. Defeat those pureblood wizards after all. For Crow, it's a no-brainer. But what about after defeat? Is it useful? The duel competition is still the same. There will still be pureblood wizards next year. Keep cheating to win the championship. So let the duel competition become popular again. Let more people remember this game again. And then again in full view. Defeat those pureblood wizards. Exposing their ugly behavior. They're not trying to win a championship. Do you want to become famous with this? Then Crow will help them. As expected of Crow, he is still so resolute, and his methods are as direct and ruthless as ever. Is it cruel? I don't think so. After all, Crow didn't hurt them, but helped them become famous. I think they should thank Crow. Oh, may Merlin's wisdom come to you, look at all the bad words you say. Crow has ruined their reputation and become a laughingstock in the wizarding world, and you actually want them to thank Crow? Is there anything worse than this? Cruel thing. The discussion ends here. The women were not angry or angry. There was no internal strife either. Instead, they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They all spoke in unison. But we like it. Ha ha ha. Finished. The girls smiled coquettishly. Even if it's Luna. They couldn't help but raise the corners of their mouths. Exposed very lightly. But a very sincere smile. Looks like they get along well. The girls seemed to be biological sisters. A flash of envy flashed in her eyes. I wonder if I can integrate into their group? Can they accept themselves? I'm afraid it's difficult, right? Luna thought about this. There was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Why doesn't she long for friends? Humans are social animals. If you don't even have a companion, can that still be considered a human being? At least in her opinion. Still a human being. But not fully human anymore. And loneliness will invade people's minds. Let people who are already lonely. Gradually he became desperate and restless. And then become crazy. Even become a dark wizard. This keeps going on. Eventually, he may even have thoughts of committing suicide. And this is what most people do. Of course. She is not among the majority of people. Although she also longs for friends. After all, if you have friends, it's better than having no friends. Isn't it? I think you should hurry up. You know, I played 5 games and wasted a whole day. I feel very irritable now, extremely irritable. It makes me feel like I'm playing house with a child. I think I'm not suitable for playing house, I mean I don't like playing house. Of course, the most important thing, these people are really it's so weak that I can't even muster any fighting spirit. Crow crossed his arms. Started complaining to some girls. At this point he really regretted it. Regret why you agreed to Flavy's request. Come here to duel with these guys who are too weak to look directly at. Isn't it fun to cultivate relationships with your children at home? Seriously. If only he had known that he would meet Fairy Luna. I'm afraid he really won't come here to participate in this duel competition. Fortunately, he specifically proposed it to Dumbledore. Introduce students of Luna's class into the school in advance. That's right, enroll in school in advance. Of course that doesn't mean everything. Just talking about those who have passed their 10th birthday. Students who meet the admission requirements. As for the reason for using it, well, you don't want any of those students to have a magical riot. Will they be discriminated against after being discovered by Muggles? Or even become a terrible obscurity? Dumbledore's sister. Just when I was little, unintentionally performed magic in front of several Muggles. The last one fell into a magic riot. And because of the Dumbledore brothers' battle, unintentionally causing the magic riot in her body. The final outcome of death. This was also a thorn in Dumbledore's heart. A thorn that causes heartbreaking pain whenever it moves. So when he said it to Dumbledore, Dumbledore didn't even call Professor McGonagall to discuss it. I immediately agreed to the proposal. As for what grade the new students are considered to be in? Well, naturally it counts as the new term. In fact, Dumbledore's meaning is very simple. Since the little wizards are in danger if they stay outside. At the same time, I am looking forward to entering Hogwarts. It would be better to come to Hogwarts half a year early. Don't say anything to let them take the lead. Learn magic and stuff in advance. Just let them get familiar with Hogwarts in advance. Wait until all the new freshmen have arrived. Then proceed to the sorting ceremony. Let them officially start learning lessons. As for whether they are willing to come? Hogwarts is a great place after all. Isn't it? And he also wrote it on the admission notice. It is marked that you can choose to join the next session. You can also choose to enter Hogwarts now. But don't study. Just stay at Hogwarts and feel the atmosphere in advance. In fact, most of the little wizards will choose the latter, rather than the former. Because where is Hogwarts? Among the 3 major magic academies. The greatest magic school. I can't help it. Who asked you to promise Professor Flitwick? Since you promised, you will naturally do it. That's right, Professor Flitwick has taught you painstakingly for more than a month. This is a deal. He teaches you magic and you help him restore the duel competition to its previous state. Actually, it was very difficult for Professor Flitwick. He finally won the duel competition. As a result, within a few years, the duel competition became like this. The new champions were all a bunch of pustules. Oh, speaking of this, I remember I heard some discussion. It is said that being the champion of the duel competition is not a rare thing. As long as you have gold galleons, you can win the championship. Of course, no one dares to insult Professor Flitwick. Hey, Professor Flitwick is a veteran professor at Hogwarts, and he is very kind. He is also the dean of our Ravenclaw. I don't think anyone respects him because he is a dueling champion, right? The women were talking. He started talking to himself again. While talking, Crow couldn't even get a word in. This made him helplessly hold his forehead. Good news. His child-rearing, treasure girls get along great. It will probably take some time. They all want to marry Jinlan. Become good sisters. Bad news. They get along so well. Even I was excluded. Even let him have one. My own fault feel. This made Crow look a little stiff. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. This can't go on like this. Must be revitalized. Let your children know your existence again. Crow's eyes rolled around a few times. He immediately thought of a solution. I think you should bring Luna with you when you discuss it. Of course, if possible, it would be best to bring me with you. If you do this, we will feel that we are being excluded. Oh, you know, being excluded is not a good experience, at least for us, it is not a good experience. So I hope you can bring some wisdom when discussing next time. Join me and Luna. That's right. Crow's good idea is nothing else. Just tell the girls directly. Are you kidding me? Is it interesting to take those twists and turns? It's obviously just a matter of a few words. Who would benefit from making it so troublesome? What? Lose face? That would be even funnier. The children are all his adopted children, members of the girl group. To him, it was his default family. Talk to your own family. Would you feel embarrassed? Would you feel embarrassed? Yes. Very embarrassing. But there is no way. He had no other choice. It's better to say it directly. And he also roped in Luna. In this way, even if several women don't give him face, it will also give Luna face. And Cassandra and the others. Cassandra and Hermione. They have felt excluded. Especially Hermione. The taste was unbearable for her. Cassandra was fine. She often felt that no one else was ostracizing her. It's that she excludes others. Well, everyone else. Zhangqiu and Pan Xi's words. I have never experienced the feeling of being excluded. So among several women, the one who felt it most deeply was none other than Hermione. I was ostracized when I was in the Muggle world. After entering Hogwarts. Assigned to Gryffindor. 870 earn college points diligently. They will still be said to be showing off. She was even more ostracized. Of course. There is also a Luna. She was also a regular ostracist. She was excluded not because she was better than anyone else. Mainly because of her habits. It makes people feel that their own is not respected. It will naturally exclude her. Especially since she doesn't know how to beat around the bush. Always see yourself. Tell what you know directly. This also made others exclude her even more. I think she is a weirdo. And there are not many such people. Oh, I'm sorry, Luna, we didn't think about ostracizing you. You know we didn't have that idea. You are our friend, a very good friend. So when we talked, we didn't pay special attention to you. I'm really sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. If Crow hadn't reminded you, we might not have remembered it. Luna, do you know? I have experienced the pain of being excluded. When I was in the Muggle world, they isolated me and stopped being friends with me. After entering Hogwarts, they, never mind. Just know that I know how it feels, so I'm sorry. We just forgot about you. But please know that we didn't do it on purpose. The children looked at Luna apologetically. Apologized to her in an extremely sincere tone. I don't feel left out, I really don't. Luna's face was a little speechless. But after hearing their sincere words, a touch of emotion inevitably flashed in his eyes. The little snow-white hands were crossed and held. Just stick it on my small baby granary. For the first time, a clear smile appeared on his little face. Hermione, Cassandra, Pansy, Cho Chang, thank you. You are my best friends, and I mean you are the best friends. After saying that, she turned back to Crow. His tone was still full of sincerity, seriousness, and gratitude. Crow, you are also my good friend. My very, very good friend. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot one thing. Luna changed her voice. I am the winner of this bet. The children who were enjoying her praise were stunned. So they are going to wear that thing to show you. I remember, it seems that they are wearing that thing called he see. Looking at the girls with smiles on their faces. A strong feeling of embarrassment detected. Just as the expressions of several women were stiff. Get reward, gold treasure chest. Looking at Luna with a smirk on her face. Intense, detected. Luna clasped her little hands behind her back. A smirk flashed in his eyes. The bet is to put it on, to show you. They didn't tell me what to wear specifically. They just said it was embarrassing. I think it must be some kind of skirt. Oh yes, I almost told you. When you want to change the subject. Their hearts could not help but sink. Crow, you know what? We were making bets when you were playing, right in your first round. We were making bets on what spell you would use to defeat your opponent. Luna should, not be right? The women lowered their heads in embarrassment. Chapter 123. Crow's estate. In the luxurious living room. Crow slumped on the couch. With a satisfied smile on his face. I have to say that treasure girls are treasure girls. The jade feet are all milky and fragrant. Wipe your mouth. Wipe away the lingering milky fragrance on it. Crow smiled evilly. Creamy and delicious. How good? It's impossible to say. Anyway, it's very good. And he had serious doubts. Don't they soak their feet in milk every day? But if you soak your feet in milk, just milk. Anyway, he still can't afford it. His little treasury is at its bottom. Crow sat up suddenly. He hurriedly dug out his pocket of money. Sure enough, I only saw a pitiful few hundred gold galleons inside. Weasley family, I advise you to be a human being. It seems that we have to find a way to make money. We can't expect the treasure chest to yield gold galleons, right? The low-level treasure chest is fine, but if it were a high-level one, I'm afraid I would cry to death. Crow collapsed on the sofa helplessly. The whole person sank into the sofa. The soft feeling comes from all directions in the west. Relax his tired body. Crow looked at the treasure chest in the system with some sadness. Open it. They are all low-level treasure chests. Even the king's treasure box can't be found. But not open, right? Now he is short of money again. What part-time job? Are you kidding me? It is impossible to work part-time. It is impossible to work part-time in this life. That is, by unpacking. It's like trying to make ends meet. If the treasure chest is gone, you can earn more. Going to work? Not to mention the door. No windows are left for you. Crow figured this out. There was no hesitation. I chose to open the treasure chest directly. System, you also know my current predicament. As the saying goes, a penny stumps a hero, a penny makes it difficult to move forward, a penny is really precious. I don't want that penny anymore. From the remaining treasure chests, you can give me 1.8 million gold galleons to fill my vacancy. If you can't open it, Eugen, I'm already waiting to thank you, you can weigh it yourself. Crow sat up with an inexplicable expression. I didn't intend to threaten the system in the end. After all, this is gold galleons. If you open it too much, it will naturally come out. And this thing is one of the most useless things. At least for him. It's one of the most useless things. So threatening the system. It seems very redundant. It's like you're threatening the boss of the lottery. Let them sell you one as a thank you for your patronage. What nonsense! Since Crow was stunned. First I thought about something in general. Quickly open the system's exchange mall. Look through what you need. I almost forgot, there are so many ways to earn galleons. Why bother staring at gold galleons? What if I got 2 magic stones, 3 master's chests? Dog system. I know you are black-hearted, but how can you be so black-hearted? 3 king's treasure chests for 1 magic stone, why don't you grab it? And this slimming potion, you actually want 2 king's treasure chests from me. Look at the prices of the items above. Crow was so angry that he almost jumped. This time is different from last time. Last time there was a 10% discount. Don't say 10% off this time. There is no shadow at 9.19% off. And he had serious doubts. Is the system using power for personal gain? Vengeance against oneself? Otherwise these 2 pieces of shit. Is it so expensive? The price marked in this system is the price that the item is worth. Please decide whether to buy it or not. Note, once purchased, this system does not support returns. If the host really doesn't want it, the system can recycle it for free. Obviously the system is full of mechanical feeling. But Crow heard something indescribable, schadenfreude. Especially the last sentence. Recycle it for free? Why don't you just go and grab it? I bought it at such a high price, and if I don't want it anymore, you don't tell me to recycle it at half price. You actually asked me to give it to you directly? Are you cheap? You are a piece of shit. Crow was speechless at this time. At this point he was certain. This dog system is definitely retaliating against itself. Revenge yourself for what? Why take revenge on yourself? Well, I must be very lucky. And he is so handsome. There are so many treasure girls around me. From time to time, there are milky jade feet to play with. What about the dog system? It is alone, a system. So it's lonely, and cold. That's why it is jealous of itself. Then I want to take revenge on myself. Yes, that must be the case. Crow nodded affirmatively. What? Isn't it because I threatened the system before? Bullying the system is an idiot. Rewards for cheating the system? Do you still want to say that the system is a dog? So the system is taking revenge on itself now? It's a no-brainer. There is a 100% chance that this is a lie. It is absolutely true. He can be said to be extremely benevolent to the system. Just talk about it. Couldn't he die with the system that time? Even if it is forbidden. When thanking someone, you have to say thank you twice. So he treats the system better than he treats his first love. Oh, I almost forgot. I don't seem to have a first love. Not in the past life or this life. But that's not the point. The point is, I've said it a long time ago. You absolutely can't use a system that has become a master. Are you numb now? If you had known better, you wouldn't have advanced this damn thing. Let it continue to be that pitiful and helpless little system. Crow collapsed on the couch. He said a few words with a speechless expression. As for what the system said before, he didn't listen to a word. The Philosopher's Stone may be valuable. Put it in the wizarding world. It can cause a bloody storm. But, his alchemy talent is at full level. It is not difficult to refine the magic stone. As for why not refine it yourself and sell it? Good question. It seems that I really need to spend some time to learn alchemy from Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, I have all the talent but can't do anything. It would be really uncomfortable. There is also this magic stone. Although I know that it is the product of the highest level of alchemy, there are no materials, not even the formula. I am afraid that even if Merlin is reincarnated, he won't be able to refine it, right? Kroll looked up at the luxurious white ceiling. His eyes flickered slightly. I have many excellent talents. There are even super talents. It's just a pity. These things are just gifts. If you don't study, they are of no use at all. But there are so many things to learn. For someone like him who just wants to lie down, it was simply painful to the core. After all, compared to practicing hard, he would rather spend his time cultivating relationships with his children. After all, these women are his stable source of treasure chests. Hey, my mentality has indeed changed. When I first crossed over, I wanted to break the time in half. But now that I have a firm foothold, I no longer want to work hard. Sure enough, it's still a system problem, right? If the system is broken and it becomes stronger, or directly rewards me with full-level skills, then I don't have to be so difficult now, right? Well, sure enough, it's still a system problem. Crow nodded affirmatively. Sit up again. His eyes gradually became sharper. System. We can't go on like this. Before we are invincible, we still have to focus on cultivation. Other potions, herbalism, alchemy, and transfiguration are all secondary matters. Only when I am strong enough can I truly gain a foothold in this world. So, I will give it another summer vacation and I won't waver. Kroll lay down on the sofa again. Sink deep into the sofa again. There was also an expression of great enjoyment on his face. System, don't I still have 5 diamond treasure chests? Open 2 for me to test the water. It's up to you to decide what you can get. I think you should know what I need, right? I won't say much else. Open the diamond treasure chest for me. Crow whispered weakly. If it were the past, he must go and wash his face. Then I sat cross-legged excitedly and opened the box. But this time is different. He didn't need to wash his face. It shouldn't even be expected. Because what he wants is no different from thanking you for your patronage. Washing your face is a wrong behavior. Of course if it's facial cleanser. It's not like it can't be washed. What brand of facial cleanser? Nagini facial cleanser. Easy to use. It's delicious. You don't deserve it. I just have it myself. Congratulations to the host for opening the diamond treasure chest and receiving the reward, the Shattered Bones Curse. It is detected that the host already possesses the body shattering and bone shattering curse, the reward is automatically fused, and the proficiency of the body shattering bone shattering curse is advanced to 1 level. Shattered to Bones level 6, a powerful destructive spell, extremely lethal. The person who was hit by the spell will have all his bones broken and die. System sounds are heard. Crow didn't even raise his eyelids. Just shook his head helplessly. I knew it would be like this, but would it be shattered into pieces? It's not bad, at least it's a destructive spell. Dog system, keep opening it. I don't believe it, 5 diamond treasure chests, still can't open a single gold gallon. Another diamond treasure chest, open it for me. Crow spoke in a deep voice. At this moment, there seemed to be countless mythical beasts rushing through his heart. No way. This damn system isn't really going against you, is it? Then it is estimated that these 5 diamond treasure chests have been opened. Only then do you have the opportunity to withdraw gold galleons. Why so sure? The system is so stupid. He wasn't sure it would work. Congratulations to the host for opening the diamond treasure chest and receiving the reward, 10,000 gold galleons. 10,000 gold galleons, it is simply gold galleons, the currency in circulation in the wizarding world. Hear the system beep. Kroll looked confused. The question marks in my head are about to hit the system's face. Looking at the extra 10,000 gold galleons in his money pocket, Crow had to believe it. You stupid system, you didn't hack my 5 diamond treasure chests? This isn't like your style, is it? Tell me, did you poison those 10,000 gold galleons? What kind of poison is scary? It won't be fatal poison, right? Or the kind of poison that is colorless and odorless, but can color people? If you really want to use it, I would prefer the latter. Of course, I'm not encouraging you to drug me. This is something very wrong. If you admit it now, I can pretend not to know anything. Otherwise, Eugen will wait for Sienna. Crow sat up, staring warily. At this time, he had the illusion that, there are always unscrupulous people trying to harm me. Why is this system so obedient? I originally thought I would open 5 boxes. The second one came out. His pants were all taken off. Is this the result? That's it. How to describe this feeling? You have expectations deep down. I'm afraid it will take me another 2 months to get a salary increase. Even if you are ready. Accept this fact. But the next day, your boss, the sexy boss lady, says to you, "Hey handsome boy, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. How about it? Do you want to marry your sister? My sister just lost her husband and received an inheritance of several hundred million. After getting married, all these things can be done for you." Well, it's probably just such a flip. So Crow was a little surprised. After all, after the dog system has advanced, it's like opening up your spiritual intelligence. I can actually argue with myself again and again. It can no longer be as easy to fool as before. It's impossible to give in so easily. There must be some secret in this. If the host does not need it, this system can recycle the rewards for free. Can the host recycle rewards for free? Crow raised an eyebrow. His expression became incomprehensible. Guzi, no, Tongzi, you have changed. You are no longer the same Tongzi you were before, and I don't even recognize you anymore. You would never have answered these words of mine before. When it comes to getting here. There was a hint of complexity in Crow's eyes. This system. I'm afraid it's really perfect. Tested several times in a row. All show the same result. After the system is upgraded, there has been a significant improvement in spiritual intelligence. And when talking, obviously with some emotion. Emotions that can be clearly felt by him. Even if it is still a mechanical sound. But the mixed emotions are very obvious. Question: the system seems to be sophisticated, how to break it? This is probably a good sign. But it might not be a good sign. If his relationship with the system is good enough, the system has emotions and awakens its intelligence. It will naturally happen because of the good relationship. And reward yourself with something nice. It's a pity, his relationship with the system is pretty good, right? Didn't the 10,000 gold galleons just prove this? These 10,000 gold galleons were used by Tongzi to support himself. Thank you for your patronage. Can 10,000 gold galleons be a thank you for your patronage? You won the lottery worth 100 million. Is this a thank you for your patronage? Obviously, Li Zhaozhao, not. Absolutely not. There's just a small problem at the moment. Jin Gallon's matter has been temporarily resolved. 10,000 gold galleons. It's enough to last them for a month or two. The Weasley family. What do you think? Do you eat galleons as a meal? The only problem is how to regain a good relationship with the system. It's the kind that's so good that you can sleep with enough rest. Night. Crow was lying on the luxurious bed in the luxurious bedroom. sitting cross-legged with a smile on his face. That dog. System treasure, I found that you have become a lot smarter recently. Are you a male system or a female system? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything special. I just think you are so considerate and your voice is so clear and sweet. You must be a little fairy, right? Then I can't call you the system directly. Do you have a name? How about I get one for you? That's right. After an afternoon of careful consideration, he figured it out. What struggle and effort. What other treasure girl, cough. Treasure girls are important. Even if he is invincible in the future, he will not stop conquering the treasure girls. This is his way of forbearance. He is lustful. But men are not lustful. Can you still call me a man? Cough after an afternoon of careful consideration. Then he can walk sideways in the wizarding world. Try to get into the heart of the system. Then conquer the system directly. Treasure girl, too. Take the system home. That's why he tried to chat with the system. What is the real treasure after all? Please host not to bring dirty thoughts to the system. Isn't it directly invincible? He figured it out. It must be the system. It doesn't matter what level of treasure chest it is. Just asking if you are afraid? There is no distinction between men and women in this system, and no names are required. That being the case, no need to think about it. It feels right. My wife is a system robber. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.